So, analyses of sorts. Let's get into it, man. Pattern recognition is not xenophobia.
Mengisondela siqale siza ngokuqhuma kwesibhamu sakhala kathatha isibhamu mesiqeda akhala kathatha isibhamu sahamba sayobheka lapha neMcDonald mesifika impela bekunamadoda amathatha phansi 2 were already dead and one was still alive ephuma igazi lapha emqaleni nalapha emakhaleni so ubhuti esebenza eMcDonald esevala impela lapha neMcDonald mebesho ngokwenzeka kwezinto amatopia ayalwa because yesterday khona umunye odutshuliwe washawa ikhanda there's a footage of a man who was shot yesterday. And then last week bakhona baye futhi abashonile so kahle kahle ngokomthetho kufe abantu abawu7 in a space of 2 months. Yes, ikona lokho kwenzekile lapha mama.
So did you see the shooters?
I mean, guys, this is pretty serious. He said 7 people have been killed in the past 2 months. He said you won't hear anything from the news making or emphasizing that there are serial killings taking place because of Somalians and Ethiopians who don't want people to open up, who don't want South Africans to open up businesses next to them. These people hire hitmen. Sometimes they hire South African hitmen to kill South Africans to stop us from opening businesses next to them. So this is a clear instruction, I think, from on high, from Rupert or Oppenheimer, to say, hey, you can kill in South Africa and kill black South Africans with impunity. You will not go to prison. Even if the police arrest you, they will release you on bail immediately, or you can just pay a bribe and you'll be released immediately. We are being systematically genocided here because there's just nowhere where you find this type of thing where foreigners are serial killing the natives and there's no repercussions. There's no punishment for it.
No, the shooters asiwabonanga sizwe nje ngokuqhuma kwesibhamu mina ngiwabonanga amehlo wami abantu abadubulile ngibone abantu abashonile yebo abantu abashonile ngibabonile impela the shooters I did not see.
You are saying this is actually 7 people in a space of a month.
Yes, in a space.
And you work here. Are you fearing for your life? How do you feel about the safety of this specific area where you work from?
We are not safe because we do not know what they are fighting about, and they are scaring away our customers because this is why we're working here right now. It's saying we were forced to close and now we have opened again, but we are scared. We don't know what is going to happen next because this is scary, guys. This is very, very scary. Because we don't understand what's happening. Can they stop shooting each other? Because they are disturbing our businesses and they are scaring our customers away.
Let's talk about disturbing your businesses. What do you do here? How long have you been operating here?
We've been operating for about 7 years maybe. We do makeup. Here's our business card, pause makeup. We do makeup, we do installations, nails, such things, yes. And then these people, they're disturbing our business. So can they please stop that, what they are doing? Please. Please.
Thank you so much, Musa Wenkosi. That is Musa.
Guys, mega churches in South Africa, the televangelists, the Nigerian preachers, South Africans, please wake up. Stop frequenting these churches. You guys need to wake up. These people are using the church to smuggle people into the country under the guise of, oh, these are spiritual leaders from Nigeria. This is a deacon, this is a pastor, etc., etc. Then they're moving drugs, they're laundering money in those churches. You think God or the Holy Spirit is in that church. No, they're doing other demonic activities in those churches. They've got altars. They're doing rituals on you. They're doing rituals with your money. Please leave those churches. Bankrupt those churches. Those are not churches. Your pastor is the richest guy in your church, but the members are poor. It's the same as politicians. Your politicians are the richest people in the country, but the people are poor. How does that make any sense? Stop going to these people's churches. Book Christ Embassy and allegedly, etc., etc. These types of Nigerian churches, avoid them. Stay far away from them. Anything to do with the Nigerian pastor, you know, is already a fake. Anything to do with these African prophets that left their own countries. You mean to tell me God doesn't have a prophecy for your own country of origin? He told you to come to South Africa, to come prophesy over the people of South Africa and to leave your people in turmoil? How does that make any sense? What kind of God are you serving?
Unfortunately, when we look at the geography of this country and how it's being made up, right, we also know that the poverty, right, is hidden from the main arteries. Why? Because we've got all the big farms right here on the highway. Along the highways, you're driving a lot, you can see the big farms. You know what I mean? You can see what they're planting. You can also see water, all their little private dams. You're driving across, you're like, oh, so many private dams, so much water. Where she comes from, there's none of that. There's lots of land, but none of the land is able to keep water. And then we realize that the crux of the conversation that we had with our brother Uandile last week is that this land is being kept so they can store water.
A Nigerian lady was arrested for having 7 fake passports. 7 fake passports in Canada. A 44-year-old Nigerian woman by the name of Nina Akita, based in Ontario, Canada, was arrested by Canadian authorities. Border officers discovered 7 forged passports. Among those passports, 2 of them were South African passports, fake South African passports, and 5 fake Gambian passports. Now, these documents, guess where they were found at? In her sandals. In her sandals that was in a large shipment from Nigeria, arriving from Nigeria to the Toronto airport. All the passports reportedly had the same photo but different names and details indicating identity fraud. Why in the world would you have 7 fake passports? What are you doing with those passports? And this is the reason why they start restricting the Nigerian passport. It's only going to become weaker. The Nigerian passport is only going to become weaker with scams like this, all this identity theft. Now, at this moment, the case is being handled by the Royal Canadian Police after initial discovery by the border officials. So yeah, 7 passport. Who are you? Are you CIA? Are you Africa CIA? Are you the African James Bond? Like, why do you have 7 fake passports?
Every call that I receive, I pick it up. So he said, "Are you Mazu's sister?" I said, "Yes." And immediately from your sleep, I was like, "Yes, I am." And then he said, "We have your brother." And everything, it happened so quickly. He was so forceful. He did not even give me time to think. However, overall, because they had someone who sounded like him, even now I'm struggling with that voice. It sounded like he was crying. Then they demanded money. We cleaned out our accounts. It was me and my sister. We cleaned out our accounts only to find that it was a scam. So we were scammed by cruel people who took advantage of our situation. Written, who contacted me. I think she sent the text in the early hours of Sunday morning. I think it was around 2 or 3 when I woke up.
You can bet your bottom dollar that the scammers were Nigerians, because only Nigerians are this heartless that they would target their fellow African to scam them of their hard-earned money, to tell them to pay them a certain amount so they can release their brother, knowing that these people are in distress. It's only Nigerians that can do that. Nigerians are known for kidnapping for ransom. They might have not done the kidnapping of Mazwi, because we know Mazwi was kidnapped by Somalians and Ethiopians. But when it comes to the whole ransom thing, that is a Nigerian trademark. And it's a pity, it's a shame that they target their fellow Black Africans, and nobody says anything about xenophobia when they do things like this. Nobody says it's xenophobic. It's just reported as a crime, but nobody says it's a xenophobic attack against Black South Africans. It's a shame to do something like this to a human being when they're in distress with somebody missing, and then you imitate the voice of their brother. I
received the text from her. She just told me that I saw your brother's picture on Facebook and I've had this dream. And then she described the way where my brother was. So that same Sunday, obviously we went to follow the demarcations that she described, but we could not find the exact place. So what we did, and then we decided to come back home. And then just when we were deciding, because we were heading north, and then there was a car heading to our direction. It was a Somali national who was driving a white bakkie. Me and him, we locked eyes. Then I asked my husband, let's just follow this guy. Maybe we'll find something. And it was 2 cars. The other cars were with my brothers. And now they had stepped out of the car. They were just looking. While we were following this car, we told them that we think let's just follow this car. Maybe we'll find something. And this guy started acting funny. He just speed off. Then we followed him. It was a scene. It was like a movie scene. We had to call the cops. So we ended up not continuing with the search. So we decided that today, let's go back to that place. And then we asked the community of Villalisa to help us. We found incredible good people. We've been there around 11 this morning. We've been with you guys. We only came back now. We've walked, when I check my steps, we've walked more than 20 kilometers looking for my brother. So the Good Samaritan that told us about that place, everything checks out. Everything that she saw in her dreams checks out. I just want to highlight that she has never met me. She has not even asked to meet me, and she did not even ask for a cent. She just told me about her dream. And in our search today, we felt strongly that we need to go back tomorrow. So we will go back again tomorrow to try again, because we've tried everything that you can think of. We've tried everything, but everything, it just falls flat. Our only hope now is the search that we've started conducting on Sunday.
So, over 60 Nigerians were arrested in Uganda a few days ago. But before I dive deeper, it is important to note that Nigerians are not the only foreign nationals that were arrested by the Ugandan authorities in Uganda. Other foreign nationals were also arrested as well. But I'm posting this video because I posted a video about this before the arrest. I stated it clear. Other African countries feel the same way that South Africans and Ghanaians feel about Nigerians. The difference is that South Africans and Ghanaians are bold enough to speak up. They are bold enough to carry out real-time action. But trust me, so many African countries feel the same way about Nigerians. Okay, they are tired of Nigerians. It's not just South Africans. The difference is that South Africans are bold enough to take action. So some Nigerians that may think that other African countries love Nigerians, they don't. They are just waiting for any slight mistake to strike. One slight mistake from Nigerians, they will come.
Just to go back to the lady that was talking about the kidnapping guys. I don't know if you were paying attention, you'd hear that she's talking about how they're conducting the search by themselves. The question is, where are the police? We pay taxes. Where are the police? Do you see the problem here with South Africa? Anything that affects a black South African, there's no law enforcement involved. The police don't care. Any crime committed by a foreigner, the police will not help a black South African who suffered at the hands of that foreigner. So when we take matters into our own hands and people call us xenophobic, that's also weaponizing that word and basically silencing us and trying to stop us from seeking justice for ourselves in a system that is against us, just like apartheid. You know, these Africans will tell you we helped you fight apartheid. You didn't help fight apartheid. You took a stance against apartheid. You supported us against apartheid and you showed solidarity, but you did not fight. To fight implies you were on the ground. You didn't send your troops. Nigeria, you didn't send any troops to come fight against the apartheid government. In fact, you were supplying the apartheid government with oil and making money. You did not help to fight against apartheid. To fight means you sent troops, you were engaged in some kind of physical combat. You were not involved in the fighting. You took a stance just like the rest of the world did. So you cannot claim the victory of apartheid. These same countries that claim that they fought apartheid, why can't you fight your governments right now and show us? You claim South Africa's victories, but you can't win your own victories in your home countries. You say, oh, we kicked out white people, and your countries deteriorated after that. Stupid move. Why would you kick white people out who built your nations? Why would you kick them out? They built your countries, they built your infrastructure, and you kick them out. Now you're failing to lead yourselves, and you're criticizing us for having white people in our country. Yet these same Africans can't wait to run to Canada, to the UK, to America to go be under a white system because they love the organization, sophistication, and civilization that white people build. And yet they kick them out of their country. Now they're begging for the white man to come back to their countries to help them. Africans are failures, man. That's why South Africans, we don't want to be associated with Africans. You know how they say North Africans are not a part of Africa? They say sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Saharan implying the bottom half of the northern side of Africa. The Northern Africans, they made it out because they don't even get associated with Africans. That's what we would like as South and Southern Africans, because we can do much better on our own rather than being dragged down by Africans who have no ambition and desire to progress and to develop their own nations. The typical African's vision and idea of success is them making it out of Africa and living in a white man system. They've got no ambition to build their own countries. I'm talking men, grown men, big, strong, tall, grown men that are complete cowards and can't stand up for anything in their own countries. 50 children were kidnapped in Nigeria and a teacher beheaded last week. You didn't see Nigerian men saying anything about it. They're waiting to hear some news coming out of South Africa so they can make videos and call South Africans xenophobic, even though they are selling drugs in South Africa to their fellow black men, destroying the lives of black people, targeting black people with drugs and syndicates, prostituting young girls, making baby factories, baby making factories so they can prostitute and sell little children, black children. These are people that call themselves Pan-Africanist and that accuse us of xenophobia, but they hate black people the most. They terrorize the most lives across the African continent. Nigerians, this is. Nobody calls them out for it. Nobody calls them xenophobic. The double standard and hypocrisy in Africa makes it so that we are a continent that cannot and should not be taken seriously. That's why we don't want to be a part of whatever's going on in Africa. We've got our own nations to worry about. And we would like for everybody to leave our country and focus on building their own nations. It's not our responsibility to take care of you. We're not a nanny state. And you didn't help us fight apartheid. You took a stance, just like the rest of the world did. You didn't fight. We fought. We won. In fact, we're still fighting because apartheid systems are not entirely dismantled. But we're on the ground and we're still fighting. We haven't left. We haven't run away from South Africa. We're still there fighting every day, while you guys are trying to reap the benefits of where you did not sow. Typical leeches, typical African parasites. That's all they know, to run to greener pastures where other men have built and then claim that they contributed somehow.
Carry out mass deportation of Nigerians. Like any African country today that Nigerians reside in a large number and they don't come on social media to make noise, trust me, one slight mistake from Nigerians in that country will be enough for that country to carry out mass deportation of Nigerians. People are just waiting for opportunity. Don't think every African country cherish Nigerians or they love Nigerians with passion. They don't. And this is not to say they hate Nigerians as well. They don't hate Nigerians or hate Nigeria as a country. The reality is that people are tired of negativity. It is no longer about whether this Nigerian is a criminal or not. It is about the visibility of our negativity. It is about the visibility of our crimes, the visibility of our mindless behavior, the visibility of our illegal dealings. You see? So people are watching and waiting for opportunity to strike. Now it is Uganda. It may be Kenya next. I said it in one of my videos. Okay? Ghanaians are not the only ones telling Nigerians to leave their country. South Africans are not the only Africans telling Nigerians to leave their country. Even outside Africa, in Europe, in Asia, people are complaining about us. And most countries have had it up to Senate, so they are now taking action. But in South Africa, South Africans are no longer waiting for their government to take action. They are now taking actions by themselves. That is the difference. So don't think if you're Nigerian in Zimbabwe, you are somehow safe, or if you're Nigerian in Kenya, you are somehow safe. If there's no protest against Nigerians in Kenya today, that does not mean that tomorrow there will be no protest against Nigerians in Kenya. If there's no protest against Nigerians in Gabon, Morocco, Sierra Leone, that does not mean that tomorrow there will be no protest against Nigerians. And this is not to say people hate Nigeria as a country. People just hate the way Nigerians behave, things we do, how we disrespect others, and our loudness, our false confidence. People are just tired. So my advice to you as a Nigerian in Kenya, mind yourself, mind your business, respect yourself. Mind your business, respect yourself. Don't confront people. No. Even when you are on the right side, do not fight back. Find a way to walk away. Please. One small mistake from Nigerians in Kenya, Kenyans will strike back. The way you guys don't expect. Likewise, in any other African country, people are just waiting for opportunity. Okay? The reality is that people are tired. You don't have to commit crime. It doesn't matter if your paper is complete or not. The moment they find out you're a Nigerian, you're a suspect. Because there is story about Nigerians out there to justify their accusation. Okay? So please, be reasonable. If you're a Nigerian in Kenya, a Nigerian in Uganda, like a Nigerian in any African country or Asia, anywhere you are as a Nigerian at this moment, be careful. There is a global outcry against Nigerians. People are tired of Nigerians. See the way people are complaining about Israel. That's how people are complaining about Nigerians all over the world. So please be careful as a Nigerian. Be careful and avoid illegal dealings at this moment.
Look, if we really want African unity, we're going to have to stop gaslighting poor South Africans. We're going to have to stop gaslighting them. As we speak, South African residents from Kagiso, the East Rand of Johannesburg, have been displaced from their homes for months. They are homeless due to the incessant violence occurring in their community. They are being terrorized by Zamazamas. Zamazamas primarily from where? Lesotho, Mozambique, Zimbabwe. Also, in my hood in Soweto, children, literally like over 12 children, unalived from spaza shop food sold by foreigners. So imagine if me, with my middle class English and my degree, I go to these people and I tell them, you're being xenophobic. And I speak down to my own people. I speak down to my own people, despite the fact that they are facing very real challenges that I, as a privileged person that lives in the suburbs and grew up primarily in the suburbs, will never have to face. I'll never have to face eating poisonous food from a spaza shop. Do you know why? Because I can go buy food from Woolworths. I'll never have to face living in an area terrorized by illegal miners from other countries. I try to understand why people think the way they do, instead of just labeling South Africans as violent savages. Because at the end of the day, yes, xenophobic rhetoric does exist, right? But at the same time, let's not label an entire group of people as violent, irrational savages when they are actually facing real problems in their communities that the government refuses to address. And every time the government refuses to address these issues, what happens? It escalates into extreme violence, which is what we saw in Gugompo, in Eastern Cape. Who does it benefit? The narrative that we are violent, irrational, hateful people, when I truly believe at our core we are not. I'm also not saying violence is okay or justified or encouraging violence. The government should, like, they know by now. They just don't care, you know? It's just the thing of who does it benefit when we are continuously in these situations? And obviously, it benefits the people at the top.
You can get poor working class white people to vote for you, even though your policies will help rich folk, then you've done half the job. If you can get those poor working class white people to believe that their enemies are not rich plutocrats and oligarchs, but the poor brown family that lives next door, then you're on to keeping power. It's a crappy system, but it's bad people in a bad system.
There's a viral video of these two Nigerian streamers who are in the UK. So they're doing a vlog over there. And as they're doing that, they meet a South African woman, quote unquote, supposedly. So the South African woman is hungry and she asks food from them or some money to buy some food. And they decide to give her £10. But after the interaction, they actually ask her where she's from. And she says she's from South Africa. And that's when they proceeded to take their money back. So they're saying that they're not going to give her money because in South Africa, there's xenophobia and we are treating other African countries very badly. And okay, I'll put that on the side, the thing that they're saying that South Africans treat, Nigerians very badly. But let's attend the whole video, the whole interaction, because to me, the whole video looks staged. It doesn't look real. And another thing as well, the South African lady supposedly doesn't have a South African accent. And another thing as well, South Africans are not very famous for begging. Even here in Jozi, in South Africa, around South Africa, most of the beggars are illegal immigrants or general immigrants. It's not really South Africans. So that in itself, it's weird. And why would a South African go to UK and beg? Like, it doesn't make sense. But anyways, just judge the video for yourself. Here's the clip.
Manchester, you understand? Money. We are in the street of Manchester.
Sorry, excuse me, do you have some cash on you?
Sorry?
I need to buy some food. I'm really hungry. I don't have cash.
They make money for this country. I don't week. After a year, I just start my year. You owe small money there. I don't owe any money. How much will be okay to buy food?
Any amount is fine.
Any amount.
So back to the point that South Africans are treating immigrants very badly. First of all, it's not all South Africans that are doing that. It's a selected group of South Africans, a very loud minority of people, much and much, and a couple of people from Dudula, random people. It's not really the whole of South Africa that have that sentiment. And I would argue that majority of South Africans don't have a problem with immigrants, but the criminal elements of illegal immigrants and general immigrants, because it's disheartening as South Africans if the criminal comes into the country illegally, or it might be legal and they do crime. It feels like, okay, you betrayed us, we allowed you in the country, now you are betraying us, you are harassing our sisters, or doing heists or doing physical violence to some of the people, mugging and all of those kind of crimes, or even drug peddling, especially drug peddling from Nigerians and stuff. So those are the kind of things that make South Africans feel some other way. But when South Africans talk about this, they're called xenophobic, right? When South Africans highlight the fact that they are illegal immigrants and some immigrants come here for criminality, they don't become stand-up citizens. You get what I mean? So that's the whole thing. But yeah, the video, man, the video is fake. Like, the way I see it, it just doesn't make sense for this lady. And try to listen to the accent one more time. Let me just play the clip of that lady talking. Like you can hear that, nah, man, she's not South African, this lady.
Sorry, excuse me. Do you have some cash on you?
Sorry?
I need to buy some food. I'm really hungry. I don't have cash.
They beg money for this country. I don't week. I said, yeah, just tell me you owe small money there. I don't owe any money. How much will be okay to buy food?
Any amount is fine.
Any amount. I hold like £10. Yeah.
So yeah, we do get the point that there are people who are harassing, normal civilians and all of that, but it's not the whole of South Africa. They need to make a distinction. And right now, it's very tense in South Africa, man, with the xenophobia and all of that. So yeah, I kinda understand where this guy is coming from, but they don't need to stage a video to make South Africans look like beggars, making themselves look like the bigger man. They're trying to teach South Africans lessons. Like, come on, man. Like, rather wait for a real opportunity and show how South Africans really behave. Because I can assure you, most South Africans are stand-up people. That's what I'm saying. Even the ones that are harassing people, they're a small minority, very loud minority. Majority of South Africans are normal people, man, and they don't have problems with immigrants.
You're welcome.
Yeah, this South African individual, this gentleman here, unfortunately, is a moron because for him to criticize March and Dudula, who are literally fighting for the future of South Africa to ensure that people like him and his children have a future in this country. If you criticize that, you're a moron. You don't understand what's going on. And worst of all, you're trying to defend South Africans by saying, it's only a few people that are xenophobic. There is no xenophobia in South Africa. Not one South African is xenophobic. What you are seeing from South Africans is a retaliation of 3 decades of abuse and criminality from foreigners against us. We are now standing up. We are pushing back and saying enough is enough. You cannot classify that as xenophobic because you got to look at the original offense. The people that we opened our arms to, we opened our borders to and said, come into the country, enjoy the spoils of what we fought for and died for. And then you come in and you target black South Africans with your crime, with your rape, with your drugs, with your human trafficking. It's a betrayal. And then now when we retaliate and we say we don't want you in our country anymore, you use the word xenophobia, which didn't come from Nigerians. Nigerians don't know how to speak English. This word xenophobia must have come from white capital somewhere, and it was planted in the media and then given to Nigerians to run with. Because like I've said before many times in my videos, that Nigeria is a CIA operative. They are here to destroy Africa, right? So it's absolute nonsense to say that a South African girl was begging somewhere in Manchester. We don't do that. Even the accent is not, that accent sounds like a Nigerian girl. But this is what Nigerians need to do to try to make themselves look good. They have to lie and stage videos, right? Like that other lady that was saying, they're killing us like chicons. They're killing us like chickens. Just lies. That's the only way these guys can compete. They have to cheat every single time. When you bring legitimate claims and show that these people are selling drugs and destroying the youth in South Africa, they retaliate by making up a narrative and making up a lie and pushing the agenda of xenophobia. That's their only defense because they can't use the truth. They say Nigerians are being killed or Nigerians were being killed during the protest. There's not a single Nigerian that was killed during a protest. The 2 people that they mentioned that were killed had nothing to do with the actual protests. They always just lie. They lie through their teeth. They can't tell. They don't have an honest bone in their bodies. And then they stage videos like this to make themselves look like they're still the giants. You're not giants of anything. So many African countries have overtaken Nigeria. Nigeria has never been the giants of anything. They can't develop their country. They don't have an IQ, collective IQ that's high enough to build a civilization.
Where are you from? Where? South Africa. What do you say? No, I'm sorry, I can't give you. What do you mean? Why are you asking what do I mean? I can't give you money. Why would I give you money? Give him now, give him. What's that? Give him. You don't know what South Africa. This is a message to South Africa. You guys should stop the xenophobia against other African countries. You guys should stop treating other African countries like trash.
a Nigerian man was just sentenced to almost 2 years for selling fake nursing degrees, transcripts, and license. He operated out of Maryland. Patrick, won't you go? Won't you go get you one of these fake nursing degrees? That was his sell pitch to his clientele. Now, how this scheme, this operation went down, he used a school in Virginia, a nursing school in Virginia, and a nursing school in Palm Beach, Florida. Now, these schools already lost their license to operate as a nursing school. So what he told these people that brought these degrees and transcripts and license from him, he told them, don't put a date on the paperwork. We're going to predate the time you graduated, the time that these degrees was issued before the nursing schools lost their license, before the nursing schools lost their ability to operate as a nursing school. So these degrees will be valid. And he sold them anywhere from $6,000 to $17,000. And he operated for 3 years, accumulating they want to say $1.5 million. So yeah, only 2 years, 21 months. And these nurses, right? These people that brought these degrees, they're out there working in hospitals. Yeah, somewhere between Maryland, who knows? They could be anywhere. Even just because he operated out of Maryland, that don't mean the people that brought these fake degrees stayed in the Maryland area or the DMV area. But yeah, Patrick, won't you go get you one of those fake nursing degrees? Nigerian man, 55.
Wathinda thina wathinda bangasokufa safa saphenduka saphenduka nje bovu wathinda thina wemono
Now, where police have launched a manhunt for a 34-year-old suspect who escaped from custody on Sunday.
Tumelo Raledi is considered dangerous and was arrested for violent crimes, including rape, attempted murder, and 2 murders.
He escaped while under police guard at Maputa Malachi Hospital in Namakhali.
Now, police say all available resources are being used to track him down and are urging anyone with information to contact them.
Isn't that ironic that when it's a South African, all available resources are sent out to go and find this individual? But we've got Somalians that are kidnapping and killing our people in broad daylight, and no resources are being set out to find these people. South Africans have to find and solve crimes themselves. I hope you guys see it. This is just pattern recognition. We're just identifying patterns.
Banana ba ratanang le matswantle le basadi le bomme ba ratanang le matswantle kore mosadi thu mosadi le re buisa hampe hleng la tseba le re buisa hampe jwang no jena nana lona ke re le ratana le bona la ba rata gona ha re ratane le bona ha re soka re ratana le bona ha re ba rata maro sotho basadi ba South Africa ke bona ba tsamaisang AIDS tshong ka baka la lona mogotsi ena ha o tlo sheba tshomi wena ha o soka o tswa o ya out of the country ha isa le o le in South Africa bona ke bona ba fetang di country tse 18 hore ba tle mona marothwa ke rona re tsamaisang AIDS kore ba re kenyeletsa kaofela mo la bona bothata ba re nang le bona haholo ke bo and ha ba qeta ha ba fitla kwana basading ba bona ba re leng ga dipantu jwale se re tsebahala kaofela basadi ba South Africa ba nkga sepantu ka baka la lona bo metshomisa mogotsi ho thwa ga ruteya ka baka la lona tshomi because ba ga le tsebe sekgowa mogotsi ha ba fitla basading ba bona ka kwa ho thwa ha le tsebe sekgowa ba gona ho le seba ba ntse ba bua sekgowa le diteng mona ha le utlwe nix mogotsi and ha le qeta mokgotsi e le entseng e tenang ka ho fetisisa ke ena ya hore le tsamaye le lo nyalwa ka di-150 batho ba ntse ba re ke di-life partner le be le iketse ka reng ha le utlwisise life partner ke eng nou tjenanana re se re tsebahala rona re le batho ba domo fela ba mathisang AIDS ba tswallang bana ba dinaha tse ding ka hare ho naha ya rona re tsebahala re le basadi bao ba jwalo ko re la e bona ntho e ya lona ye ya banna bana ba lona be le ba ratang e se ka re ra ba rata kaofela basadi ba South Africa la re tellisa guys le re buisa hampe ka matswantle gona batho ba bang re itlhomphile ha re batle utlwa nix re boulela naha ya bo rona ha re batle o nne ho kena ho tswa ka hare ho mmele ya rona lona le ba kentse ka hare ho mmele ya lona nou tjenanana e se le rona basadi ba South Africa kaofela se re le bo makgosha tjhong nou tjenanana basadi ba dinaha tsena tse ding ha o qala fela o re wa bua o le mosadi wa South Africa ho thwa o na le HIV o na le AIDS mara ha o tlo sheba batho ba South Africa ha ba tsamaye ba ye di-countries tse ding ha re tsamaye re ye di-country tse ding rona re dula re le mona South Africa mara ke rona re tsamaisang AIDS guys wa tseba nou tjena ha o le mosadi o tlameha o itjhebe o ikgalemela la re nyatsisa la re tellisa le re buisa hampe ka ditlatla tsa dinaheng tse ding le re tellisa ka banana bana baneng le balile bo sekolo lona chomi ha le tsebe bo sekgowa ha le tsebe nix ha le nna nix e nang le kelello e le etsang o bona hore ha le na kelello o lo papadisa moshemane wa letswantle a o siya ka bana mo the next thing bana bao ba lona bao ba re ha ba ba batle ke di-bed seats ba re ke dipeo tse mpe ba re ha ba batle bana ba lona wena o busy o ntso ba emarela le re buisang hampe bathong e ke le buleng ditsebe ke a tseba sekgowa ha Lesotho ke ntho e ke ipoleletseng hore ke tlo le bolella ka Sesotho wa e bona because a ke re ba etsa di-video tsa sekgowa bona so guys assembly itukiseng.
If you feel threatened,
basically that lady was speaking in Sesotho, talking about the bad behavior of South African women who are allowing these foreigners to use them and then to speak badly about them and to say some horrible things about them after the fact. And all South African women then get lumped up in the same categories of all these terrible stereotypes. Yeah, I mean, foreigners say some of the most horrible things against Black South Africans, but somehow it's never considered xenophobic when they say these things. Interesting, right?
by a foreigner in your country, and your excuses, they live better than you, they're in a better housing system, they have a better job, they get paid better than you, then the problem was never the foreign, the problem was you and the system in your country. Because trust me, if you travel to someone else's country, you will do everything within your power to live better. And that will mean working hard, putting in more effort into your work, studying the place, observing where the country people are feeling, and try to fill in those gaps. For example, normally in your country, by 6, all the shops start closing. A foreigner.
My question to foreigners that are so studious and studious when they come to South Africa: you were in your own country and failing miserably. Failing so much, you decided to come to a better country to seek out opportunities because we actually have opportunities available. My question is, why couldn't you create opportunities in your own country? Why couldn't you fill in the gaps in your own country? Why couldn't you be observant and hardworking in your own country to solve the problems and the cries of your own people and be enterprising and entrepreneurial in your own country and come up with ideas and businesses in your own country? You failed in your own country. All of a sudden now you develop a brain when you get to South Africa? No. South Africa has working systems that we fought for as Black South Africans. The systems of South Africa are fighting against Black South Africans because we fought to create these opportunities. So to spite us, right, those same remnants of the apartheid system are still very active and they're still being controlled by the same white elites to spite Black South Africans who defeated them during apartheid. They're rewarding foreigners, foreign nationals with no skills, no education, nothing, and giving them opportunities, giving them training, giving them preferential treatment, putting them in universities more than Black South Africans. Why? Because they're trying to replace Black South Africans. Why? Because we don't comply with their enslavement of us. We have fought and pushed back. They hate us for it. But you Africans are compliant. So when you come, they see good little slaves that they can use and exploit the way that they did during apartheid. And you guys accept it. That's why you are preferred. Not because you work harder. You could never work harder than South Africans. We worked hard to build and free ourselves in our own country. You guys, you freed yourselves and then you ran away from the work of building and developing your country after that. If anybody's lazy, it's you guys. Why don't you go back home and go build your country to show that you're not lazy? But instead, you run away and come to countries that have better opportunities that people have fought for. And then you want to pretend that somehow you're working harder or you're smarter. You're not. There's a globalist agenda against any native population anywhere in the world currently right now. It's called the Great Replacement. Do your research. You guys are not better. If you were, your countries would show us that you are better, would show us you're smarter, would show us that you work harder. So unfortunately, Africans have such a low IQ. They lack understanding, especially when it comes to multidimensional concepts. They lack understanding. They lack a layered comprehension of what's going on around them in the world. They have a very basic grasp of what's going on. It's not layered. They don't understand levels of thinking. They don't understand the deep state, Agenda 2030, the agendas that are being pushed by globalists. They just see, oh, I'm making money, so I must be working harder. I am richer than you. That's as far as they can reason. So when you hear someone talking garbage like this, it's very annoying because they can't do this in their own countries. All the stuff they're saying that they're doing in South Africa, why did you fail to do it in Nigeria? They can't answer that question. They can't answer that question. That's the one question where they skip the topic. They change the topic to something else. They can't answer it. Why couldn't you make it in Nigeria and develop your country in Nigeria? They will tell you, oh, but other people, don't tell us about other people or other what, about traveling. And no, in your country, did you not work hard? So why couldn't you be successful? Oh, the government does. Yes, the people form the government. You're supposed to change the system and make it work for you in your own country. That's why South Africans are fighting for their own country, their own government to do better for them. So you in Nigeria, instead of fighting for a government that does better for you, you ran away from the work. You're lazy.
Would come and they said, oh no, I'll close at 8. And do you see how they make more money? Because don't tell me after 6, automatically everybody doesn't want to buy something. No, people still want to buy things.
Good God, I'm really disappointed in you. I am really disappointed in your irrationality, and I'm going to show you that. And I hope you're going to look at that and change. Because to an extent, I thought you were rational. To the extent that you sounded so pretty. You know, people don't look pretty to me, they sound pretty. You sounded so pretty that in some cases I accorded you my wife to be. But you see, let me tell people something. As a Nigerian, you put more effort in fighting to ensure that the Nigerian aspect of you don't come out than you put more effort in trying to be some other person, right? You must continue. For me, I keep fighting day and night to ensure that I don't identify as a Nigerian behaviorally, mentally. That's why I'm always very skeptic to ensure that the way I think is different from the way Nigerians think. Because at the end of it all, I'll make a caricature of myself. Thinking Nigerian means thinking irrational. Thinking Nigerian means thinking stupidly. Thinking Nigerian means you're totally deformed. I'm telling you. Well, I've always been this kind of a person. I've had this nature of, maybe I had an attraction with a girl. We ran out, we ran together, we had a relationship and all those things. And probably the girl does something and she would expect on grounds that I felt attracted to her, that I would not speak against her. No. I would speak against you more than I speak against other people. I've always been known as that person that does that, even in my place of work, right? So that's what I do, because all I care about is the truth. So while I would say, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, I'm actually not sorry. So I'm going to tell you the truth. So let's face exactly what you stated to prove that you were really irrational. I'm sorry to say, but I'm not really sorry. You were really not irrational. So he said that if a man feels threatened on grounds that a foreigner is succeeding more than he, then that man must have to understand that the problem is not the foreigner but him or the system, right? We pretty much get what you're trying to say, because a lot of Nigerians have said it's their national anthem right now. I'm going to straitjacket a number of things too. While I'm even saying it sounds so achy, and I'm shocked on how you're unable to see this. Now, the other thing you say, you give an example and say, you can imagine you're coming into a person's society to check whether that person had failed, to see where you can succeed in that person's society. Success in another man's society. I'm coming on. Just Let it be sinking in so that you're already knowing where you're failing at this. Then you give an example. You give an example and say, you can come to an area and you notice that they close by 6 and you're not closing by blah, 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 blah. Listen to me. Let's put it this way. Let's reason. Because I think within you, because of what you had said about Ghanaians, there is a measure of reasonability with you, right? Or a measure of reasonability in you. Now let's talk. Have you really thought that it is owing to that you're, let me put it in a way you would understand, that you're not closing by 6 in showing that you're very hardworking, that had made your country become so distasteful, your own country become so distasteful that you had to leave your country for another man's country? And you went to another man's country and you're looking for where that man had failed so that you succeed. This is so dumb. Now let me tell you, first of all, there are things you got so wrong. In fact, you got everything wrong. You don't go to another man's land to succeed. You don't go to another man's land. You go to another man's land to pay a visit, except you were captured, except you're a captive. You don't go to another man's land to succeed. That's the law. Success is defined based on how much you have thrived, underline this one, in your society. I just kept quiet so that it will sink inside of you. Whatever you think you had achieved, as long as it's not in your society, it is not an achievement, it is not thriving, it is not success. That's number one. Number two is, all these Nigerians thinking success is defined by how much money you make. Have you people truly asked yourself why Nigerians have money but Nigeria is a dumpster? Nigeria is an incinerator. Have you truly asked yourself that? Ladies, success is not in how much money you've made. Success is in how much your society is thriving. That's why Nigerians are scattered all over the world. Go and check societies that are thriving. In fact, let's define thriving. Let's use it from this. Societies that Nigerians are running to. You'll notice that individually, these people are not concerned about making money. They are concerned about collective thrive. Have you truly thought that it is in closing by 6 o'clock and staying true to their words that had given, that it is the mentality that had helped them in creating that society that you're struggling to get into, that plays out in the same, it is the same mentality that plays out in their closing by 6, and you're coming in to show that you're very hardworking. So when others close by 6, you continue working till 8 to show you want to make money. Have you truly thought of it? No. Have you truly thought of this? No, you've not truly thought of it. Oh God. You see, that's why I always tell people, if you've run away from Nigeria, run away from Nigerians and run away from the Nigerian mentality. Let me repeat this. If you run away from Nigeria as a society, run away from Nigerians as a people, and run away from Nigeria, to run away from Nigerian mentality to help you a lot. Which means a lot of people can run away from Nigeria as a society, but they never run away from Nigerians as a people. That's why they keep on exhibiting the Nigerian nature. And at the end of it all, I promise you, you'll make a cajole of yourself. Because Nigerians are cajoles everywhere. They are fools everywhere they go. And this, oh Lord, I'm disappointed and I feel so hot. Because I actually felt attracted to this girl and she messed the whole thing up. God, why? Why would Nigerians always disappoint me? I was really attracted to you, but you messed it up. How can you be beautiful but don't think? This is what we call beauty without brains. Have you really thought? You see, the fact is, the problem is that it is in your thinking success is measured based on how much money you've made that Nigeria had become what it is today. It is in our valuing success and defining it based on how much money we've made that Nigeria has become what it is today. And that's why Nigerians themselves are running away. Have you really thought of, did you ask yourself, the society I'm going into, there are people there, right? Now, there were people that created that society. Now, you ask yourself, what is the culture that plays out from the mentality that they have, that have given rise to the society that they have created, which I admire so much as to live in my own society to come to that? Have you really asked yourself that? This is a rationality now. Did you not do verbal aptitude or quantitative reasoning? Even in Nigeria, did you not do this? It should be rational for you. That makes you, because once you've asked yourself such a question, it will make you understand that there is something about these people closing by 6 and staying true to their words. There's something about these people, telling you, I can't take you to a place I do not know. I can't take you in, like, even if you've got a whole lot of money. I'm not really interested in making extra money, but I'm really interested in keeping it 100, like in the safety and the jurisdiction of the society. Have you truly asked yourself why such a person did that? Oh, you think you're the only person that wants to make money? No, they are restricted from not making money a priority because they understand that making money a priority is what destroys the society. And you look at it, what's the evidence? You made money a priority. That's why your society is distasteful and you left your society. Use your brain now. Oh no, you disappointed me. I'm ashamed of you.
A complete failure, a big disappointment to us as South Africans. Why haven't we heard anything about that? Minister's priorities as well as the SONA priority. And I'm really, really disappointed that nothing was said about it in your presentation. Nothing was said about the fact that we haven't had a single report since the deployment in terms of successes, in terms of informing South Africans where we are, what has happened, is it working, is it not working. If anything, since the deployment of the SANDF, there's been more deaths on the Cape Flats. If anything, it almost feels like a drive-by, like a wedding drive-by where a couple is driving through the community and everyone is waving and smiling. There's absolutely no operations taking place. And I speak from a point of being present at these operations, Minister. I was driving behind 3 of these operations in different areas on the Western Cape for over an hour. And guess what? Not a single time did SAPS or SANDF stop to actually go in anywhere. They drove through the community, they smiled and they waved and they went to park, and that was the end. What is happening? We have allocated billions. We literally see only one SANDF, and sorry if I'm going to be stuck here for a while, one SANDF van with 8 members and 4 SAPS vehicles in hard-hit communities. And at this point, we're having more than 100. We speak about the vulnerable women and children. That is where your victims are coming from, the Western Cape. I want to ask, why don't we have, your presentation speaks to a whole of government approach. Why don't we have a whole of government approach when it comes to this intervention? What stops us? What are the challenges? Because it has clearly fallen flat on its back. Why haven't we included forensics in this operation? It's not there. There's no intelligence. We speak to the members that's part of these operations. There's absolutely no intelligence. They don't know where to go and where to start. And that's the reality. So please, can we have feedback on the SANDF deployment, why it's not working, and what next? I think that's the first thing.
Do you know that when South Africans had their problem during the period of apartheid, that so many African countries came to the aid of South Africans, and now South Africans are becoming hostile to other African countries? You see that particular statement? You see that particular statement? God will punish you if you ever make that statement. You see that particular statement that a lot of people have been making against South Africans? You people are very stupid for making such statements. And I'll tell you people why such statement does not hold water at all. I've had it with this Robbie. Enough is enough. You cannot always continue becoming irresponsible and begging to be tolerated. Coming around to tell us, you know, during the period of South Africans' appetite, a whole lot of African societies came to their aid. Therefore, so what? Let's paint a picture so that you people would understand that this thing is not passion. Let's be very fair to ourselves. So, because you came to the aid of a girl when she was in a problem, when she was stranded, and you gave her a measure of aid, maybe she lost her money, right? And then you helped her. That means that girl should open her legs for you so that you can sexually abuse her. You see, this is a Nigerian thing. That's exactly what they do, even in relationships. A Nigerian always looks out for the vulnerability of a girl, a Nigerian man. That's why I'm usually happy when I hear things like a Nigerian girl broke the heart of a Nigerian man. I like this thing, like the very recent event happening with that guy that went on a podcast and was crying like a fool. Those are the kind of things I love. Because at the beginning, what they do is they look out for the vulnerability of a lady. Let me give an example. A Nigerian lady shared an experience with her friend. So they went to a restaurant, and this is exactly, just understand this, because this is exactly what Nigerians like doing. So a lady and her friend went to a restaurant, and they were eating. So suddenly, while they wanted to make their payments, the person told them that certain guys had already made their payment. And they looked at the other table to see those guys. So they waved at those guys in gratitude and went back to their table. Those guys took offense on grounds that they did not come to their own table. They did not leave their table as ladies and come to the tables of those guys. So you see that Nigerians, and so they told the person, the waiter, to give them back their money so that the girls will pay their money. You can imagine how childish Nigerians are. That is how retarded, that is how imbecilic, that is how stupid, that is how moronic, that is how you know, Nigerians are disgusting. Nigerians are disgusting. That's why their skin shouldn't touch me. Rather lie side by side with a snake than stay with a Nigerian. I'm telling you the truth. And a snake is the creepiest thing that I hate. Like, it's the creepiest thing that I know. But I'd rather make a room to stay with a snake than stay with a Nigerian. I'm telling you the truth. These people disgust me by every day. You see how childish that thing is? You paid for a lady without her asking you. First of all, did South Africans beg anybody? The truth was that South Africans were going to get their shit together. Anyways, it was a matter of time. It's just like the girl that was stranded. Even if you never helped her, you can't come back there and meet her still stranded. She would find her shit together. She will get her shit together anyways. So it's either you help and go your way. It's either you help and go. Don't help expecting to collect afterward. That is the most disgusting thing to do. South Africans in their period of appetite were helped. Did they beg you to help them? They were getting their shit together one after the other. At worst case scenario, it would have taken a longer time. And delay does not mean denial. They would have taken a longer time, but these people were making these efforts. Botswana helped South Africans, but you will never hear somewhere blah 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 blah. I don't know. Then South Africans never begged anybody to help them. They were getting their shit together. It was a matter of time. It was a question of, okay, if by helping them, it took maybe 2 years for them to get their independence. Now, if you never helped them, it probably would have taken 5 years. But the fact remains that they would have gotten their independence, even in a better way. Why? Because a patient dog eats the fattest bone. Bastards. So because you aided that girl when she was stranded, which she never asked you, you came and aided, you presented yourself to be the good Samaritan, right? And now came to aid the girl. Just because you aided that girl, that means that girl, you're now begging that girl to open her legs so that you can continue using her up like a whore. Right? So that you can continue using her up like a whore. Because you aided her, it now makes you eligible to sexually abuse her. So that she can now open her legs for no. These are the things they keep on doing to Nigerian ladies. Right? That it tells you the extent at which Nigerian ladies are in bondage with Nigerian men. Want to go to South Africa because you aided South Africa. They never asked you during the period of appetite. You now want them to allow you to continue messing their society. You people are lucky I'm not in South Africa. That is your luck. Say that thing in my hearing if I was in South Africa. If I don't cut you down, God will punish me. I'm telling you the truth. Try it. By the time I cut you down and put it on television, others will never say that word again. Criminals, bastards.
In South Africa that allows you to trade. You don't have a permit to reside. The passport, the permit that is stamped in your passport, which one are you using? You don't have.
You don't have
which
a passport.
What is it that is stamped on your passport there?
No, there's nothing.
So you are on what visa or on what permit for you to be able to be active in our economy in South Africa? Kupabon? This is not a trading permit. What did you say when you were crossing on January? When you were coming here? Yeah? They cannot just give you 90 days for nothing. It's not possible. And you cannot trade in our economy when you don't have a visa to do so. West Part, you are just here by the court. Please pack or we are calling in TMPD to remove you now.
Bruh, it's so dangerous to be selling things that people eat without your food going through the regulatory bodies to inspect whether this is safe for people to eat. You can't do things like this. On top of her being in the country, possibly illegally, second thing, she shouldn't be operating a business. You don't operate in the informal sector when you are a foreigner. That's according to our immigration laws. You cannot function in the informal sector. It's not for foreigners, it's for locals. South Africans are poor themselves, they're struggling. These are jobs for them, not for you. You are taking up space and opportunities away from our people. Go back to your country, fight your government. Every African nation has to deal with that burden of fighting their government for a better country. You cannot run away and then come and enjoy the spoils of a country who fought and died to receive the benefits that they have. Stop being lazy, Africa. Go home and fight your governments. You cannot be selling food and little snacks in a foreign country. Why don't you do this in your own country? Your government is stopping you from doing this. Then you need to fight that government. But you cannot be selling food. Those things are unregulated. When our people die, you can easily go back to your country or just skip the province and go to another province and never be caught for killing people because your stuff is not regulated. You're selling things that we don't know where it comes from. Where do you get your supply? Who's supplying you with these things? Are you committing theft to get the supply? If you're poor and you're coming into the country as a refugee, where do you get your supply? What regulatory bodies did your supply go through to give you permission to sell to people things that they are eating and putting in their bodies? When our people get sick or our people die, you will not be held accountable because you're not even on record in the country. There's no fingerprints, there's nothing. You can run away to another province and you'll never be caught. Stop putting our lives in danger in the name of Pan-Africanism. This is wrong, what you Africans are doing. You come from countries that don't have any structures, so you think you can come to South Africa and do the same thing. You want to turn our country into your shithole country, and we're not allowing you to do it. So now you're calling us xenophobic. Fuck off. Go fuck yourselves.
And don't come back.
And don't come back.
Don't come back.
Peg, sisters.
You are not allowed to do this formal trading, informal trading. You are not allowed to.
Peg, sisters.
And you
Peg.
know very well. And
you see,
I'm 100% sure you never even applied for the permit because you don't even qualify for it.
Because even if he applied, what permit is she using to apply from TMPD? So, sisters, Peg, people were protesting yesterday, just 2 days ago here. Today, you guys are out. Tomorrow, you will be saying we are beating you. Pack your things.
Yeah,
pack your things. We are still busy there. We are still busy there in a court case of another foreigner. And see how livered you guys are. Just next to the High Court, you are doing something totally illegal. Eh? Pack says. So the metro, they don't see you when you are here.
They do.
And then what are they saying when they see you here? Trading on a pedestrian walk. This is a pedestrian walk, it's not a shop. And we as South Africans, there's a reason we know we have stalls, and then this is for people to move. So somebody with a wheelchair, you are just affording them this space. When somebody with a wheelchair, when you have taken almost half of the pavement, this is where we must walk. It's not a shop for Africans. Please pack up.
Steve!
Steve! It's not allowed what you guys are doing. Respect us the same way we are respecting Malawian. Okay? Steve, like these people are not allowed to trade on the pavement. This one is only permitted over South Africa. That is not what she said. She said she has applied this. We say she has applied, and the rule of the permit, if permit is yours, when as the applicant, you should be the one there or the person you have registered as your next of kin inside. Steve, Molawa permit anywhere in any metro. However, about Steve, this is your permit. You put the next of kin, meaning when a house is there, the next of kin will be the one there, and you cannot register the person who's illegal in the country. Well, understand? Well, understand? Well, understand that Steve, Moto, Anna, Ntoya South Africa. So you cannot put him there. If we are now, your next of kin should be the one here. Ma, Agasi qualify. He's a foreigner. Section 22 prohibits them
Steve,
to be. No, Ramu Puti South Malad. South Africa. And Steve, the Sadumala to Bali Berekisaka information alone, I never apply.
I qualify. I got no met them how Maramedo how 6 months because at a moko port of entry, but Mutis or Kiluira come to South Africa, you have a business of pleasure now. And I, if you are no apply, when you come put or compo hats and I over the Torena, and I invest. Why what? So, a risk I difficult Rasha Steve, not some yaga, you say.
My sister, where do you come from?
Malawi.
Malawi. Okay, we're from Malawi. Utoreki sama strateng. No, Luna Airport. Paka sis.
Steve Wayaga.
Show me your picture, Steve.
Pause. I just talk about it. You dream it. I lived it. The thing is this. You're not on the intellectual plane. You understand what I'm saying? You haven't got a ticket to the flight. You're at the boarding gate.
Just a little humor from Nota. Sometimes you gotta, break these things up a bit, make you guys laugh a little bit, because I know it's very intense videos and I'm always talking about serious things, but every now and again, that's a little commercial break. Bring some laughter back. But let's continue.
I've never seen a woman make a broke man rich, but I've seen plenty of men make broke women rich. Do you think that we have a problem in society? We definitely do. We got many of them. But why is it that, a woman will never stay with a broke man, but a broke man has no problem, providing and building up a broke woman? Because the thing is nowadays, most broke women don't even think they're broke. They just think that they're dating the wrong man. But then they'll look at a guy who's working fucking 60 hours a week at a job that doesn't really pay that much, but he's doing his fucking best, and she'll look at him and be like, that's broke boy energy. No, that's hubby energy, actually. That's fucking husband material, actually. I feel like as women, we have such a strong desire to be taken care of that we forget that men are human beings.
She's saying she must study.
To go for drones.
100%.
Go for drones.
So you are even in the right track when if you've got metric and security, drones is the way drones. To go. But it depends how much you've got, because drones to get the one that my son is
educated. How about this? We are uneducated in our own countries. We are not a nuisance in someone else's country. We are cleaning our cities. We have a problem of illegal immigration in our country, and the government is not doing anything. And there's Madlanga Commission that is going on, that is with regards to the corruptions right now as we speak. And some high officials, people have been arrested already. And you know what? Whatever you guys are saying, we are, the people of South Africa, the people shall govern. This is how we knew it. This is how we're going to do it. If the police or any officials or any government that is not going to help us, we're going to take control. And there's nothing you'll do about it. And we are not a nuisance in someone else's country. We are poor, uneducated, whatever you call us, animals or whatever. We are in our country. And we welcome all people that have rare skills, people that are going to bring value into South Africa. Not each and every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's going to be roaming around in our street in Johannesburg. Our kids are being sold powder. We've seen this. So whatever that you call us, we don't care. And we're going to do whatever that fit us in South Africa to do it as concerned citizens. So I don't give a shit whether you're in UK, your country, it's your country, or in America, or Ghana, or Nigeria. That's your own issue. It's your country. But if you come to South Africa and you come and create jobs and you come with relevant skills and you come in legally, we don't have a problem with you. You get my point? So please, we don't give a shit whatever that you are saying because of we've had it. We've had it.
Are you done? Can you
That's
answer
plain simple. We've had it. We're not a nuisance in someone else's country. And whatever you sanction us, sanction our company, we don't care.
Can you answer some questions, please? Because it's like you're repeating yourself. Are you open to answer some questions, please? Hello?
Can I ask the first question, please?
All right, go ahead. Please, just be straightforward with the question.
Yeah. First of all, good evening, bro. You know, we're all respecting each other here. So my question to you is: so, are you trying to say there are no South Africans committing crimes on other countries?
Bruh, after all that, listen to how stupid the follow-up question is. So for him, if one South African is committing a crime in other people's countries, then it's equivalent to the millions of Nigerians that are committing crimes in South Africa. You see how stupid these people are? They can't reason. They're like, oh, so you mean to tell me there's no South African committing a crime? Nobody said that's not the argument that is being made here. This Nigerian is literally trying to justify criminality. He says as long as one of your people is committing a crime in another person's country, then it's okay for Nigerians to commit crime in South Africa and we shouldn't complain about it. What? Like, it literally just defeats you, bro, because they don't get it. They're not competent enough. They don't have a high enough IQ to have a debate with. They don't debate in good faith. It's not even that they can't debate in good faith. They don't. It's that they can't. They're not intelligent enough to debate in good faith. They deliberately misunderstand your point and argue something that you did not present, or rebut something you didn't present as your argument. It's just room temperature IQ. They can't reason. This is why you can't actually have a debate with a Nigerian. They cannot reason. They can't offer a rebuttal to your argument. They offer a rebuttal to something else that's totally irrelevant. So it's like, oh, so now you're saying South Africans don't commit crime. That's not the argument. If South Africans are committing crimes in other people's countries, then those people are more than entitled to kicking South Africans out. But you don't see anybody kicking South Africans out because we don't commit crimes like that in people's countries. I'm sure one or two, yes, there are. But it's not to the extent that people are saying we want you guys out of our country. You can't compare the two. South Africans are going to do what is best for them in their own country. If you have a problem with South Africans committing crime in your country, you're welcome to kick them out. We don't have a problem with you kicking them out of your country. But in typical Nigerian fashion, he wants to sit there and justify criminality and say we should all commit crimes in other people's countries. It's a free-for-all. Everybody commits crime, so it's okay. How can you be on the side of criminality? How can you be making an argument to justify? We're trying to end crime in the world. You are here saying crime is okay because everybody does it.
Do you know the crazy thing about this clan? He's probably not in Nigeria, but in the name of patriotism, he is here displaying his blind loyalty. Firstly, if a country or a group of people or even an individual cannot take constructive criticism, that individual, that country, that person, that group is not ready to grow. Okay? Now, this is headline from Vanguard, Nigerian newspaper, all right? 62 Nigerians were among the foreign nationals that were arrested in Uganda. And I made that video. I stated it clear. Nigerians are not the only foreign nationals that were arrested. Other foreign nationals were also arrested by the Ugandan authorities. But since you are desperate to showcase your stupidity, you are welcome. Okay? At the end of the day, I need you to understand this. Nigeria needs fixing. It's funny that you guys that are outside Nigeria enjoying the privilege of good governance are the ones defending Nigeria, even when Nigeria is desperately in need of fixing. May God help you.
The president and the Nigerian government sent a very loud message through reciprocity. South Africa, they are feeling it. Not be cho, they are feeling it. And countries like our West African brothers, they are just like this, watching and saying, eh? Today, the government of President Tinubu placed a ban on poultry products and other food items. They cannot be imported from outside West Africa communities. I'll tell you what it means.
I've never seen imbeciles like Nigerians. Let me laugh so well, and I'll explain to you people. I've never seen imbeciles. What do you expect from someone that puts on dark shades in a room? Did this one say he's a journalist? A school dropout or a journalist? You know, the Nigerian system is so porous that you will see someone that never completed school, that dropped out of school. Somehow he goes to buy certificates and begins to claim journalists. I'm a journalist. Retarded, ugly, dumb bastard. Now, let me relate to this. First of all, it is a great shame that Nigerians tend to import food products from South Africa. It's a great shame. Is it food or poultry products? It's a great shame on our path. That's number one. Then number two is South Africans are paid. He said South Africans are paid. South Africans. Are these ones significant? Nigerians think they can make South Africans feel the pain. Listen, instead of coming out to tell us that you are the one feeling so much pain based on what South Africans are doing to Nigerians in South Africa, and you're coming to tell us no imbecility. Like, Nigerians are so much of imbeciles. You're the one to tell us who feels pain. You're the one to tell me when I feel pain. Whereas you clearly opened your mouth and all we could see is pain. Maybe chow. That's why I told you people, they can't speak English and complete English. They would always settle for PG. Why? Because they're school dropouts. Ugly and dumb, as usual. South Africans, let me tell you, there is a particular saying that goes this way. A market does not recognize the absence of one person. The market does not feel it. It does not recognize the absence of one person. South Africans are exporting. They are exporting to so many people. It's actually Nigerians that are losing out. You move away ShopRite, we're losing out. You move away DSTV, no more passports. You move away MTN. It is only MTN that can actually do better than all these Glo, Airtel, blah, blah, blah. It's only MTN. Majority of people have MTN. That is South Africa. So which one? Tell me any mall that is better than ShopRite in Nigeria. Yet ShopRite is not even the main mall in South Africa. That is the mall where, you know, if you're broke at a particular point in time, you can go to ShopRite. That is the mall we all celebrate in Nigeria. The ShopRite. If you ever, in any stereo, I remember that if ShopRite comes, the particular time he came to a particular state, people there wore their Christmas clothing just to witness and take pictures. Then you will now see Oloshos were everywhere. They'll just come around and stay at a place and you think they came to buy something. They are waiting for a dick to ride. They're waiting for a dick to ride that will buy them things. Hungry people, hungry, low, primordial people, imbeciles, prostitutes. You people are disgraceful, useless people. Your lives don't matter. South Africans will feel pain. South Africans don't even know what you're talking about. Like, what the heck are you talking about, you Farf? What the heck are you talking about, retard? What the heck are you talking about? We don't understand what you're talking about, you retard. You're just retarded. You're seeking to be recognized when you're totally insignificant. South Africans are there increasing the way they beat up, burn down everything that belongs to Nigeria. And you're talking about reciprocity. Who cares? Who cares? Now the third point is, guys, he's actually talking about the government of Tinubu, the government of imbecility. This is a society that their governments had retrogressed them, had victimized them so much. And you're trying to praise such government because you want to sound like you defeated South Africans. The government of Tinubu. Oh, no. Tinubu will still continue in 2027. No, P2B, I love P2B, but please go and rest. Let these Nigerians suffer some more. Let me it. Go some more. Let them suffer some more, please. Please, P2B, please, just allow this. Let them suffer for more 4 years. A lot of them, because the truth is that a lot of them, criminality will continue. A lot of them will lose their lives. A lot of them will resort to criminality and lose their lives. And even unalive a number of people. Their ladies will be sexually abused normally. So Tinubu, continue, please. Since they are hailing you on grounds that you made a very confident decisions that Nigerians like, oh, Tinubu for 2027. Tinubu brought out a policy that went against South Africa, and South Africans are crying. South Africans don't even know you people exist. South Africans, burn down their base, please. Burn it.
That's right, yeah. Please tell me, where did you find these 140 race laws? Are they in the room with you now? Did you find this on an AfriForum post? Because I went and looked, and what I did find was about 10 race laws, give or take. But I found another thing. Roughly 300 race laws that prohibited you from doing all sorts of shit during apartheid days. There's no race law now that is doing the same as the race laws did in apartheid days. That's the weirdest thing. Like, as a white man, you don't have a dom pass. You can just be and buy land and do your thing.
Fellow South Africans, it is clear that whenever... Yeah, guys, look. Any white person in South Africa that thinks that their experience right now is comparable to apartheid South Africa is mentally ill, because the economy is still controlled very much by white South Africans, and that was always the deal, even during the negotiations of the transition, that the economy would remain in the hands of white people, the land would remain in the hands of white people, and effectively, that's pretty much all you really need to build an economy that can help your people to survive. So to say that these 140 whatever race-based laws, which is not even race-based, it's a lie that these are race-based laws. These are laws that try to empower people that were previously disadvantaged because of apartheid. Remember, our constitution does not mention apartheid. Apartheid is something that our constitution tried to sweep under the rug as if it didn't happen, so that we wouldn't have any grounds to seek reparations or to claim what's the word anyway, to seek reparations or seek restitution. That's the word I wanted, to seek restitution, right? So in not mentioning it, you pretend that apartheid didn't exist or that it wasn't as serious as it was, and displacing people from their homes and taking land from them and essentially excluding them from the economy forever. That's why we're still fighting today, because the purpose of apartheid and colonialism was to exclude black people from the economy forever. Forever. So to try to make a comparison or parallel, white people are living far above the poverty line in South Africa in comparison to black and colored people. So it can't be taken seriously. It's actually very disingenuous to the people, the white people who are actually affected by poverty and who've suffered under the system because they're being overlooked, since they themselves were not really beneficiaries of apartheid. So there are genuine cases where there are white people who are living below the poverty line. It's very rare, though, in comparison to black people. And yes, those issues do need to be addressed, but you're not going to be taken seriously when you say that the country has 100 and whatever race-based laws. It's a lie. You guys can go check out these laws yourself and read them. They're online. They're available. You can read them for yourself, and you tell me what you think. You think these are race-based laws? So how exactly are we supposed to give compensation to people that suffered 400 years of colonialism? After the Second Anglo-Boer War, Afrikaners were heavily financed and given land to allow them to rebuild themselves up economically, including given the economic advantage of apartheid, which was to help solve the poor white Afrikaner problem. So why aren't the same things instituted to solve the poor black South African problem? Instead, we are villainized and called xenophobic and called reverse racist and called genocidal, all types of horrible things, when we haven't even had a proper taste of our freedom yet. And the ANC is a puppet government. They're carrying out the instructions of their globalist masters. They're not serving the black population, they serve their own masters, they serve their own agendas. That's why they ignore what black people are asking them to do.
There is misinformation about us and our history. It is our responsibility to correct it, because for some reason, these people think that we do not know our history. For some reason, they think because they have it in their heads that South Africans are uneducated. And yet, as I have shown evidence before, that South Africa is actually leading in literacy, education system, and the best tertiary institutions on the continent. But the person that I want to talk to is the Foreign Minister of Ghana, Mr. Ablakwa. I apologize if I butchered your name. Sir, you lied to the people of Ghana, and it's becoming evident that some West African countries, you guys are liars. You thrive on propaganda. You thrive on victimization, playing the victim whenever you are exposed, because you don't want the world to see your true colors. Sir, you lied about two things. The first thing that you lied about was the gentleman that was approached by South Africans, and then he was asked to go home and fix his country. What was wrong with that? The reason why you are jumping up and down, because you are trying to blindside the people of Ghana because of your failures as government, hence your people coming to South Africa. And you know what your people are actually good at, in as much as South Africans love Ghanaians, they're very good at corruption, especially when it comes to paper trail. Very corrupt, your people. But no. You don't want the world to know that, but we are going to expose it. Why? Because we live with Ghanaians. Ghanaians are quiet. They represent Ghana very, very well. There are those that are naughty, but they are a drop in the ocean, because the majority of Ghanaians in South Africa, they run businesses, honest businesses. They don't sell white powder. They don't swear or disrespect South Africans and things of that nature. However, you do have those like that gentleman that was approached by South Africans, and you did see his papers. And now you're lying to the people of Ghana by saying, oh no, he was legally in South Africa. No, sir. He was not legally in South Africa. And secondly, he's running a business as a person with a visitor's visa that expired a long time ago. And hence he had to go and make corruption on the current one. Hence you are running around and say, oh, he was legally in South Africa. We got it on good faith. You are lying, sir. And you need to be called out for lying. You are a liar. I know Ronald Lamola is not going to tell you that you're a liar because you guys have diplomatic relationships. I am an ordinary South African, and I'm going to tell you straight on your face, sir, you are a liar. The second thing, okay, before we move to the second lie that you told, in South Africa, to run a business, you need to follow our immigration laws. And yet, this very same so-called legally in South Africa, he's running illegal business in South Africa without following our immigration laws. That's another thing you told lies about to the people of Ghana. The second lie that you told about us, our history, how Ghana used to help South Africans. Hey, all these South Africans. Sir, are you a Christian? I don't think you are, sir. Even if you do climb on mountaintop and say, I'm a Christian, you're not. You are a liar. You are the worshiper of the devil, the liar. Because, sir, in South Africa, we know our history. We know who helped us. Kwame Nkrumah was a Pan-Africanist, and it ended there. You helping us during the days of apartheid, show us evidence. Show us evidence, sir. Put it on the table. Show us that this is what Ghana did, and this is what Ghana did, and this is what Ghana did in evidence. Substance, something we can touch, something we can see, something we can smell, that the people of Ghana helped the people of South Africa during the days of apartheid. Secondly, in that lie that you tell, sir, ordinary South Africans have nothing. We have nothing. You need to learn our history, Mr. Ablakwa. Learn about South Africans, who we are. We are people of resistance, and we've won every war that was sent towards our direction. Alone, we were never enslaved, and we never sold even one slave to the transatlantic slave trade like you guys did. Oh no, that's the history you don't want to talk about. You You sold your own people. We know your history. Because in South Africa, our schools, we do 3 types of history: South African history, African history, as well as global history. And we learned about the transatlantic slave trade. The reason why you have those dungeons there in Ghana is because your forefathers provided land for the transatlantic slave traders. You guys went into the villages and brought your people to be sold. Yeah, evidence is in Ghana. See, I'm providing evidence. Where is your evidence of helping us South Africans? And thirdly, the people that you are talking about, that, oh, South Africa, it invests in Ghana. Listen, these are the white people who own these companies. You see the stuff that you guys throw in our faces? They are the ones that are running businesses in your country. They are the ones. And secondly, and the people now that are selling us off to you are the politicians that have shares with the white people's companies in your country. Where are ordinary South Africans? No, please, sir, please do me a big favor. You have all the resources as the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Ghana. Go down, climb down from your high horse and go down to the ground and find me South Africans that are running informal businesses in Ghana, that are committing crimes in Ghana. Those that are disrespecting Ghana and its laws and its people. Please do that. You know why you're not going to do it? Because you know very well you're not going to find us there. You know you're not going to find us there. So why is it okay for your people to come here and disrespect our laws? All that South Africans are asking for is that, listen, you are welcome here in South Africa when you are legally here, so that we know who you are, what you're doing here. And if you committed a crime, we know where to get you. Which also includes using international law authorities like Interpol. So that you can come back and then you are held accountable. Why are you such a liar, sir? Why are you worshiping the devil? Why are you making the devil happy, Mr. Oblakwa? You are a liar. A liar, sir. And the third thing that I want to also highlight here is your hypocrisy. You right now are dealing with Nigerians in Ghana. The people of Ghana are on the streets demanding for Nigerians to be returned home, to go home and fix their country. Why is it okay for Ghana to do that, but it's not okay for us to do that? Do you see, sir, that you are the devil worshipper? Yeah, we know. Devil worshippers come in all sorts of sizes. They come wearing suits, and politicians as well. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. We South Africans know our history. You guys need to get it through your thick skulls. We know our history. And on top of that, we know your history as well. You sold human beings to be enslaved in another land by different kind of people. That's evil. But we're not bringing that to your attention. We don't disrespect you with your history. We've been quiet, but you'll find it very easy to come and climb on top of our head and unzip your pants and pee on top of our head. We're not going to allow that. This is our country. We don't give a rat's tail what agreements you had with Ronald Lamola. We are not owned by Ronald Lamola. We are not owned by the ANC. If you want whatever it is that you gave to the ANC, go to the Lutuli house and demand for that. Otherwise, as South Africans, we will collect what you tell us how much we owe you. Tell us how much we owe you so we can pay it back. But you need to produce receipts, sir. Please produce receipts. So it's sickening what you guys are doing. It's sickening because it's evil. You all are evil people. And I'm not talking about the ordinary Ghanaians here. I'm talking about your leaders. Ordinary Ghanaians and ordinary South Africans, they're like this. Brothers and sisters love each other. And then the governments, they come, they want to divide us. Ghanaians don't allow that. And the fooled ones, talk to them. Because tomorrow, you and I, as united as we are, we will change Africa. We will lead Africa. But we need to do it with the truth. That man was not traumatized. That man was not beaten. That man was not assaulted. That man was spoken to. And you saw his papers. How do you go to Ghana to go fix your papers and return in one day? The flight from South Africa to Ghana is up almost 9 hours. And in that, if you leave South Africa at 8 in the morning, you'll probably arrive in Ghana at 5 p.m. Which embassy in Ghana that is opened at 5? So that means he has to sleep over and then wake up and go. Probably he doesn't come from Accra. Maybe he comes from Kumasi or he comes from elsewhere. And then he has to take transport to Accra. And then go back, pack his bags, and then go back to Accra to the airport. Excuse me. Then fly 8 to 9 hours back to South Africa. But he did that in one day. 10th of April, 10th of April. 10th of April exiting South Africa to Ghana. 10th April exiting Ghana to South Africa. Are you okay? You see, you're a liar, sir. You are a liar. You are a liar. I hope you will find it in your heart to look yourself in the mirror, kneel down and beg for forgiveness from God. Come back to your people and tell them the truth. And we're waiting for those receipts. While you are busy collecting the receipts, take a trip to the dungeons and see what your forefathers did to your own people.
Into ekushayo nje indlela enye into yabo kodwa emacingwane sengikhuluma nawe ke wena amacingwane unobuhlakani engazi ukuthi ngingakuchaza kanjani unobuholi nobuhlakani into ekushayo nje indlela obeya ngayo mina ngisachaza ngithi nami ngichaza umbono wami macingwane ongawuphikisa nawo kodwa kamanje uzwe yabo umagcine siphela manje angikho igroup into yokuchaza angikho igroup into yokuchaza ngenzela ukuthi ungaze uthethe kakhulu kodwa engikushoyo ukuthi abantu ababesakuzwa ngoba uvela uthethe yabo kanti amaphuzo araise ngendlela abaleke ngayo ngiyafisa ukuthi angathola indlela yokuraiseya ngendlela musokufuna ungithethe yabona ngifuna ungithethise mana ke ngizwe ukuthi ngithini ngithi no ungathambi ngithi mina fanele ushintshe khona izinto ongathi mengekho serious kakhulu uyabo ungathethi ungathetha mangekho serious kakhulu uyimemezele kodwa macingwane cha khona into ayiraise emayelana nosiko ebalekile yagcina ingazwakalanga khona wagcina engazi ukuthi ukulwa amagezi nabantu abakhulumela usiko. Leyo is a very important conversation macingwane efanele libe khona but ayingasound engazi ukuthi wena homophobic angazomyangizwa yini kodwa lento awuyikhuluma ngisasho namanje i-conversation ebalekile ekumele ibe khona eSouth Africa and afanele sibalele lezi zinto ayishoyo khona into eziningi oyishoyo la ezibalekile macingwane ngifisa ngathi mase uzoyiraise lezi zinto ezibalekile ungathethi khona nabangakuzwa bezokuzwa ngoba you are an important voice emphakathini kodwa mengathethi in our society ingathuki futhi inhlamba siyabonga kakhulu ngenza kwethu as a president of the
So there's a guy that came on here and shared a very interesting video about how he feels the middle class have battles to fight if they feel that the people fighting against illegal immigration are fighting a useless fight. And if we look at what's happening, the majority of that are people from the lower class. And he pointed at the middle class. The middle class have a battle to fight. He suggested fighting against white foreigners. We have a whole city sinking full of people that are capable of fighting what is going on in there. Too laid back. And I'd like to use this message to amplify what he was saying. One, we don't fight about what's happening with food. There's a whole lot of shigas happening with food. Prices are going up, they don't come back down. We hear stories about, this is happening. They go up, they don't come back down. Story for another day. Then we have the upper class. The upper class, this responsibility that they have in this fight is fighting against white monopoly. Things that exist right now, systems like BEE, need to be revised and made even stronger to make sure that we have a hold in this fight. Everyone has a role to play. If you feel like you don't have a place to go to or a place to stand and fight against, you are a problem.
It is so unfortunate that we're waiting on the president of Nigeria to do the job that our celebrities can do. The Nigerian celebrities. You people are the most useless sets of people I've ever seen. But I'm really not disappointed in you people because I do not expect you people to do anything rational. I mean, are you people not Nigerians like any other Nigerian out there who are irresponsible and don't know their duty? When life had presented you with a privilege, it's not for you to take things for yourself, but for you to contribute immensely to the development of your society. To the development of your society. There is this particular Ghanaian woman that I love so much. She would always call me the Nigerian president. And the truth is that the Nigerian president has little effect in fixing Nigeria as a people. So I don't even fancy being a Nigerian president. They have little effect in fixing Nigerians as a people. And let me tell you something, no matter the policies you establish, no matter how well you make Nigeria to function, as long as you have not fixed Nigerians here, as long as you've not fixed them here, all those things you had established would be a waste. If you like, provide state police, provide this one police. I mean, no disrespect to P2B. P2B was one time the governor of Anambra State, right? He became the governor for complete 8 years. Let's just assume that things were really good whilst in Anambra, right? But the moment he went down as the governor, how is Anambra today? The next governor that went into that seat started plundering. Why? Now it tells you that the Nigerian government has no effect. They have little duties to do in fixing Nigeria. They have nothing. Their actions has no effect, except they also include the abilities of celebrities. The abilities, sort like they are celebrities, right? Except they include the ability of sensitization. Sorry, sensitization. That's what I wanted to say. You can't change Nigeria by establishing policies that will that will develop Nigeria and all those things. Nigerians will be the one destroying Nigeria. Nigerians as a people, they'll be the one destroying Nigeria. I'm telling you the truth. How do I prove it? Are Nigerians not in societies that have working systems? Are Nigerians not in the US? Are Nigerians not in the UK? Are Nigerians not in Dubai? Are Nigerians not in South Africa? South Africa is where education is free, healthcare systems are free, everything is working, 24-hour supply, light supply, right? Ghana, light everywhere. But how do Nigerians respond to these things, to these working systems? They use those working systems to do what? To plot evil, to run more evil, right? Those are Nigerians. To tell you the truth, that even if P2B becomes the president of Nigeria, it changes nothing. It changes nothing. I'm telling you the truth. P2B would do his best. He would set up things, working systems, but it would not fix Nigerians. Our worst case scenario, after P2B is done being the president of Nigeria, Nigeria will go back to what it used to be and worse. You don't get it. If you want to fix a society, you start with fixing the minds of people. That was why when Barabbas came to Christ and told him, through Judas Iscariot, and a lot of you don't know the story, but you've got to read history. You've got to become voracious readers. That's why Barabbas met Christ and told him, listen, we know what you're capable of doing. Your throne awaits you. Come and deliver us from the hands of these Romans. With your power, with what we've seen that you can do, you are indeed the King of the Jews. Jesus Christ said, I did not come to lead, I came to teach. And that is exactly what Ace has come to do. That's why I am pursuing a career in being a celebrity, just because of the influence. Now let me paint a picture. Imagine if Jim Ike, as a celebrity, is doing what I'm doing right now, do you know how many Nigerians would have been changed? Imagine if Jim Ike could take to the media and tell Nigerians how what they have been suffering from in all these years are owed to a particular mentality that they've imbibed. I enter buses, I talk about these things, and I realize that Nigerians really are ignorant of how the actions had culminated to the effect that had, festered, had inhibited the society from developing. And once you bring it closer to them and they're like, oh my God, I never thought of this. And that's when I begin to pity them in most cases. Because the impression is that they are doing right and it is their government that's making things really hard for them without knowing that it is their reactions. It is what they had made, their value system that had crippled the society. Where they value money, the society is crippled.
Here's another part that people seem to be missing here. Southern Africans have a different social structure compared to the north and west of Africa, where people were sold into slavery by their own neighbors. So they have unresolved issues where the moment they got independence, they started civil wars because those tribes have never met a common ground amongst each other, as we did here in Southern Africa, because we did fight as well. So you cannot expect those issues to be resolved in an instant. Look, the moment in West Africa an economy starts growing, it benefits a certain tribe. That triggers another civil wars again because tribally they do not get along. So people can never be allowed to set territory in our own land where they cannot find tribal peace in their own land to be setting territory here. Southern African social structure evolves around the concept of sharing. We call it Ubuntu. With that being said, though, we cannot share with people who are not willing to share amongst each other back at home. We cannot let them set territory here. Similar way we let the Dutch and the English fight for South Africa, and now they run the economy. We cannot let more people set up territory and break our social structures here. This has nothing to do with their color. It has to do with the habits that come with setting up territory. We've seen their territories. They don't look nice. So we cannot allow them to set territory here where we are trying. We live here with all different tribes in South Africa. We have vendors, everyone. We get along. We share everything amongst each other. And we are still fighting for the Europeans to understand that concept that we need to share and live in peace in this country and not have certain people benefit.
This is what I see. Guys, this is sewage. This is sewage. Batho ba phela mo lentjena bona ntle guys ke sewage ntwena guys and a caliper all the time o tla ba bua ka mkhoma chabeng a le sekolo ka teng guys look hleng batho bana ba ntlo yena ba phela tswang ka ra sewage tje guys wo I'm coming but look, this is my friend's house. Just look at the sewage, guys. Really? Is it the South Africa that we voted for? Look. Guys, cannot be correct. It cannot be correct. Momuso NC Assembly. This is worse. Shabang. This has been like this, but for 3 months. Guys, how do you expect these people to live in a situation like this? This cannot be correct. This cannot be correct.
Bafethu ngifuna ukukhuluma ngamakwerekwere wala eMzansi namakwerekwere wase-States yithi la. Please don't let legama lobukwerekwere lihlabe, please. As umuntu ohleli e-States ngomthetho, even though lokha izinto zethu ziyaphela ziya-expire, so hlala vele ngobukwerekwere lobu. If you know, you know. Ijeni yakhona mfethu is gonna humble you, and you need to be humble because akusi country yami le. Kuyabona akusi country yami, ama resources wale country, I don't feel entitled to them. like owabo mfethu ngizele lapho kuzohustlisha mina, abide by the law, like nje ngiphushe ngithule silently. Bonke bayazi nabo ngale ndoda, uyaphusha uthulile, awuringa bhaya awuphaphi. Dala ama-tax mfethu, ama-tax wakhona asitholi ma-benefits from one, sithulile siyaherezwa, uyangithola. Sinabobhuti, sinabosisi, sinama-cousin, whatever you wanna call them, ababuya ngale emazweni amanye wala e-Afrika. Mebafika ngapha mfethu, like the entitlement is just disturbing. As a citizen yala e-South Africa, mina, I'm entitled to certain benefits. Mengale estate, I cannot go with the same mentality yoguti mfethu I deserve this, I deserve that. And mind you, mina niyasazi stories sami, mina ngihluphekile kada, and into engihluphekise kakhulu mawukuthi anginazi izinto eziproper ezokuthi ngikwazi ukumaneuver life kada. Ama-benefits wabo guys, owabo angeke ngiphikisane owabo. So the nerve of people coming here SA and demanding is absurd. Ignabantu la South Africa who feel entitled to the same benefits South Africans should have. So thina ama-South Africans siyotholani ke thina? Siyotholani? Yini esenza special ke? Yini esenza special? If abantu bazofika la country yethu bathatha ama-resources, bathathe whatever ebafuna ukuyithatha nje. Awa guys, it's upsetting. It's upsetting.
Sport Center monana ke feta ke bona edi ke ona ntate o ja monate o tlile monana ho tletse metsi bona ga taba ka metsi edi o tsaba ka koletse hodimo tse sa kene metsi wa pega monate le jeresi mona gona ga hatsetse re phela ka thata ho itjella tšhelete ha monate fela ho itjella monate ke bo edi ntate gona ga lapile re kgathetse ho tletse metsi edutse ba ka kole ya hodimo ntate kole e reng ha le ka ga yona wa mmona go kgotsofetse mare mona o tletse metsi ka ga tsela bona na tsela jwa sheba tsela jwa ntate ho ya kwanana o khutlo ho ya kwanana o shebe na tsela jwa sheba tsela na jwa ntate edi yana o ja monate ntate o kentse diaparo ntate ke batho ba khorang ba lang ha monate ha gona ntse ga lapa ke bo edi ntate ya tla nako ya go le nna ke tloeja ke tlo batla dipapa le nna ke batla ditomoso metoho dipanana gore ke kgone go tshwara lefatshe la South Africa ke bone motho wa teng a na le papa fela ba ja ntate wa ka edi o ja monate o gotse le katiba ya maria o ga se ka tsela ja monate dipapa re a tla le nna ke ata subtistel ke atla ke tlo e ja ntshene edi ya e jang Bloemfontein man edi o ja monate o ja nthongolong ha monate no ke tente ke ne ke atona edi o tswa ka teng o monate o ntsa mo mona molomo justice.
Guys, I can't believe I only found out about this now, but did you know that the Church of Scientology owns several big lavish properties in South Africa, which includes this massive castle in Midrand. It's called Castle Kyalami, and just look at the size of this thing. In fact, you can see it from kilometers away because it's positioned on the highest point in the area. And not only is this castle huge from the outside, but it's also extremely fancy on the inside. And when it was first sold to Scientologists back in 2008, they spent years preparing it to become the hub or headquarters of the religion for the entire African continent. And since 2019, it served as sort of a spiritual retreat for Scientologists where they can go for advanced training. And that's not all, guys, because the Church of Scientology also owns a big 10-story property in the middle of Port Elizabeth CBD called the United Building. And recently it had renovations reportedly valued at billions. And as you can see, this place is also very fancy. Remember, this is a worldwide wealthy religion. Now, while the Church of Scientology have a bit of a bad reputation for reasons we won't get into right now, they claim they are doing a lot of good humanitarian work in South Africa. Let me know what you guys think about this.
As South Africans, we do not recognize the Church of Scientology, and we were not consulted for them to buy land that should belong to the natives of this country who fought and died for the land is now just being sold all willy-nilly to foreigners. I'm sorry, that's not recognized. According to South Africans, according to the natives of the country, we do not recognize Scientologists. We do not recognize this purchase of land and this church of theirs that they've erected without the permission of the citizens. These secret deals that are being cut by our politicians are a result of pure corruption, and we do not acknowledge them. So just know, when we're in power, we're going to remove all of you. Each and every last one of you. You cannot function in our country. You can go function somewhere else. Go look for another destination somewhere else. Leave our country alone. South Africa is not for sale.
South Africans, the government has published a new draft law to amend the PI Act, which is the law dealing with illegal evictions and unlawful occupation of land. So, if Buzuguti, why can someone invade land overnight, stop paying rent, but refuse to leave your property, and hijack buildings in our cities while owners wait years for justice? Well, this bill is government's attempt to respond to those challenges. But does it go far enough? Well, let's unpack it. Hi guys, my name is Prince Ntombeni Omaduma, co-founder of South Africans for Constitutional Reform. This bill is meant to update the existing Prevention of Illegal Eviction from and Unlawful Occupation of Land Act, or PI Act in short. The original law was created to stop unlawful evictions, especially after apartheid, where people were removed from their homes without protection. But over time, the law started producing unintended consequences. Today, we are facing serious challenges: organized land invasions, syndicates selling illegal plots, hijacked buildings in our cities, and non-paying tenants refusing to vacate private property. Meanwhile, landlords lose income, property owners carry legal costs, municipalities avoid accountability, and court processes drag on for months or for years. That's the frustration many South Africans have. So this new bill is trying to fix some of these problems. It makes it a crime to organize or incite land invasions, with fines up to 2 million rand or imprisonment. The law allows courts, in some cases, to grant eviction without forcing the state to provide alternative accommodation. It requires municipalities and government departments to be part of eviction cases, and it tells courts to consider the scale and frequency of land invasions. So yes, this is a step forward. But here's the problem: it does not go far enough. There is still no fast response to stop land invasions when they start. There is no clear distinction between a non-paying tenant, a land invasion, and a hijacked building. Municipalities still face no real consequences for failing to act, and people can still occupy unsafe land, putting lives at risk. So while the bill improves the system, it does not fix it. As South Africans for Constitutional Reform, SACR, we believe the law must protect human dignity, but it must also protect lawful ownership and public safety. So this is what we are proposing. Number one, faster and time-bound eviction processes. Number two, clear legal categories for different types of occupation. Number three, immediate action against unsafe land occupation. And lastly, real accountability for municipalities. This bill is open for public comment right now, and your voice matters. So this is what you can do. You can either submit directly to the Department of Human Settlements or through us, South Africans for Constitutional Reform, SACR, using our Google form. If you are watching this video from TikTok, please click the link in my bio to find the Google form. If you are on Facebook or X, the link is in the caption. We are collecting a public input to build a strong unified submission, because this is not just about law. This is about fairness, safety, and the future of our communities. You have until the 1st of June to send us your inputs. Thank you for watching.
What we saw.
Yeah, guys, that's it for now. I'll be back. I'm gonna keep streaming today, man. I'm gonna see how many more videos I can make. Thank you for tuning in. Analyses of sorts. Until next time, thank you. Cheers, guys. Happy Baruch. So analyses of sorts. Back at it again. Let's get straight into it, man.
Mama! Bona ke la itse maplanka monate jwang dipidikopadi na dikoloi bo sponki ba tsamaya ka maoto ga ona ntho ba tla etsa tshwanetse ba emane machina mo le ka dikoloi tsane tsa machina tse nnyena tse ba palang ba go lelekise ka tsona ba eme ka thoko ga re tla bo sponki re feta fela ga ba no etsa nix bo sponki ga bana dikoloi di nkuwa ba utlwa di nkuwe.
So this kind of it looks like they're repossessing municipality cars, which is an embarrassment because why would that be happening unless they're behind on their payments? I can't imagine why these cars would be getting repossessed. This is from the traffic department in Machabeng, Valco. So a member of Khatfo Machabeng, that Esconyela, Skonki, he is there at the scene of the crime, providing commentary. He's hilarious, but obviously he's happy to see things like this, things falling apart, because it further emphasizes the point that the ANC is not fit to lead. They've run the municipality down into the ground. So if you're in the Machabeng area, stop voting for the ANC, EFF, and DA, please.
Abani ba kolota wa ukwa koloi di le gana mnati ga isha maplanka fla piko pa nne dikoloi ga ntse ba tla ena le ntho khubedi ka mogao ga ina yona ke no ikenya piko pa nne dikoloi isha iso e bontsha ena ntho khubedi isha iso koloi ka mogao wai bona e shebi gana mnati sponki ana koloi ana ntwa le gala bana dikoloi ka flight ga go botsa Machabeng ga bana dikoloi ba lo ga dikoloi tsa ma China tsa ntseng nyena tse fase ba ga le ke ka tsara go feta fela di ma tshento ke tsa motaka tsa ka di beti ga ukwa bye bye.
Nigerians, why do you people like to lie? You will start a war, and then when the war grows beyond your big head, when the war becomes bigger than you will not claim victims. Now, I want you guys to watch this video, watch this lady, what he said about what is happening to Nigerians in South Africa. And I will say something about this video. I'm so angry right now.
Nigerians in South Africa are being buyed like chicken. We are being buyed like chicken. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
The sick thing, the mentally ill thing about Nigerians is that they will record a video of themselves crying and lying that South Africans are being Nigerians are being unalived, even though their own ambassador of Nigeria in South Africa has said that there's been no deaths, there's no killings. But they'll make videos like this to lie to the Nigerians and feed the frenzy, feed the masses this lie, to further validate their delusion, to further validate their agenda, and basically radicalize Nigerians to continue this assault against Black South Africans, this attack on Black South Africans, to try to demean us, to reduce us, to ruin our reputation the way that Nigerians have ruined their own reputation. It's mentally ill. Nigerians are sick.
Sir, we are here in search of greener pasture. Yes, we are here in search of greener pasture. Just as some South Africans are in our own country, so are we in their country. It's no longer a case of where is your document. It's now a case of leave our country. Yes. If somebody asks you to leave their country, the best thing you're going to do for yourself is to leave. But then leave to where? Because our government has made it very difficult for some of us to cope in Nigeria. Our government is the reason why all these things are happening.
So can you listen to that lie from the pit of hell? that Nigerians are being unalive like chickens in South Africa. And you know, all these people that are carrying all this rumor, there are these Nigerian content creators that are looking for traffic on their page that are not even staying here in South Africa. South Africans have never in any time go about on the street hunting for people in the name of Nigerians to unalive them. How are they being killed? Because they are Nigerians. I just want everyone on my page to answer this question for me. There was one that they said died inside prisons. My people, please, how many people in this last year, in 2025/2026, have died in prison? Many people die in prison for one good reason or the other. There are a lot of gang battles that happen in prisons. There are a lot of things. Maybe this guy could have enemy before he went to prison, or maybe they silence him for something that they are afraid he's going to link to the authorities. They brought that story to me for me to run with it. I said, no, I will not. I want to wait for the authority to run their investigation. Now, the one that died during the Uber attack, whatever, that one, it was pure criminalities. Many South Africans die every day. In South Africa, no one carries that news. The one of the Uzo that was killed in a drug raid, that one, the case is still in court. It's still with the police. We can't speak on that one. Now, apart from that one, which other Nigerians have been crucified or even unalived because they are Nigerians? Why are we always in the habit of, driving false story to make this beautiful country look bad? Whereas we are the ones that are killing people in this country. We are the ones that are committing crime. Just few weeks ago, it was some set of Nigerians that were shooting on the street. Pow, pow, pow. Without any fear for the rule of law, without any fear for the authority, without any respect for the country and for people that stays in the country. Now, those people that were shooting, do they look like victims to you? You people should stop all this nonsense. This morning, I made a post of how the Zulus are complaining of foreign nationals disrespecting them, making a video saying that they can fight them. And I made a video, I set my camera to warn every foreign migrant not to dare disrespect the Zulus. The first 3 negative comments came from Nigeria. Now, it's to show that they are not in support of my peace. They are not in support of my plea for peace. They undermine every of my effort in educating foreign migrants on how to respect their host country. And then when something happens, when people follow their comment and then trace them, something happens to them, they will now come with a story that Nigerians have been unalive like chicken. They are not safe. In which country in the world don't we have Nigerians being killed every day? Tell me that country in the world. In the United States of America, every week they are sending their cops to Nigeria. In Asia, in all those Thailands, they are being unalive every minute because of what? Their crimes. Because of one thing or the other. And again, criminality also is another thing that is taking the life of people. In South Africa, many citizens here, they die every day. Malawians die, Congolese die, Zimbabweans die due to criminality. I have stayed in this country for 18 good years. I have worked with South African citizens. Not for once have I had a fight with any one of them. There are Nigerians that have stayed here for 50 years, 45 years with no scratch on their body. Go and ask them, how did they survive living in this place? They will tell you. And then you come here and start driving some propaganda and start driving some things. And even hear that now you people are paying foreign nationals like Ugandans and Mozambicans. You pay them to come and say something good about your country. Stop all this nonsense. Nigerians are not victims in South Africa. Nigerians are the killers. They are the drug dealers here. They are the fraudsters here. They are the gangsters here. The people who have even threatened my life, the people that I'm even watching my back against, are the ones. They are the Nigerians. They are the ones that gun themselves down. They kill themselves every day, but nobody talking about that. So please stop driving all this false rumor about South Africa. South Africans will never go out to hunt anyone just because they are Nigerians. It has not happened yet. It has never happened yet. Let us stop with all these lies. There are unaliving people in Nigeria. Boko Haram is killing people, especially in the north. You people are not running with the story because there is no mega church in the west, in Lagos, in Abuja, in Port Harcourt that has been touched. Let them touch one of your mega churches in Lagos, in Abuja. Let one GO or two GO, let them die with their congregation. You will see them come out and start protesting. But because those people from the north, their life worth nothing in Nigeria. Those churches, they are of no economic benefit to the country. That is why they ignore all the killings. Why don't you make content with all those killings that are happening in your country? You said Nigerians are dying like chicken here. How are they dying in Nigeria? Bloody cowards, bloody liars, lying generations. You continue to lie and cover all your nonsense. That is why evil will continue to happen to you people until you change, until you embrace the spirit, the mindset of accountability. If we don't respect our host countries, we will never have peace. Mutual respect is the only path to peace. I will always teach that.
In South Africa, we are told that our democracy is for the people. But have you looked at the government gazette this week? Between now and June, there's close to 10 policies that need you, maybe more, all requiring your input. And every single municipal budget open for comment. The critical nuance here is that this isn't a coincidence. It's a strategy. They are flooding the zone. They know you are tired and struggling. And you don't have time to read through a 100-page master rail plan or procurement regulations. By dropping everything at once, they ensure that you stay silent and they can say that you consented to their plans. This is the unroadworthy state trying to bypass your sovereignty. But we aren't staying silent. We will organize to flood their mailboxes with our collective objections and solutions. Share this or don't, but don't let them confuse your exhaustion for your consent.
Yes, course.
Clock it.
Who are you? Where are you from?
I'm from Ethiopia.
Ethiopia?
Yes.
Okay, so what are you doing here?
I'm staying here, but I'm going to South Africa.
You're going to South Africa?
Yes.
Okay, so who brought you here?
Someone let me to stay here.
Okay.
Yes.
How many are you?
Me, we are six. Six, yes.
Okay. Do you have papers to be here?
Papers?
Immigration papers.
Immigration papers? I have no immigration, another paper, but I am going to South Africa by bus.
You don't have?
Yes.
Passport? Do you have passport?
Passport? You have passport?
No passport.
No passport.
No passport. How old are you?
Me? I am 24 years old.
And your friends, what's the age range?
Me, 14.
Huh?
Me, for 15 years.
23.
Look, it's clear as day that there's an organized syndicate to bring people and flood refugees or foreigners into South Africa under the guise of refugee and asylum. Because these guys are coming from countries that are fully stable, fully functional, that have no wars, and yet South Africa keeps bringing them in. Why is the South African government forcing these migrants into the country by force, using asylum and then saying that they're legally in the country, they've got papers? It's bullshit. What is the actual agenda? Is this about a war? Are they trying to instigate a war against black South Africans here by using foreigners as their foot soldiers? That's what it seems like, because why would you flood the country with so many useless people that are not bringing rare or critical skills? And then using the asylum and refugee program as a disguise to perform an ethnic cleanse on the native population. That's what's going on here.
Abtiasa mona ke welcome batho ba shwang le mathata ke stomota sena abtiasa se tletse metsi se metswete ha o sheba mona abtiasa kole ya ha sa itekanela ha ino feta mona abtiasa ke welcome mo motsote ke thabong mo mara ke a rata batho ba teng a ke re bona ba boi a bana taba le ntse tseo tse ngata tseo bona na o tswa mo e tletse tsela o kgone ho feta motho a tswe ka hae a kgone ho kena ka hae wa bona na o jwa mo abtias o tletse kore ka mantswe a mang ha ona go wa kena kapo o etsa jwang ha ona chance ka nako eo ba ntse ba fa batho dituku ba fa batho ditjale ba fa batho tsena kaofela bona na ho jwang ba sport center mane ho jwa mna to jwa di-billion ka ditente tsa di-billion ka ntho ngwe ha ba tlofa ba bua ka di-billion le trillion le di-what loan le di-what loan.
Tadesco and Guy. I mean, dude, if you're a black South African, you have to be an activist. Because look what the municipality is making you live in. You don't have a choice. You must be vocal. You must be active. This thing of thinking that you can escape by living in the middle class or upper class, you're lying to yourself. These things affect everybody. Eventually, it will catch up to you. So stop lying to yourself and get involved with Khatfo Machabeng, get involved with civic groups, form your own civic groups, plan protests, take the government to court, do everything you can. We're still in the throes of our fight for our freedom in this country.
O kopela ka billion o tla re billion ke bona o e tseba o se ka be bona o itswela 1000 rand 1.5 ke ntho ke rena btiasa mona velko mo tate ke ja re tinya motho mano kena no tswa ke mathata fela btiasa wa e bona ke mara motho ba ntsa ga nna ke lo lata tjale ke lo lata ngwana ka to ntela tjale tlo go batsa ka ga metsi ena go bela ka tjale e be choponto go betsa ka yona mona ke velkom mona more welcome.
And that Desquaniela has the most villainous laugh. No, this laugh takes the cake, guys. Look how long he sustained that laugh. But basically, guys, stop lying to yourselves. You're getting all of these food parcels from ANC, and they're basically pacifying you with these giveaways. Instead of giving you proper services, they're giving you little blankets and bread. And you guys keep voting for them, which means you want to continue suffering. Stop voting for ANC, DA, EFF, MKP, all of them. Vote for Action SA, vote for Dudula, vote for countries that have given you an immigration plan.
I'm sorry to say this, but I have to say it, my brother. You understand? Wow. It's like this. When you have a situation, like this, this is a very painful situation. I can see. I came across the situation here in South Africa during apartheid era. But one I can tell you, my brother, for you to overthrow the government that is current right now, I'm sorry to say this, the blood have to be shed, brother. The government is not gonna be
absolutely.
Why are y'all so bloodthirsty? Let him finish.
For your government, please, the blood need to be shed before you gain what you want, because of you are fortunate for the generation to come. Because the current government that is ruling the country right now, it doesn't care. I know that pain, my brother. So for you to stand up and stand tall and straight and speak for yourself at the end of the day, you guys, we have to come together and chew down to the bone. Their blood need to be shed. I'm sorry about this. Disarm those people before you go into overthrow the government, because of the military, the police are the one the government is shielding with. So if you have that power when you unite,
let me talk next, okay? Thank you.
Thank you. We understand. So I'm asking you, my brother, don't be scared of this, because we are doing for the generation to come, your bloodline. Sacrifice is a key.
You know, when you make too much sense to Africans, you lose them. So here's the South African trying to advise a Cameroonian in terms of what needs to happen for their country to be liberated. These are people that claim that they fought for their own independence, and yet they are still entrapped. And when we're giving them advice and coaching them on how to overthrow and overcome their governments so that they, the people, can be in charge of policy, they look at us like we're crazy. They don't understand what it is to fight for their freedom. They're just used to being abused by their governments and then running away and being a nuisance in other people's countries while preaching Pan-Africanism because they're too cowardly to take charge of their own country. The biggest problem in Africa is cowardly African men, or African men are cowards. I should rather say that. African men have no balls, man. They're cowards. They don't fight for anything. They just run and seek greener pastures in countries that other men have built. In fact, Africans shouldn't be allowed to have passports. They should be forced to stay in their countries to fix them until they become developed. African men are a shame.
For the success. Thank you.
Listen, these are the type, you see, I've been saying here that I need some South Africans to be Cameroonians at this moment. Because if you see South Africans, they always fight their government. That's the only country in Africa that will fight their government. They are not scared. They will fight their government, they will fight their illegal immigration, they will fight everybody. I just like South Africa. But even though I have my issues with them, sometimes I need this type of energy in some African countries. Especially Cameroon. When he was
Does this African man sound like the type of man that can take on his government? Does he sound knowledgeable enough to you? Does he sound like he has a high enough IQ to challenge his government, to take his government to court, to organize a protest? Listen to how he's talking. What do you think? African men are imbeciles.
talking that we need to share blood, a Cameroonian just type there, come and share your own blood.
When major
That comment by that Cameroonian man should tell you everything. Instead of him fighting his government and shedding his own blood, he's saying, come and shed your own blood. But he wants to gain the benefits of people in countries who have shed their blood for freedoms. This is the problem with African. African men are the weakest men on planet Earth. They do not deserve respect. They have achieved nothing. They are not worthy of respect. They've achieved nothing in this world. No inventions, no advancements, nothing. They can't even build infrastructure in their own countries. Sorry excuse for men. Sorry excuses. This man said, come and shed your blood. Talking about his own country. He doesn't even see his country worthy of him sacrificing himself for the future. But he will go to another man's country and make demands of a country whose blood has been shed for those very benefits that he's crying for.
majority of Africans, especially Nigerians, were saying that what South Africans are doing is xenophobic. Why is it xenophobic? You leave your country, travel to another man's country, selling weed, selling cocaine, selling all kinds of drugs. You know, destroying the futures of those children in that country. And do you think South Africans are going to keep quiet like the way we Ghanaians we are? So, what myself as a Ghanaian I was expecting South Africans to do to illegal migrants, it never even reached my expectation. Because some of these Nigerian stupid behaviors are getting too much. But anyway, not wasting time, let's watch this video. See what Nigerians specifically are doing in South Africa.
Chief, come, let's talk. Let's talk, Chief. What is this? What is this way, Nanja? Krista, what's your name, my child? I can see that you are wearing a shirt. What is your name?
Byron.
Byron. So, Chief, why are you selling drugs? Tell me the truth. Don't lie to me, nah?
Let me say, I have nothing to do.
You have nothing to do?
Like, how to survive.
Okay, then why don't you survive at your own home, at your own country? Why are you coming here and decide to survive on drugs?
Actually, I'm planning to just kill him.
What brought you here, Chief?
Actually, I came here to visit and go like this. Then let me see, I'm stuck somehow.
You are stuck here?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, you came here to visit who?
One of my brothers. One of your brothers. So where do you live here?
I stay here.
Where?
Yeah.
In this building. Okay, pick these things up. SAPS! Take everything out. Out in your pocket, everything. Where do you get the drugs from?
I get it in the street.
Who? From who?
One other person. I don't know where he's staying.
Huh?
I don't know where he's staying.
You are lying.
I said I got it.
Let me tell you something.
I got my phone here.
You are lying.
You see, most of the people, you
Yeah.
can never know where they're staying, but you can call them.
Oh, what's his name, Chief? Switch on your phone. Byron, the drug dealer, bring here. John. Ozoma is the one that is supplying you drugs. Yeah? Ozoma. Who's your supplier?
I do get from that guy.
Who?
The person you just called.
Who? Ozoma. You get it from him. You're gonna show me where he stays, no? No? Let's tell her my drugs when I'm chanting.
Onova Mark Uchenna.
Onova?
Onova Mark Uchenna.
Uchenna. What do you do for a living?
I'm a businessman. I work in the tavern.
It's your tavern?
It's my brother's tavern.
You work there?
Yes.
Okay. Where now? Mpanja Nozara. Your name? Uh-huh. From where? Nigeria. What do you do here? You got a shop? Okay. Kancane. Oh, Joshua, from Nigeria. Oh, you're from Nigeria? Okay. You also have a business?
I work with where you sell Nigeria food stuff there.
You sell food?
Food stuff.
Food stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. Ngena wena?
My name is Basil Igwe.
Yeah.
I'm Nigerian. I trade.
Trade what?
I sell European clothes. Used clothes.
Or you buy and sell used clothes?
I buy in Dubai, I sell here in Spain.
Okay, 100%. Wena?
My name is Leonard Ogwan.
Yeah, and then? When's on?
I don't have anything to do.
You don't work. You don't make money. How do you pay for your life?
The place where we're staying, we don't pay for that.
Well, how do you eat? How do you wear clothes? Says Chief, you are wearing new mapasa here. Okay, no. Wena?
Mina ngumakosi ngiyansela. Ngihlala lana.
Uphema ku?
Angiphemi ngiyasebenza.
Usebenza kubani?
Ngisebenza e-Springs Rugby Club, le company le igatana ngigathi imoto Springs Rugby Club.
Rugby Club?
Yeah, ngisebenza ama-weekends kuphela makudlala ama-rugby.
Ngithi ufunani la?
Ngihlala la.
Uhlala la? Uphema kuphi?
Hayi mina ngiphema ngizana.
Awuphemi wena?
Ngiphema ngizana. Ngiyabona.
Okay, it's fine. Okay, gentlemen, let's go up. Chief, hold hands. These are your friends, your brothers. Gentlemen, you must walk like drug dealers and criminals and stuff like that. Don't walk like you are modeling. Inside. Okay. Asambe nunu. Asambe. Go. Yeah, as I said, say room enough. Alright, uzosise fletin like usibonisa izinto ukuthi zikuba. Okay, sister vula ke. Hi. Igama lakho bani sister? Bani? Quiet. Nompumelelo Nkosi. Igama lakho chakho. Bani?
Now you have seen it. You have seen the kind of things that Nigerians are doing in South Africa.
Just to provide a little more context, there's a show in South Africa called Sizokuthola, which basically busts drug dealers and traffickers, etc., etc. 90% of the people that get caught are Nigerians selling drugs to South African youth. Now tell me, is that not xenophobic? Or is that Pan-Africanism? Is that how you love your fellow African brothers and sisters? By destroying their youth to enrich yourself? These behaviors don't get criticized. Instead, it's called, oh, it's just crime. Everybody does crime. South Africans also do crime. That's the excuse that's made to justify destroying your fellow black man. But where they draw the line is when South Africans push back and say, stop killing us. That is going to be labeled xenophobic. And we're told we must stop what we're doing. But nobody tells Nigerians to stop selling drugs. They say they're just desperate. They're trying to survive. There's an entire show exposing these people. And guess what? Because Nigerians are being exposed on that show, they say it's a xenophobic show because it's targeting Nigerians. How are we targeting you? You are being exposed. It's a show exposing drug dealers, and 90% of the drug dealers are Nigerian. Take accountability. It's unbelievable how these people keep making excuses when every time they get caught red-handed. They're always at the scene of the crime. And instead of taking accountability and condemning the actions of their people, they say it's not everyone. Yo, guys, no, guys.
Same thing they are doing here in Ghana too. You are selling drugs in somebody's country, making noise on social media that you are helping them, supporting their economy by employing their people. You are selling phone charger on the streets for another man's country. Say you are supporting the person's economy. Without them, the economy cannot grow. Nigerians, you guys are very stupid. Most of you people are very stupid. These are some of the reasons why some of us, we are not in support of this borderless kind of thing, because of some of you people's behavior. Travel to somebody's country doing prostitution. Are you mad? Travel to another man's country, selling phone chargers, selling weed, selling cocaine, all kinds of drugs. Are you crazy? Then our leaders are preaching borderless. Africa unite. Unite for what? Make everybody stay in their household. South Africans are showing Ghanaians how to deal with Nigerians. But Ghanaians are here playing mumu things, say government. Your government not going to do anything, no. It's we the youth have to get up and start beating these people. Yeah.
I would like to use this opportunity to, congratulate every South Africans for a job well done. What you are doing, little by little, you are regaining your country back. This is not an easy battle. It has not been an easy one, but I would like to encourage you guys to continue to fight, continue to march until you win. Now, on my screen here now is this handsome South African guy that is now having a spaza shop. Now, this is for South Africans to come together and support your own. Now, this is part of your process in regaining your land back. Now, by taking over the business that is being run by foreign national, that is also part of the process of taking back your country. Please support local business. Support yourself. Now, who are the people that made foreign nationals to be so powerful in South Africa? It is South Africans. The drug dealers, who are the ones patronizing them? It is South Africans. The ones that are doing legit, the spaza shop owners, who are the ones patronizing them? It is South Africans. You made them to be very strong in your country. You made them to be very powerful in your country. I know people will insult me for this again and say, why is it talking like this? Oh, as if you are not a foreign national. Yes, I am a foreign national with conscience. So please, guys, the way you support foreign nationals in your country and make them great, the way you support pastors, foreign pastors in this country that make them to become so rich that they can buy your community building, support yourself, support South African business. So as many South Africans will begin to come out to open their spaza shop, to open their businesses, to open their restaurant, flood their restaurant like a virus. Support yourself, make yourself powerful in your country. This is your time. This is your land. This land belongs to you. The gold, the silver, everything in this land, the riches, the wealth does not belong to anyone, does not belong to any foreigner. It belongs to the locals. South Africans for South Africa. Support yourself. This pasta shop guy, please support him. Locate where he is. And anyone that wants to open a business, any South Africans, please give me the details of your business. I will post it on my page to drive traffic to your business. Thank you for everything you have done, your support. And I pray that together we will fight this battle until you win back your land. So continue to support yourself, continue to make South Africa and South Africans great. I am so proud of all of you. You are doing well. You are warriors. You are giants. Continue to take over the land that your forefathers fought for you.
Batho dumelang ke ngwanana wa anwa Mosotho a sa tlo tshoswang a buang ntho straight a se ipatliseng lesapo ka hara tapolo hobaneng o a tseba gore tapola ha ena masapo bana besong tloe manaka maobaneng ya hakatse manaka ditaba ke le tshwaretse tsona di le manaka di le jwalo 4000 ya ba tshwaruwa ka hare naha ya Zimbabwe maobane ba lokolotse nkutlile hantle Mosotho weso ke re 4000 ya ba tshwaruwa ka hare ho naha ya Zimbabwe maobane ba lokollotswe ha ba lokollwa hobaneng ho thwa ba qetile sekwebo sa bona kapo ho thwa ba itshwere hantle kapo ho thwa ba kula ba lokollotswe hobane mmuso wa Zimbabwe o re ditjhankane tsa Zimbabwe di tletsetswete mmuso wa Zimbabwe o lokollotse ba tshwaruwa ba 4000 mabapi le taba ya hore ditjhankane tsa bona di tletsetswete jwale Mosotho weso ke ne ke o tsebe gore 4000 eo e tla e lebile mona South Africa mona ngwaneso baneng maZimbabwe bona ba nahana go South Africa mona nanana ke magulong a matala jwale e tla e lebile mona e tla re ha e fitla mona 4000 e lo fitlela diplasing mane ba fihle ba gagatha bo rapolasi ba rona ba bolaya bo rapolasi le bo mapolasi ba rona ebe ho ntso thwa ma South Africa a bolaya bo rapolasi e le maZimbabwe gona re dutse ka makeisheneng ha re tsebe le ho tseba hore bo rapolasi ba rona ba ntse ba bolawa dipolasi se dinkwe ke maZimbabwe jwale ke ne ke re o tsebe wena Mosotho weso hore ha ntse re lla ho na le 4000 e tsileng e tlang re ntse re bokolla re lla ka bona ka baka la hore wena ha o batla etsa nix o thabela dithethefatsi di rekiswe o thabela hore dikgwebo di tshwarwe ke maBangladesh ba nanana ba beyang tjhelete ka di-suitcase ba dia moruo wa rona wa naha e re motho ha a tsamaya mona nana o tsamaya ka suitcase e tletseng tjhelete ha fitla kwana wa o tjhentjha tjhelete o e etsa ya naheng ya bona o ya naheng ya bona o lo sebedisa tjhelete eo mo a dutse 20 years mona a sa patale tax wena o ntse ya o la re tla reka kaya ke re lona le iketsa betere le re rekisetsa Stala.
Okay. She's saying a lot here about how Zimbabwe has released 4,000 prisoners, not because they finished their sentence or serving their time, but because they said that their prisons are full. Do you know how insane it is to just release criminals because you say you don't have capacity? Why didn't you plan to build more prisons then? Because those 4,000, because we've got borderlessness, those 4,000 criminals are going to come into South Africa to do what? To genocide South African natives. That's why they're being released. I don't know if South Africans understand what's going on here. The entire African continent is hell-bent on genociding and ethnically cleansing black South Africans and removing us off the planet. Because that's what the white master wants in South Africa. They want compliant slaves. And Africans are the perfect and most compliant slaves, not black South Africans. Black South Africans refuse to be slaves. The rest of the African continent is very happy to be under white rule. They pretend that they're not, but they love it. That's why they're fighting to be South Africans.
Ona na gore ntho ntse e etsa ke bohlale bona o ipolelletse o ga ke bohlale nna ha ke ya ke lo supporta le Bangladesh ke bohlale ke sa supporte motho a motho a ke jwale ne ke go o tsebe hore Chatunga mora Mugabe Chatanga kapo ke Chatunga Mugabe o hanetswe beili ka taba ya hore kante abuti ona o ntse le ka hare ho naha hana dipampiri. Abuti ona nana ha ntsa a le ditlapong mo a hlapa matsoho ka di-champagne a nwa dikonyeke ka dikhavela kante misteri hana dipampiri. Jwale ba mahanetse beili o mona tjhankane ebile nna ntse ke belaela ba sethunya ha se so tholo ntse ke belaela hore le yena ko mongwe ya ka bang o tlisitse mazimbabwe ka hare ho naha ena ya rona ka tsela e seng hantle. Hoba kuo o hlakile hore le yena ha e sale a le ka hare ho naha e ya rona ka tsela e seng hantle. Wena ha ona stress ha ona bothata o ntse re eng o ntse re eng. Ho bua wa thusa bana beso buang re tholeng thuso. Jwale bo rakgwebo tsena tse nyenyana maobane ba le ba kopana. Bo rakgwebo bana nana le bommakgwebo bana ba tshwereng dikgwebo tsena tse nyenyana ba ile ba kopana ba kopa mmuso hore re kopa le re thuse hore re ntshe ma-Bangladesh ana nana le ma-Ethiopia ana le ma-Nigeria ana nana le ma-Zimbabwe ana. Hobaneng bana ba di-tech shop le bana ba di-saloon le bana nana ba di-khurunte ha o qala fela wena hore o qala kgwebonyana ya hao o le letswalla la South Africa ba tla ka taxi ba tlo o tshosetsa hore kgwebo ya hao e ska tlo sitisa kgwebo tsa bona. Jwale wena Mosotho weso o bore rona motho o tla be sale o ile o re o lo reka borotho ha bo yo beke kaofela. Ke tshaba ho rekisetswa bane ke a tshosetswa ene wena nke go support matswantle. Wena o tsheetsa matswantle o eme le matswantle. Jwanong ne ke re o tsebe fela Mosotho weso hore ho bua wa thusa ebile ke ne ke re ha jwale re nkeng monyetla ona hore re feng dihlabeng local municipality malomo a teng. Re ba fe malomo a bona ka hobaneng baahi ba ile ba kopana le maponesa ba kopana le basebetsi bane ba di-immigrants ba sebetsang ka matswantle ba kopana ba etsa ngatana e nngwe ba kena ka hare ho makeishene ba ntsha ma-Bangladesh bana beso ba ntsha ma-Ethiopia ha o sena dipampiri tsa hore o be le kgwebo bane ba o ntsha ba ba ntshitse. Ha ke bua le wena haeba ha o tsebe dihlabeng local municipality ke bane ba Botjhabela ba Free State mahlakoreng ana bo di Rosendal bo di Forisberg bo di Clarence masaeteng ao ba ile ba etsa ba entse ntho ntle hampe ke ntho e ke reng re ba fe malomo a bona. Hoba nna ke le tjena ke le ngwana na Mosotho ke ikotla sefuba ka bona ba entse mosebetsi o motle eka di local municipalities tse ding di ka bona ntho e ntsweng ke dihlabeng municipality mona Freistata monana eka le ka bona re kopaneng re etseng ntho e ntsuweng ke dihlabeng local municipality re etse ntho e ntsuweng mane Tinizela bana ba so Tinizela ka hare ho lekeishene ha ona makula ha ona ma-Bangladesh ke bona ba itshwaretseng dishopo tsa bona Tinizela kwana. Jwale tsoa Mosotho weso tsoa nako e sa le teng.
Government must stop letting NGOs decide South Africa's energy future. Right now, a court case that could shape South Africa's future energy system is happening. Let's talk about it. Hello guys, my name is Prince Mtombeni Umaduma, founder of Africa for Nuclear. 3 organizations, Greenpeace Africa, Earth Life Africa, Southern African Faith Communities Environment Institute, SAFSEI, are trying to block a new nuclear power plant in Cape Town. What exactly is their argument? Well, they're asking the...
So imagine we have NGOs that are dictating policy, unelected international bodies that are stopping us from industrializing and improving our countries, stopping us from developing our countries, taking our government to court anytime we want to industrialize ourselves. What do you think these NGOs, what purpose do you think they're serving, if not to try to collapse South Africa? Unelected international bodies should not have that much influence. If they want to have influence in the country, open up a political party in South Africa, lobby for votes, and win elections. But they're playing a dirty game, and this door has been left open for NGOs deliberately because the plan was always for globalists to take control of every single country and enforce the New World Order upon people.
To cancel the environmental approval granted in 2017. Their case is that that project was approved using outdated information. 2, alternatives like renewables were not properly considered. 3, government did not prove the need for this specific plant. And lastly, the decision was legally flawed and irrational. In simple terms, the approval process was unlawful. Now tell me, is this real activism or an attempt to block or delay national infrastructure project through courts? That approval was granted in 2017. Had it gone ahead, South Africa could already have a nuclear power coming online. But instead, we got stage 6 to stage 8 of load shedding. Now, that's the real cost of this delay. While South Africa argues in court, the world is building. Right now, over 75 nuclear reactors are under construction globally, including projects in China, India, Russia, Turkey, and Egypt. So serious economies are not abandoning nuclear. They are expanding it. They are not listening to NGOs. This debate comes down to one thing and one thing only: reliability. Nuclear provides a baseload power, that electricity 24/7, and it runs over 90% of the time. Meanwhile, renewables, particularly wind and solar, often run below 30%. So you cannot industrialize a country with power that comes and goes. And we already know this. Our only nuclear power station in Cape Town, Quebec, has operated safely since 1986. It contributes over 23 billion to South Africa's GDP. It supports thousands of jobs and is critical for grid stability. Nuclear is one of the cleanest energy sources available. It produces no direct carbon emissions. United Nations-backed research shows nuclear has among the lowest life cycle emissions of any energy source, around 12 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. Now, let's deal with the biggest fear, nuclear waste, because this is where the debate is often misleading. Nuclear waste from power plants is contained, regulated, and monitored under international standards. South Africa is part of the International Atomic Energy Agency, IAEA, which means we follow global safety rules. Now, here's the reality. Nuclear has been in existence for many, many decades, and there's never been a major environmental disaster caused by civilian nuclear waste. What people fear is usually linked to weapons program, not modern nuclear energy. Now, here's the real question. If nuclear is clean, reliable, and used across the world, why are these NGOs trying to block it here? Are they protecting the environment or trying to decide South Africa's energy policy without a democratic mandate? And if these NGOs argue about cost and energy planning, where is proof that renewables alone could reliably power a country like South Africa? South Africa's energy transition is expected to cost around 1.5 trillion rand. But surprisingly, nuclear, which provides constant power, is where the strongest opposition appears. And this contradiction deserves scrutiny. And this is where we, as the public, should step in. Our energy policy cannot be decided only in courtrooms. South Africans have the right to be heard. And this is not about ideology. This is about whether South Africa chooses reliable power or permanent uncertainty. Because without reliable power, there is no economy. Let me hear your thoughts in the comments. Thank you for watching.
I was the first person ukuletha belungu kwamashu ukuzodlala irugby. Amasharks aqala ngqa ukuyodlala irugby kwamashu ngam.
Oyiki ground unamanga. Aliki ground le rugby.
Emagogo stadium ngokusendela nezithombe yini engayenza leyo nto.
Khamana ikhonye irugby stadium kwamashu.
Angithi lula lento basusa ama poles ebhola abafaka ama poles Yes, it was an official game yamasharks.
Shothi ngadlala nasemazulu baphithi rugby.
Yebo. Yes, it's the same size.
Same field.
Yes.
Why is it so hard for some Ghanaians to admit or to condemn what is happening right now in South Africa? Why is it so hard? Why is it so difficult for you to condemn what is happening right now in South Africa?
Because Ghanaians are intelligent people. Yes, Ghanaians are very intelligent people. And the situation is that it's not some Ghanaians, it's actually majority of Ghanaians. Majority of Ghanaians cannot condemn what is happening in South Africa. Majority of Ghanaians cannot condemn South Africans. You know why? Because Ghanaians actually know what it means to fix their society. That's why they resonate with South Africans. I've had, by the grace of God, a couple of lives, so I can.
It's actually madness for somebody to say Ghanaians need to condemn what's going on in South Africa when Ghanaians are doing the same thing. Not only now, even in the past, they kicked out Nigerians. They had a whole Nigeria must go campaign. But today they want to tell us about Pan-Africanism. It doesn't work like that. It cannot work like that. It cannot be that you guys are allowed to cleanse your society of unwanted foreigners, and then when other people do the same to you, all of a sudden it's a problem. Now you want to be Pan-Africanist and you want to force it down our throats. Meanwhile, you are also still kicking out foreigners in your own country. Hence why Ace says intelligent people don't think like this, and Ghanaians are intelligent people. So I don't know where this guy comes from talking this nonsense.
How Ghanaians feel about this. They don't have a problem. In fact, they are begging South Africans to be very quick in expelling even their own brothers. Because Ghanaians, you see, I always tell people that when you begin to advance yourself, when you begin to imbibe superior mentality, there are things you thought were evil that you begin to see it's not evil. For example, the capitalization of Westerners, you begin to understand that it's not. Don't worry. Some African societies are beginning to elevate themselves. Some African societies are beginning to develop. There is a point you will get to. You start seeing what a Westerner saw as to why he had to go to Africa to make use, to seek for their natural resources. Because here's something you don't know. You see, when a man is stagnant, if you're developing, there is a stage in your life that you begin to, when you're developing, in your process of development, there is this length you reach in your development. You begin to understand that you would have a futuristic problem with the person around you, with the people around you that are stagnant. So what you have to do is to move those people to become resourceful, because if you don't do it, these people would inhibit your process of development. That's why Westerners did what they are doing. How could you have resources that can move the globe and you're sitting on it? Ignorance is wickedness. You have resources like gold, you have resources like oil, and you're sitting on it. Even the universe will aid a Westerner to move that Westerner, to move you away, so that the Westerner can make use of those natural resources. Haven't you read the parable of the 10 talents? If you cannot maximize your potential, the Lord of the universe will raise men to throw you into prison and will take that talent, that resources that are given to you, and give to the other person, so that the world would be developed in its entirety. That is the way that the universe develops itself. The universe will raise men that can maximize or utilize the potential that you have refused to utilize.
Ace is 100% right. There is a level in your development that you reach where you begin to understand that Pan-Africanism is for losers. It's a nonsense philosophy for people that have failed to develop their own countries due to their own incompetence. So they want to drag everybody down along with them because of their inability to build on their own with their own people and their own communities. There's a level at which you begin to actually understand white people. White men begin to make sense when you are seeking development. And when you reach a certain level in your development and you realize these people here around me are dragging me down, and those people are Africans, you can't relate if you're not developed enough. You reach a level where you begin to understand why it's important to eliminate anything that is dragging you down. You must remove those barriers. And those barriers are people that come from third world countries, because they bring that mentality that caused their country to be a third world into your country. This is why our governments keep importing third world people to turn our countries into third world countries, to bring crises. That will make it easier for the New World Order to propose a solution where they'll centralize power and say we will eradicate illegal immigration because we will monitor what everybody's doing and where they are. Don't fall for it, guys. But anyway, I'm beginning, not even beginning, I've been understanding white men and whiteness more and more. The more we deal with ignorant Africans that don't want to work and build their own countries, the more I understand why white men dealt with black people the way that they have over the centuries. Whipping and beating them. Because you basically have to beat sense into a black man. You have to beat sense into an African man. They don't have the IQ. So the only thing they respond to is when you beat them. You give them an instruction. If they don't follow, you beat the hell out of them until they do it. I understand the white man now. Why he had to use the whip to discipline and civilize the savage African man who refuses to follow law and order, who wants to live in squalor, in third world conditions, who refuses to develop his father's land but wants to go overseas and brag about his success. Doesn't work like that.
And then that man will shift your side. Every tree that refuses to bear fruits will be cut down. It is a natural law. The worst human being on earth is a man that cannot utilize his resources. A man that cannot utilize his resources would always use his resources inevitably to inhibit societies. And like I always tell you people, the way societies work is that from the local, what is happening to a particular location can affect the globe. It will start by affecting a state, then from that state, it affects the country, from that country, it affects the continent, from the continent, it affects the globe. So any intelligent person from the part of a globe would understand that if you neglect or overlook this thing, it will affect you. It's a question of time. That's why Westerners did what they did. You don't understand because you've not had such experience. So shut the heck up. Now Ghanaians have had such experience in knowing how to fix their society. That is why they understood South Africans immediately. They understood South Africans immediately. They don't need to be explained to. Even when a South African came to my life to apologize to them, Ghanaians said, no, why are you apologizing? We understand what you mean because we know what it means to fix our society. So we understand why you people are doing what you're doing. If we were in your shoes, we would do the same. So my brother, that is why majority of Ghanaians cannot condemn what South Africans are doing. Because they understand what it means to fix a society. Like minds flock together. South Africans, Ghanaians, the same. Even if you look at their flags, you see it is almost same color. Observe their flag. I showed you people that picture. That picture I designed. Yeah. Where I was kneeling down in Ghanaian flag and upholding the South African. You see it's same color. Same mind. They cannot condemn what South Africans are doing because they understand what it means to fix a society. It is something Nigerians will not understand. When we Nigerians begin to fix our societies, that is when you people will realize that it is bladderdash on these things. People say Nigerians are the only people that are not segregated. I won't tell you, oh, who are you? Because Nigeria is a scattered society, so they have nothing to protect. When we start fixing our societies, we'll understand that we have everything to protect, and we'll see that we'll do worse than South Africans. Yes, but now you people don't understand what South Africans are doing because you people operate in inferior mentality. You don't know what it means to fix a society.
Right inside the mall in
See, I like the fact that Ace is the one who said it, that Nigerians cannot relate to where South Africans are. The day Nigerians decide that they want to develop their countries, they will understand South Africans and Ghanaians very well. Anytime you want to progress, you need to get rid of the weakest links. The weak links that are holding you down and stopping you from moving forward, you've got to get rid of them. So that's what South Africa is doing. It's purging itself of the weak links. The weak links in the country are the African migrants. It's not even the white Europeans. White Europeans bring value. They bring skills, right? They bring civilization. They're civilized. They bring order. Africans bring disorder. They bring chaos. They bring filth and dirtiness everywhere they go. It's a trend. Anywhere where there's a high concentration of African migrants living in that area, it's dirty, it stinks, it's disorderly, there's crime, there's rape, there's murder. These are patterns. You can be mad at me, but I'm showing you the patterns. Everybody identifies these patterns. Those areas where African migrants live are not safe. African men have low impulse control, so they act on instinct. They do terrible things to people based on their instinct. If they're horny, they rape. If they're hungry, they kill, they rob, they steal. Those are animals. Those are not civilized people. So you can be mad about it if you want. But in South Africa, we are purging and cleansing ourselves of all the weak links. The only countries that are crying for Pan-Africanism are those that have failed. Their second chance at living in a prosperous society is through Pan-Africanism because they can't fix their own problems at home. And quite frankly, you guys can take all the Jolofinas. They're the weak link in South Africa. We don't need Jolofinas in South Africa. They're slowing us down. Please take them to your countries and you can enjoy the South African genetics there and reproduce with them and make babies that will also have nyash so that you can stop coming to our country because African men, that's all they care about. They think with their dicks. No brain cells. Everything is just instinct.
in a McDonald's. That's the current situation. Ke batla e etsa jwalo ntate pela dijo mo o jwang teng ka ra mall
right ka ra mmola then be re na le di-mayor re na le batho ba sebetsa. It's bad.
Ntate Sekonye. Ga ba tebela batho ba motso ka ntle ba di-tuckshopo bana magatšhe. O bonangwe?
Mamela ko bola no sa tsebeng. No jana ke kutlwanong haufi le o tindana. Re go bolela ntho ke batlang o etseng. Rona ma South Africa ha ke tsebe na motho a ka nka eng ya re pompe ka yona go re nyolle boko ba gona bo sebetse ka mogona paetseng. Ga ba tebela ka matswantle ke nnete re ba tsamaye. Mare re go bolela bona di shopo ke tsena ka moraka ke tsena di empty di kwetse matswantle a dumetse gore a tsamaya a re sia le nahena ya rona. Nahena ya rona batho ba rona ba rata ba go ntalela ka di VSOP le di Castle Light le di Stout ba shula go etsa nthe e developing community. Bona di shopo ke tsena di kwetse di shopo ke tsena di kwetse tse ding di rekisa ha iyo mare le a lwana le re matswantle a tsamaya ke nnete ba tsamaya le etsa nga ba ke tsa tsamaya ya ema le.
Very good point by Ntate Skonki. Are matswakantle, they are leaving these stalls now. The foreigners, they have left the stalls for South Africans. It's time for South Africans to rise up and take charge of their communities and these businesses. Rise up now. So it's good to also be critical. This is what I'm saying. To fix a nation, to fix South Africa is a process, because we also have to radicalize, galvanize our people to take the initiative, because a lot of people have lost hope. They don't even believe that South Africa is their own country anymore. So part of the process is also now getting people to understand that, guys, things have changed. We've gotten rid of these people. Now let's take over these sectors and run them ourselves.
Shebella ba bang ba itenda re mbolo ya ditšhelete ba ka di VSOP ba reka di remi mathini ba ntalla batho ka tsona molemo ke ngwa ntalla ka jwala o hloka go developer community e wena o tswe ka batho ba ngwe yona ha yo ntse re etsa mona South Africa ha ke kgolo gona tshantse re etsa tantse o nke pompo ena ba isekele o pompe batho ga di tsebeng hore tello bona e kgone go function ka tsela ya paetseng nna ke hloleile ha o batla mpolaya o tlotla mpona thabong o tlo mpolaya ke pedo ke tu yango
Shapona Ntate Sekonye.
Bear with me as I explain something. Sometimes I be wishing inside of myself that immigration itself would be completely outlawed all throughout the world, especially for Africans. And I know this sounds very contradictory considering the fact that I'm an immigrant myself and I'm also a huge beneficiary of immigration. I know, but please hear me out. The reason why I say this is because of human nature. Like I've mentioned so many times, according to the Bible, the heart of man is desperately wicked. Keywords: desperately wicked. The more uncomfortable, the more stressed a human being is, the more that desperate wickedness comes out to play. We human beings must understand our true nature as desperately wicked beings and understand that the only thing keeping us together is grace, as in this grace is not ours. It is borrowed. It's given to us from Christ. This knowledge should trigger humility. In the absence of humility, the only thing that we as human beings achieve is perpetuating our own pain to suffering. Like I mentioned so many times before, pain is a beautiful thing because pain is potential energy. When you recognize your pain and you do not deny it, you can transmute your pain into liberation. However, when you sit with your pain and you deny it, you perpetuate it into suffering, aka hell on earth. There is a shit ton of pain in this world, but especially in Africa, that we're not doing anything about, because we do not recognize that this pain is potential energy, and it's not entirely our fault. Slavery and colonization has left a massive dent in our psyche. We Africans have been intentionally and strategically conditioned to see pain as part of our lives, to the point that we do nothing about them. Matter of fact, we comfortably reinforce and conform to the exact same fuck systems that keep us
I hate motherfuckers like this that think because they're using big English words that somehow makes what they're saying or their rationale intelligent. Bruh, Africans are not the only people that experience slavery. A lot of countries recovered after 20, 30 years. It doesn't take that long. It takes one generation to bounce back from centuries of slavery. Yes, I said it. Why must we be so special that with us, the effects of slavery are so profound that we don't have the IQ to bounce back? The truth of the matter is that Africans are stupid. They're imbeciles. They're morons, particularly African men. They cannot develop. They cannot build. They can't progress. They can't work together. They don't have the capabilities. They're not civilized enough to do it. Stop making excuses. You coming here quoting, even worse, you're talking about, oh, slavery, slavery, this, slavery, that, but you're quoting from the Bible that was brought in as a mechanism to enslave us. You fucking moron. You're quoting from the Bible. The same Bible that was used to, quote unquote, convert you and take you away from your indigenous culture. You are here quoting it, but at the same time condemning slavery. You're an idiot. You're contradicting yourself. You can't even hear what you're saying. We are not a special case. Many countries experienced slavery and recovered. Stop making the excuse that we can't bounce back because of slavery. The reason we can't bounce back is because we have low IQs. It's a statistical fact. Look it up. African men have low IQs. It's that simple. We are underdeveloped. That's why we can't progress. We can't build anything. We can't work together in a society to develop ourselves. That's the reality of it. African men are failures. There's nothing more to it. This is why African men always have to lead with their dicks or lead with some sort of athleticism or entertainment. We're minstrel shows. We're a joke. We're there to entertain people. Nothing more. Nobody takes us seriously. We can't even fix our own father's homeland. You want to immigrate before you've done anything significant at home, and you think people overseas will respect you. You think people in other African countries will respect you. We don't respect failures. Go back home and go fix your country and show us something first. Stop making excuses about slavery. Slavery is gone now. The reason there's still remnants of neo-colonialism and all of this is because your leaders are corrupt. African people they have the lowest morals. We pretend that we have such high morals. We don't. We kill our own people. We slaughter our own people, rape our own women. We don't have these high moral standards. It's a fucking lie. Live in reality. Stop living in the ideology of what Africans are and live in the reality of what they're doing. They sell drugs to their own people. They prostitute their own people. Look at Nigerians with baby-making factories. They sell human beings into slavery. These are African men that will do anything for money, anything to survive. They don't want to create their own financial systems that don't force them into such crazy desperation that they have to sell out their own people. They're fine with whatever the system they're given is, as long as they can make money and survive at the expense of everybody else, even people that look like them. So don't come here with this nonsense, man.
Perpetually broken. And in our desperation for survival, a lot of us migrate to countries that we deem...
Shut up. Stop being victims. You're a grown man. Figure it out in your home country with your own people. Why must Africans forever be perpetual victims? It's always the victimhood narrative. Oh, we suffered this, we suffered that, therefore it affected us psychologically in this way. That's why we can't do. No, you can't perform and you can't deliver because you are stupid.
The grass is greener on the other side. But when we get to those countries, a shit ton of us lack humility to understand why those countries appear greener to begin with. Take South Africa, for example, compared to Nigeria. These two countries are part of the same continent, yet South Africa has seemed to have paid a price to make their grass appear greener. It might not necessarily be real green or healthy green, but it at least appears green enough compared to Nigeria for a lot of Nigerians to find attractive enough to want to go to South Africa. Ask yourself, what price have they paid and continue to pay for their grass to appear greener compared to ours? When a lot of us Africans migrate to some of these countries, whether it's South Africa or the US or the UK, a lot of us do not understand that oftentimes there's very dark history, dark and painful history that had to occur before any glimpse of green appeared. And a lot of us still do not understand that that glimpse of green, whether it's in America or in South Africa, is actually still very mediocre compared to the green every single one of us could exude if we all put in the same fucking audacity. But instead, a lot of these African immigrants, when we get to these host countries, in our desperation and wickedness and arrogance, we don't help them fight the systems to make things better. Yes, there's a lot of hardworking Africans who are quietly making their money, but that is not good enough. I don't care how affluent your host country is, the best that they got is mediocre compared to what could be, meaning that the citizens of your host country are in pain. And just because you come from a hotter pain and when you get to their country, you now want to relax for what? I don't know about y'all, but I have never heard of a Nigerian or a group of Nigerians who are helping speak up about the injustice in South Africa. Whether it's in the inequality with white people in South Africa owning over 70% of land and property. And white people in South Africa are the minority, by the way, with their population about 7%. 7% of white people in South Africa own over 70 to 80% of land in South Africa. Apart from journalists like Adela Fayehon, I have never seen a Nigerian speak up against that. I have never seen a Nigerian or a group of Nigerians speak up against the injustice in America, including systemic racism and inequality against Black Americans, intentionally highlighting their historical struggles from a non-white supremacist perspective. I have never seen that. A lot of us take, abuse, and get comfortable without giving back, without any deep acknowledgement and respect for the history of the host country itself. Now imagine if every single African, instead of us packing our bags and running desperately to other countries that we deem affluent because we think their grass is greener on the other side, imagine if we learn from them and put in the exact same audacity and work in our countries to fix our own shit, as opposed to running to other countries and straining their already weak and strained systems. Imagine the level of green every single one of our grasses will exude. But instead,
Bro. African men are fully aware of the principles you're describing. They just don't have the capacity to carry these types of things out because they have low IQs. Understand me. Everything you're saying is not like African men don't understand that they should be in South Africa helping us to get back our land. Instead, they will weaponize the fact that we still don't have our land, even though we were already at the negotiation table with the white elites to get our land back constitutionally, lawfully. We fought wars with these people already. We were at the negotiation table before you fucking Africans influxed into our country in the millions and disrupted that process by destabilizing our communities with your criminality and your illegality. Now we have to deal with you and postpone this thing of getting our land back. It's not like you Africans are coming into South Africa to help us attain our land. You guys do not want to see Black South Africans become prosperous. You don't want to see it because you're jealous. You want to put yourselves in as a replacement of Black South Africans and get our spoils before our time. That's what this is really about. These Africans are in South Africa to ethnically cleanse us, to replace us so that they can inherit what we fought for as Black South Africans, what we died for as Black South Africans. And they lie to themselves and they say that they fought apartheid. How did you fight apartheid? Did you have boots on the ground? You didn't fight apartheid. You stood in solidarity. You took a stance. You supported. You did not fight. To fight implies that you brought boots on the ground and your people actually died for the freedom that South Africans obtained. South Africans actually died. We were on the ground facing the barrel of the gun. And we will not let you thieves steal our inheritance because you failed with your own country and because you're too selfish to fight for your own freedoms in your own country. You will go home and fix your country. I promise you that. You will not live in South Africa. So all of this nonsense, yeah. I hear what you're saying. You're trying to speak sense into African men. African men are low IQ. Everything you're saying, yes, is correct. You're right. But you're speaking to African men who are useless. They can't build. They can't create. They can't do anything. They can't invent. They can't discover. They're useless. Low IQ that only think with their dicks, chasing after nyash all over the fucking world.
we idolize, idealize, and pedestalize the same group of people and their fuck systems that keep us in perpetual poverty in mind, body, and spirit, and finances while we fight our own brothers. How fucking sad. So yes, in spite of the fact that immigration is a very beautiful thing, because this is how we get to see each other and learn from each other, because at the end of the day, we're one. But immigration should never be done from a place of desperation, especially when this
Another low IQ take. We are not one just because we have similar skin tones. We are not brothers. This narrative needs to stop. You are on your own. Figure out your own shit on your own. Stop calling us your brothers. We are not your brothers. We are not one. Just because we live on the same mass of land does not mean we are one. Do you call your the people in your neighborhood, are those your family, your blood relatives? Are you guys related because you share a neighborhood? Can your neighbors just come to your house anytime they want to because you're brothers and sisters? Can they have access to your food, to your family members, to your wife because you are one? No, stop this. It's madness. You sound mentally deformed when you say things like we are one. Based on what? Similar skin tone. So are you also one with Indians? Are you one with anybody that has a brown skin tone? Are you like, you people are mentally deformed? You're not okay. There's no oneness here. You're on your own. Figure out your own shit in your own country and stop trying to associate with us. You're trying to share in our success by proxy, by skin color. it's mentally, it's just, it's so angering because there's no correlation. You are your own person with your own bloodline and your own family. There's no relation between us. None. Stop associating yourselves with us. We don't want to be associated with you. You guys are failures.
Causes you to not appreciate the history behind the greener grass that you perceive. And this is why sometimes I am so tempted to say that immigration should be outlawed so everybody will stay in their kitchen and put in the fucking work.
At this point, I believe Nigeria is a problem to the world and Africa as a whole. Yes, that's my final conclusion after seeing what is going on the social media or the internet, on the global stage. Nigeria is a problem to the world and Africa. Because at the moment, Ghana doesn't want us. South Africa is saying we should leave their country. Cameroonians say that we should leave their country. Dubai is pursuing us. America is chasing us. Everybody, nobody wants us in their country. So at this moment, it's time I reflected it inside. Because when everybody is pointing finger at you, it's time for sober reflection. You look at yourself. What is it that you're doing that is making everybody to complain about you? Yes, because sometimes somebody might be feeling that I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. But people are complaining about you. You look at yourself. Ask yourself critical question. What is it that you're doing that is not right? At this moment, no African country wants Nigeria in their place. Everybody wants us to go. So what is it that we are doing? This is what we need. The question we need to ask ourselves. What is it that we are doing that made others not to like us? That make us others to start complaining about us? It is a critical question. And the earlier we realize this and sort it out, the better for us, because it is getting worse every day. It is getting worse every day. The most poorest countries in the world that doesn't even want us in their country. Please, if you like this post, please like and share this post, please. I want you to like and share this post so that it will get to others. And other countries like South Africa, Ghana, Cameroon, please, if you know that thing Nigerians are doing in your country that make you people despise them so much, please let me know in the comment section. And please do it to follow me on my YouTube page. I'm Mr. Abulo. I appreciate it so much. Please follow.
If you want to see how low IQ Nigerians are, just watch videos like this where this guy saying, what is it that we're doing wrong? Nigerians are making headlines globally for crime, human trafficking, drug trafficking, prostitution, kidnapping for ransom, organ harvesting, fraudulent documents, defrauding systems, romance scams. What do you need to see? When Nigerians ask such stupid questions like, what are we doing wrong? Why do you think your passport is the most banned in the world? What more do you need to see? What should people like? What must we explain further for you to understand? It's a stupid question and it's insincere. These people are intellectually dishonest. They come on you and they act confused as to what is it that their people are doing. You know very well what your people are doing. You know very well your reputation. You know very well when you're at the airport and they stop you and they search you and ask you questions. You know very well why they're doing that. So for you to act puzzled or confused as to why South Africans don't want you in their country and why Ghanaians don't want you in their country is insincere. And it actually shows your low IQ. I keep telling you, man, African men and low IQs, it's a problem.
Follow me on my YouTube page on Mr. Abulo and other social media pages, please. I do appreciate it. I do it to like and follow me if you like what I'm doing. I thank you.
During apartheid, not even one of those African countries came to fight with black people. Unalokho basithatha basihlalisa ezweni labo. ukuze silwe izwe lethu, right?
And the abantu ababekuyi-exile, they were declared on the government.
Yes, they were like refugees. Babephila njengama-refugees. Babengahambi nje bevula ama-tuck shop nama-sponsor shop la. Belokhu African units. So nathi we've given them enough time ukuthi iy'nkinga zasezweni labo bayilwele baphindele emuva. But right now we're not getting that. We're getting Africans wanting to be documented in South Africa, which is not going to happen, not in this lifetime. Whether EFF says it or any other political party says they must be documented, I'm telling you now, it's never going to happen in this lifetime.
16 girls South Africa omncinci kubo una 15 years bezi-exposwe ke-human trafficking, zithengisiswa imizimba, befakwe nakwi-drugs. Ze urhulumente wase-South Africa uthule ngemiba enjena le yenza abantu base-South Africa banikwa amagama kuthiwa ba-xenophobia. Akakho umntu olala avuke ngomso sekecapukela igweja. There is no such. But the root cause of the problem ye-xenophobia abafuna udilishana nayo. That is why abantu base-South Africa ngoku sebengasava nobaba kuthiwa ba-xenophobia, because why? Into ezinje urhulumente ka-issue ne-statement kwii-commissions zaseNigeria ngale nto, and sizele sikhulisa abantwana asizukwazi guys uthula. Wonke umzali wase-South Africa le into iyamchaphazela, because ngomso nongamsi igaranti uba owakho umntana akazi uchaphazeleka yile nto awuyazi. INigeria nithetha nawe ngoku zikwi-High Commission yase-South Africa ziyototoyela i-safety against i-xenophobia le ikhozwe ngabo ngizinto abazenzayo i-drugs ebantwaneni bethu base-South Africa.
If you're to be the president of Nigeria for 3 hours, what's going to be the first thing you're going to do?
Someone like me, I'll say Nigeria.
And he's not joking. You want to know how low IQ Nigerian men are? Listen to this. They say, we're giving you a chance to be the president. You can change laws. You can do anything to help the country. What's the first thing you'll do? He doesn't think of what he can do for the collective to help them. The first thing he thinks is what he can gain. So he says he will sell the country.
Jesus. I'll sell the country.
You sell the country?
Wallahi. I could just sell them.
Nigerians like to complain about the leadership in Nigeria. They say, oh, our problem is our government. Our problem is our leadership. No, you guys are a reflection of your government. Your government is exactly who you are. They've got the exact same morals as you. This man is here saying he will sell the country. That's exactly what your government is doing. That's why your government does not care about your lives, because you yourselves don't care about the lives of Nigerians.
Are you
serious right now, bro?
I thought you were supposed to say you would change the economy of fuel, like
change.
To help Nigeria.
See, you cannot change this Nigeria, this country. You can never, even if I change the fuel. Okay, you say 3 days, Abi.
Yes.
Okay, after 3 days,
3 hours.
Okay, after 3 hours, if the next person come back, you know whether you go increase them, you go come worse.
This is Nigerian men for you. They have no hope or faith in their own country. They say you can't change Nigeria. It's not true. They're lazy and they're imbeciles. If you put South Africans in Nigeria, we would develop that country in no time. If you put white people in Nigeria, they would develop Nigeria in no time. But because Nigerian men are intellectually lazy, they don't want to use their brains to think of solutions that benefit the collective. They only think of ways to benefit themselves. They're lazy and they're selfish. So you hear this guy saying he would sell his own country. He would sell out his own people. And they did that with the slave trade, by the way. They really think like this. They sold their own people into slavery for personal gain. That's what they do. That is who they are. That's why we don't want them in our countries. We don't need people with mentalities like this. They're mentally deformed. It's not normal to think like this, particularly when you're a man. A man is a builder, is a creator. You're supposed to develop your nation as a man, not say, oh, there's no hope. It's not that there's no hope. Put any other man from a different culture in that same situation and they would develop Nigeria. The problem is your IQ and your selfishness and bad morals.
So the best thing now to say the
sell them, carry the money. Everybody
if
find your way.
Fear, I pour you spit. I pour spit for your face.
Everybody find your way. What of the
Everybody
less
find your way.
privileged? Like
Everybody find your way. Even me, as I deal with you, like this country don't fire me. So if I'm being privileged to rule Nigeria for like 2 hours, you whine me, I go sell everything.
okay, if you're given like the opportunity to like make and give order or change 3 things about Nigeria, what would you change?
And first, I will change the fuel. This fuel matter, they cut my every day. They buy fuel. Yeah.
What do they use fuel? Do you get car? You get gen?
I get car, I get gen. Every day they buy fuel. So you see.
Okay.
So you know
change fuel. What's again?
Change fuel. 2 policemen were like this country.
Who won't come guide our country?
Police, they do too much. They know they see us with all this our small GLA. May they allow us pass. I fucking hate police, I swear.
You hate police? Well, they say police is our friend now.
Not my own friend. Then number 3. What would I do again? So what would I? And one of the number 3 is to just sell the country.
Again, I'm on this guy no get conscience so.
Yeah, they want me.
He just won't sell the country.
They sweat.
We say but they hot, God I beg.
I want to sell and carry the money.
Jackpa, I beg if you sell me, you will carry me along.
No. I get like this sexy. If I sell I will carry you. No worry.
Okay, so guys, let me know in the comment section if you are to be the president of Nigeria for 3 good hours, what's going to be that first thing you will do?
Sell the country. Sell.
If you're South African, I need you to listen to me very clearly. I'm going to repeat a video I made shortly because it seemed a lot of people never understood me, whereas a number of people understood me. So if you're a South African, if you see a video, if you really never understood that, you can ask question or you go to the comment section and look at someone that really understood it. Now, I made a video in stating that, let me put it in a way you would understand it. I made a video in stating that if South Africans stop, understand this thing, I'm taking it little by little. If South Africans stop this, their holy movement of expelling Nigerians from South Africa, posterity will judge them. The universe will go against them. What I mean, therefore, is that what South Africans are doing is the right thing, and they have aligned with the forces of nature, the law of nature, in doing what they are doing, which is in expelling Nigeria. What I mean again is that it is the will of God that South Africans are doing what they are doing. What I mean again is that even if South Africans don't want to do these things, they cannot stop doing what they are doing, because this thing is moved by the will of God. And how do I explain this? Because this is South Africans being used by the forces of nature to tell Nigerians, go back home and become responsible. I use the biblical injunction, I use the biblical reference from a historical point of view, a historical perspective, to teach these things. In separating a captive from a slave, I told you people that a captive is someone that was taken from his home forcefully to another person's home. And such a person cannot be alleged of being irresponsible as to running away from fixing his home. As why even nature would allow such a person to be elevated in his new home or the home of the person that captured him. I use the reference of Black Americans or African Americans. Let me put it, not African Americans. Actually, African Americans are immigrants. Black Americans are different. Black Americans were people that were captured as slaves. They were captured as slaves from Africa, and they went to the Western world. It was just inevitable that they would become what they are right now, who are thriving nations, which is a thriving society. That is why Black Americans would have no option but to thrive. That is why they are integrated and one with Americans. It means that as much as America belongs to white Americans, America also belongs equally to Black Americans. But America does not belong to African Americans. It does not belong to immigrants. I also, like I stated, I used a clear reference of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and Daniel and a lot of Israel boys who were captured all the way from Israel to Babylon. And because it is not their will, they were captured. The forces of nature abode by them. The forces of nature stood with them, and they were able to be elevated. They found favor with the king, such that the king favored them much more than the locals. I also used an example of Joseph, who was sold by his brothers out of, not forcefully. He was sold by his brothers, not by his own will. And that is why inevitably Joseph was elevated, and he thrived to the point that he became a governor, second to the Pharaoh. Why? Because Joseph cannot be alleged of being a slave. He's just alleged of being a captive. So I also demonstrated or defined who a slave is, and I said a slave is that person that left the responsibilities of fixing his home and relocated to another man's home. That same person is a slave, and that person would always meet hostility in that home that he went to. I use the biblical reference of Jacob and his children moving to Egypt when they encountered a famine. They encountered a famine in Israel, and instead of staying to face their challenges, they relocated to Egypt where there was bounty. And at the end of it all, they suffered for more than 400 years. Do you see the difference? And that is why Nigerians inevitably will suffer in the hands of South Africans. And South Africans are even doing the will of God, the bidding of God, because in the days of Israel, God allowed them to suffer for more than 400 years, such that they would desire to go home. But when the Pharaoh decided that these people will not go home, the Lord God punished Pharaoh and the children of Israelites. But South Africans are doing something different. They are not holding back Nigerians. They are actually helping Nigerians based on how God is moving South Africans to tell South Africans to tell Nigerians go home. So it's not a question of Nigerians coming to South Africans and telling them, let us go home. South Africans are the ones helping God. Through God, God is using South Africans to tell you people, go home. Do you see the difference? That is why South Africans cannot be punished like Pharaoh.
ANC presidents have been meddling to protect apartheid murderers, criminals, and deny justice to the victims of those crimes, all in order to protect the African National Congress. That's the allegation right now after a particularly extraordinary weekend and what President Ramaphosa's presidency office did this weekend. This should be the biggest scandal in the country, the biggest news story, the biggest headline, because if this is true, what a damning indictment. If this is true on the Liberation Party choosing to protect their former enemies and deny justice to victims, freedom fighters who in many cases, like in the Craddock 4 that I'm going to talk about now, paid the ultimate price, lost their lives in the battle for freedom. So I'm not going to tell you everything you need to know. Strap in. This is genuinely so.
Now, if you can put two and two together, you should understand that, like I told you in previous videos, that the transition from the apartheid government into the ANC was planned a long time ago. It was planned before 1994. In the 80s already, meetings were being had with Margaret Thatcher, talking to Oppenheimer, talking to Rupert about the transition. Excuse me. So it's no surprise. Guys, ANC has been labeled this liberation movement. They are far from that. That is not what they are. They're anything but a liberation movement. They've come to reinforce apartheid upon South Africans. That has been their role. So of course they would protect their enemies of apartheid. Of course they would, because they're all on the same team. They all respond to the same commanders. They all got the same funders. They've all got the same global elite bosses who tell them what to do.
Important. So after the Truth and Reconciliation happened, the TRC decided over 300 cases where they would not grant amnesty to the perpetrators of crimes during apartheid, human rights abusers, murderers, torturers, and the rest. And the TRC mandated the National Prosecuting Authority to pursue all those cases, either through investigations or, if investigations had already been done and the information was already available, through court cases, including against the murderers, the assassins, the hit squad that the apartheid state used to kill the Craddock 4 freedom fighters, struggle heroes in the mid-1980s in the Eastern Cape. That was like 2 decades ago when the TRC told the NPA to do that. Since then, in many of those cases, no investigations have been done, no criminal prosecutions have been laid, and the criminals have been allowed to live comfortable, peaceful lives scot-free. Other cases took an unjustifiably long time to happen. How could this be? The NPA under an ANC government with an ANC president, where the ANC president chooses the head of the NPA and the justice minister and forms the Justice Department. How could this possibly happen? Well, according to people in the NPA in the 2000s, President Thabo Mbeki and his deployees actively interfered politically to stop these investigations and court cases, even against the murderers of the Craddock 4. And Mbeki denies this, but the people who made this allegation against him said this in an affidavit, a legally recordable, recognizable claim that can be tested and has serious consequences if you're lying. You can go to jail for it. And Mbeki has denied that he politically interfered, but never in a legally recognized document that you can be held accountable for if you lied. Then, during the Zuma years, most of these cases didn't progress. The NPA had no interest. The docket about the credit for disappeared. It went missing in the NPA's head offices. And now Ramaphosa, his administration, refused to take up these cases until they lost a court case by complaining families forcing them to do so. Why would that be the case? And that brings us to now, where the Commission of Inquiry has been going on for a good 6 months. And then on Friday, Ramaphosa's presidency, illegally and unconstitutionally, according to the Commission of Inquiry, tried to force Justice Sisi Kampepe, former Chief Justice of the Constitutional Court in South Africa, the highest court in the land, to step aside and recuse herself from that commission, claiming that she was compromised because she used to be involved in working for the NPA and in the TRC, even though they knew full well when they appointed her that she had this history. And it sure seems to the families of people who are trying to get justice for their relatives that this was a strategic move to thwart the inquiry by another ANC president.
How
can you come into a foreign country?
We're trying to coexist with you, but you tell citizens not to open shops. These people, they run away from their countries of origin, but they come here to South Africa and they claim to have territories. That needs to be looked up on.
And tell Alex, it's us again. If I found him here,
we as the citizens and patriots of this country, we will not stand for that. We will make sure that we protect our own people, and we will make sure that none of these people are operating in the informal market as per our constitution and our informal traders Bible.
We had a challenge where community members were defending them.
So tlhakatlhakano di jive maphambuka marampa diflopo ke dilo tse ba di kry-ileng ka marakampa ya Kempton Park. So mahata ba kry-ile information, ba kry-ile lenyena, ba kry-ile file ore ke se yona le bafana ba mnyana ba di jalo rice ba traffica banyana ba by 16. The youngest o na le 15 years ba tshwere majita ma 4. So to mesana, so tlhakatlhakano di jive manyubri can they can twiralang ka marampa ya Kempton Park. So bafana ba le ba jalo rice ba di khona tse 7 mo tlhogong ba kry-ile hore ba traffica banyana ba by 16 and the youngest o na le 15. So ba jumpile ba bang ba rekse ba bethile ka chaya for 2 le vovo ba botsa hore rekse una le spane e tla mo thisho se bona ba ya ka intention hore ba ile ka spane ba fana ba la shiba le ke bona ba sa ba shapa di drugs. So some of them ba drugile ka heroin a shiba le ke bona da so ba sale ko playing one a ba itse re to mesana. So mahata ba kry information hore rekse be ba fana ba le ba jalofo ba fana ba le ba ka marakampa ya la gose ba rile tlhakatlhakano flopo marampa. So shifa o manyora ba sa tsena le mahata ba tsena ka marantwela ba kra ho rona le Nigerian a maifo ka mara 3 room bedroom shiba le ke bona ba sa tsena ka daso ba sa searcha di ele pleke bana ba le go ntle balla. So ke tlhakatlhakano di jive maphambuka bana ba banyana ba.
South Africa is under attack not by immigrants but by the global system. Look, I do not condone violence against foreigners, but something has to be spoken about. Every time we try to fix what was broken, land reform, economic transformation, controlling our borders, the world screams it's racism, genocide, or white genocide, or xenophobia. They have weaponized words to keep South Africans weak, and they have fallen for it. Let me tell you about the word xenophobia.
This is my core argument. It's the reason I have a YouTube channel, the reason I'm streaming, that South Africa's problems are bigger than just local government. There's a global agenda to try and stop us from being sovereign and making independent decisions that benefit our people. Anything we do, the world screams, oh, stop them, stop this, stop that. The entire world has meddled in our affairs for a very long time. We're basically not a sovereign nation because anything we try to do, we get human rights and NGOs and all types of organizations coming against us to lobby to try and stop us from doing what we want to do that's best for our people. And just to comment on the video that you just watched prior to this gentleman over here, he was talking about 4 Nigerians that were trafficking young girls, the youngest of them being 16. And one of the ways they do it is that they kidnap these girls and then they force them to take heroin. to turn them into drug addicts so that they can basically pimp them. Isn't that xenophobia? Like, I'm so confused. What is xenophobia exactly? Is that not hating your fellow black brother or sister because you're forcing them into drugs and prostitution by force? Black sister. Isn't that xenophobia? So why doesn't it get condemned by Nigerians? They say, oh, it's just crime. Let your law enforcement deal with it. But it's deeper than just letting law enforcement. Why are black Nigerians doing this to black South Africans? Is that not xenophobia? Isn't that the very thing that they hate? Imagine South Africans going to Nigeria to go drug innocent young Nigerian girls. They would be crying and screaming xenophobia. So this word has been weaponized against us in particular by the global elites. They fear us governing ourselves and having control of our own country.
It comes from Greek, fear of foreigners. But in South Africa, it's been twisted into a weapon. Whenever South Africans try to enforce their immigration laws, whenever they demand accountability from foreign nationals who commit crimes, the illegal immigrants who commit crimes, from the past atrocities committed by imperialist forces and apartheid regimes, they are labeled as xenophobic, as people who cannot let go of the past. But here's the truth. South Africa hosts over 4 million immigrants. 4 million immigrants, the most in Africa. We have been the most welcoming country on the continent, including the ones who existed during apartheid. I'm talking about the white people. When I'm talking about illegal immigrants, I'm referring to the ones who are white as well. The ones from Ukraine. We have been the most welcoming country on the continent. I repeat that. But when our hospitality is abused, when we complain, we are shamed. Other Africans have the audacity to call South Africans uneducated and illiterate, yet educated governments constantly twerk for global entities. Look at Nigeria. With all that oil, 60% still live in poverty. Nigerians hold more doctoral degrees in the US than any other immigrant group, but their own country can't feed its people because their leaders sold the nation's wealth. But they have the audacity to tell South Africans that they do not own land and white people still own the wealth. South Africans know that. They are and still fighting against that. So who's the problem, really? Pan-Africanism used to mean unity against colonialism, against imperialism. Today, it's been hijacked. Global NGOs, the UN, foreign powers have infiltrated this ideology. Now, Pan-Africanism is used to guilt-trip South Africans into accepting crime, into opening borders without control, into sacrificing our safety for the sake of African unity. Let me tell you something. South African soldiers died in Congo fighting, but that was not given a headline. Look, I am all about uniting with Africans, but we need to fix our home first before we integrate into one country. Right, as Africa. Africans can march against xenophobia in South Africa, but where are the marches against their own corrupt governments? Where are the protests against imperialist forces stealing resources in Congo? Where is the outrage over Sudan's blood shed? It's silence, because the same NGOs funding anti-xenophobia campaigns are funded by the same powers that control those resources. Where is the African Union? Remember when the Expropriation Act was signed, Trump offered Afrikaners an asylum. Elon Musk screamed white genocide. Remember when South Africa demanded 30% of local ownership from Starlink? Elon called it racist or racial laws. The US threatened to terminate the AGOA partnership between South Africa and the US or whatever. But here's what they don't tell you. The Expropriation Act simply allows expropriation for public purpose. Land held for speculation. Abandoned property, and it hasn't been used once yet. The 30% rule has an alternative. The Equity Equivalent Investment Program, IBM, Samsung, JP Morgan have all used it successfully. Starlink refused to negotiate. So ask yourself, guys, why is a man worth over 300 billion fighting so hard not to invest in the country he was born? The global system does not want a strong South Africa. They don't want a strong Africa as well. A united, economically independent Africa cannot be controlled. A South Africa that enforces its borders, in fact, every country that enforces its laws, transforms its economies and stands up to imperialism, that is a threat. So they weaponize xenophobia and pan-Africanism. They amplify white genocide lies. They sanction any country that tries to escape. Gaddafi tried to unite Africa with a gold-backed currency. But with that said, he also wanted people to abide by the law of Libya. But he was assassinated. Lumumba tried to nationalize Congo's resources. Then he was murdered. Traore tries to lead Burkina Faso out of imperialism. Western media tries to paint him as a dictator. They are not protecting anyone. They are protecting their ability to extract. So let me tell you something uncomfortable. African countries need to fix their homes first before pushing Pan-Africanism to South Africa. Nigeria, 60% poverty, 33% inflation, yet they call South Africans uneducated. Ghana, guys, signed a European Union security pact that puts the sovereignty of Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger at risk. And Africans had no issue with that. You understand me? You cannot preach African unity while your own government steals from you, while you stay silent on imperialism in Congo and Burkina Faso, while you attack the one country that has the resources and has the will to actually stand to the West. That includes South Africa. We need to fix our own issues too. Corruption, crime, service delivery, real problems. But don't let the world convince you that protecting your country is a crime. The world does not fear a poor South Africa. It fears a strong one. A South Africa that controls its borders, transforms its economy, and stands united. Stop apologizing for wanting better. Stop letting them guilt you into accepting less. Build your nation. Protect your people. The rest is just noise. And that is the truth, guys. South Africa is fighting against crime, not against foreign nationals. We need to stop simplifying these ideas. Because every African country has its problems, and its citizens need to stay there and fight. You understand me? I hope you heard me. I'll wait.
Firstly, thank goodness he was found. But secondly, why is it when a South African man who tries to enter the economy that he rightfully should be a part of, he gets kidnapped for 30 days? 30! And then there are people who tell us, no, you must stop being Afrophobic or xenophobic or whatnot. He had pressure from outside sources to sell his business. Bruh, South Africans are not mad enough. Again, I'm happy he is home. But this age of South Africans being gaslit in their own country, it needs to end yesterday. If it wasn't for the demonstrations and all that was going on, do you think he would have been found? I don't think so.
It's quite something to watch how today every foreign voice suddenly wants to remind South Africans how much they did for us during apartheid, throwing around the billions of dollars, invoking Nelson Mandela's name, and expecting gratitude on demand. Some go as far as using it to insult and emotionally blackmail us, as if our freedom story can be reduced to a single transaction. Of course, there was international support, but the reality of exile was not a glamorous tale of generosity and comfort. It was a life of sacrifice, discipline, and deep uncertainty. After the banning of liberation movements in 1960, many leaders were forced into exile. Zambia became a critical base, hosting the ANC and its headquarters in Lusaka. But what did that actually mean? It meant refugee camps with limited resources. It meant living under strict rules with no freedom to move as you please. You needed a permit just to step outside the camp. Life was controlled because the mission was serious. It meant years, even decades away from home. Families were torn apart. There was constant fear of infiltration. Some of the exiles were trained for war. Others were sent across the world for education, all carrying the burden of a country they couldn't see but refused to abandon. Exile wasn't an opportunity. It was a necessity. And when the time came, all South Africans returned home. Not because conditions were perfect or because they were guarantees, but because the struggle was always about home. That's why we must be honest in how we tell this history. Zambia, Botswana, Lesotho, Mozambique, Swaziland played a crucial and courageous role, and they paid a real price for it, both militarily and economically, because their solidarity mattered. Nigeria, Ghana, and Zimbabwe were not on the list of countries that risked everything, including their own safety and welfare, by accommodating South Africans. But today they speak the loudest, claiming history that never transpired. Our liberation was never charity. It was built on resilience, sacrifice, and determination of South Africans themselves. Yes, we had support, but the truth should never be distorted, exaggerated, and weaponized against us. Fact is, we fully complied. We acquired proper documentation to be in those countries. Not even a single one of our exiles or refugees ran a business, owned a property, blended into local communities. None of them committed a crime. None of them trafficked or dealt drugs. None of them trafficked women and forced them into prostitution. We didn't invade cities and suburbs. We didn't hijack buildings. We didn't destroy power infrastructures by stealing copper wires. We didn't kill locals. We didn't create criminal syndicates that terrorized local business owners. We simply respected host nations' laws. We obeyed their immigration policies. We respected their citizens and never provoked them, even when some of them told us we were not wanted in their countries.
Will cry less.
Yeah, nah, that's the history that foreigners don't want to tell you about. Everybody wants to claim that they were the heroes that ended apartheid, but they want to tell you how our people were being treated in exile, being burnt with acid in Nigeria, right? Our people were told that they're not welcome in the communities that they were living in, even though they were refugees. Africans don't want to talk about that. They want to make it seem as if they've got the perfect record and that they fought apartheid and that they brought it to an end. But these same morons that are saying these things can't fight their own governments today. What does that tell you?
You know, we'll cry less as well, but just leave us alone. We've got some real serious business to fix. You know, you're always telling us, oh, the whites own the land, whatever. So we got to deal with those people. You are in the way. We need to deal with what we fought for. We never got a chance to fight for it, because as soon as the gates were opened, everyone just flooded in and offered their cheap labor. And now you come in for a job that is going to be like 35,000 rands a month. A Zimbabwean will do that job for 12,000 rands a month. And then at the same time, turn around and tell us that we are lazy. We are not lazy. We know our worth. We know what we're worth. No white person is going to give me like 12,000 rands a month for a job that is worth 35,000. Never. That will never happen. And they know it. And that's why they don't mind you being in this country. And I hear all these rumors about, oh, white people are funding this. Why would they fund illegal immigration that works for them? You are cheap labor. They are making money off of you. And they don't even have to live with you. They go off into their estates, their guarded estates. They live there peacefully. You guys are left with us wrecking infrastructure, demanding free healthcare. Who do you think is paying for the free healthcare? You guys think we have a bottomless pit of money that we can just, like everyone comes here, gets pregnant, and then they get free healthcare. Who do you think, seriously, do people even think where this money comes from? This money comes from us. Some of us get taxed to death. And I hate it so much. Every time I see a pregnant Zimbabwean, I just feel like losing my mind. Because I know she's happily here because she knows she's going to go and plead for free healthcare. Our kids don't have spaces in schools because foreigners are there. Illegal, some of them, demanding spaces for their kids. People ask questions like, oh, so where are they getting documents for this and that? Every now and then there's like documents found that are illegal or maybe paid for. We have a corrupt government. That's what we need to fight for as well. We need to fight this government. Guys, give us a chance. Just go to Zimbabwe, go to Nigeria, go wherever it is. Just go and fix your places.
Okay, so let me ask you, based on everything that you are saying, and you hear people say boycott South Africa, and when you hear other Africans also saying that South Africans should leave their country, what would be the reaction? How would you guys feel?
If South Africans left their countries,
And they
the
said
other
they should
countries.
also leave their countries to South Africa, what would be your reaction?
You know, okay, every time I see somebody say that, I always look at their account and they're not even in their country. They're in the US or the UK.
No. Just
Look,
answer me.
this would be sacrifices that will have to be made. You know, I mean, I'm saying this, but I know that it won't happen. But it would be ideal if people would just boycott us so that they don't have anything to complain about. We
So
actually
you mean
could
the
do.
boycotting that you are hearing is not doing anything to you guys? It's either helping you guys instead.
Which
Is that it?
boycotting?
Now,
Who's
like when people are
boycotting?
saying boycott South Africa, boycott their businesses in other
Yeah,
African
I want to
countries.
because people don't even know when they're talking about the businesses. Somebody said, "Oh, MTN." Listen, or Shoprite. Like a guy called Christo Visa owns Shoprite. It's no skin off my back. You can boycott Shoprite all you want. MTN is a capitalist entity. It is not owned by the government. Boycott them. We don't care as long as you leave. Just go.
Okay. All right. You guys heard it. They are saying go ahead and boycott and then send their people back to South Africa. So you heard it from
I actually agree with what she said.
I don't think Ghana government would allow any boycotts of that.
But what mobile network do Ghana have?
Exactly.
That's the thing. I feel like if
Hold on. You know, some of you are talking with emotions.
Yes.
You understand?
And
you had
these
Tigo,
companies-
you didn't sustain Tigo. Down. No internet to talk to your people back home.
so, all the billionaires and what are they doing in Ghana?
That's a question to ask. They are opening
That's a question
churches.
to ask yourself.
They
Instead
are
of,
opening
I don't know.
churches in you see, there's
If
a lot
South
of South
Africa wasn't
Africa
your plight-
businesses. Kwesi. There's a lot of South Africa businesses in Ghana, but the businesses they have in South Africa are all churches, no company.
Imagine they in
Now
church
you're
praying
asking the right
and people are
questions,
making
guys.
business.
You are saying imagined.
No, I feel like if they could boycott, which I really agree with Goddess on that, then the companies, the South African companies too, they could sell it out, or other companies could buy it out,
It's
and
not by force to sell.
I mean, yeah, it's not by force to sell your company if you're not ready to sell. That I agree. But then also I'm saying they could buy it out. But I'm trying to now I figured out like what do we have those
failed.
billionaires for?
We have failed as a country. We gained independent first. Like I heard you say it. I'm not even proud of that. What do we have to show? Everything that was done for us by Kwame Nkrumah has been dilapidated, has been left. Like even our Ghana.
Yes, you could buy it out by
restaurants.
I don't know, whatever contract they have.
Hold on, mommy.
Canceling it because at the end of the day it's our land.
Mommy, your Ghana Airways is not now a restaurant. Okay?
Wait, Ghana Airways, I don't think it's about Miracle.
Your Ghana Airways is a restaurant.
All we do is like.
Oh, I love Temesco. He's a Ghanaian that's very, very reasonable and rational. And he can introspect enough to say that as Ghanaians, we got our independence first and we have failed. See, that mentality is what's going to help Ghana to overcome whatever challenges that they have, because they're able to reflect and introspect. Nigerians don't have this capacity. Ghanaians are highly intelligent people. They can recover if they can just focus their mindset on being in Ghana and addressing their issues. It's highly possible for them to do what they need to do to get their country in order, unlike the other African countries. So Temesco's right. Listen, I mean, he's saying you turned your airways into a restaurant. He's been critical of Ghanaians so that the men are provoked into action, into doing the right thing for their people. Because South Africa is like the lady said, Crystal Visa owns ShopRite. We don't care about ShopRite. These are private entities. These are not government organizations. MTN and all these different things are not government entities. They're private companies. So whether you shut that down or not does not affect the South African economy at all. It affects the pockets of white monopoly capital. That's it. We keep daring these African countries, please shut these companies down. They can't do it because they're dependent on them. The same colonial white master that they say built our country has come and built their countries as well. They forget. And without those white companies, their countries are in the Stone Age. They know it.
Exports, consumer stew and
It
food.
can fly. So let's put this energy on our leadership. Forget about other African countries. I'm not going to put my energy on South Africa. I'm going to put the energy
Does
on.
Ghana Airways still operate though?
It doesn't. What? It's a restaurant. That's what I'm telling you.
I thought it was mostly like in London.
No.
What is going on with the migrant crisis here?
We're being flooded, we're being invaded, and we're being replaced in astronomical numbers, so quick, so fast. What people don't realise is how quickly it's happening. And I grew up, and it's not just with the borders open, but then the migrants coming in, they're having 5-6 children on average. We're having 1.3. I looked at the demographical change of Manchester, and the Muslim community went from 25,000 to 50,000 over 10 years. The next 10 years, it went from 50,000 to 100,000, yeah? Okay, every 10 years it was doubling, yeah? Then 100,000 becomes 200,000, yeah? So we're only 10 years away, because it's only 500,000 population, yeah? The demographical change, and then the hostility shown to non-Muslims, so then all the non-Muslims start moving, they call it white flight. That's what it's called in England, when all the whites leave, yeah? But they leave because their daughters are getting attacked, they're getting groomed, it's not safe to walk the streets anymore. And all the major cities now are coming under control. The drugs are under control, the street level, the prisons, all under control of Islam and Islamic jihadist gangs, all of them. So it's not like all of them. Every major city now, the criminals and gangsters that control it are the Muslim the Muslim extremists and the Muslim gangs, and whoever controls the streets controls the town. Yeah? And that's what we're seeing. And the inability by the police.
So clearly, this immigration crisis is a controlled, orchestrated syndicate. When you hear government saying things like, we're not, the South African government in particular will say, we're not the only country struggling with the challenge of immigration. No, it's because this is a globalist created crisis. So it doesn't bring us comfort to say we're not the only country dealing with it. In fact, you're undermining us. You're basically saying, if first world countries are dealing with this, who do we think we are to not deal with it? Very, very insulting to talk to us like that. And it shows Ramaphosa's hand that he's always repeating this. It shows their hand that whenever they say, other countries are dealing with, yes, because this is a globally created crisis. It's a global criminal syndicate that is created, orchestrated to replace us.
To deal with any of these problems or the government, they're all scared. They're paralysed with fear. They're paralysed to tackle the rape of children. They're paralysed to tackle any of the criminality that comes out of this community. That's how powerful political correctness is. That we know that in the UK they allowed a whole generation of our daughters to be raped and kidnapped. It sounds unbelievable. Some of the things I say sound unbelievable. But entire police forces, 65 different police forces, let young girls get raped and the reason they didn't prosecute or arrest the men because they were fearful of being branded racist.
Y'all telling me right now the police in the UK is scared to enforce the law because of the number of immigrants that they could control the streets and the prison? And y'all heard the numbers. He said they double every 10 years. But within that process, that 10-year process, the numbers also increase because you have more people flooding the UK. Hell, they can't stop the people coming from France that's crossing the English Channel into the UK. They're not even stopping them. But the police are scared to enforce the law that the immigrants are controlling the jails and the streets. That is falling. And the white Brits give a whole new meaning, a different meaning to the term white flight. Because usually that means you leave the city to another city or you move to another section of the city, but not to leave the entire state or the country. Whereas right here, you have from 2021 to 2024-ish, 300,000 plus white Brits have left the UK to never return. Damn, UK has fallen.
South Africa, my continent. South Africa, my home. I'm a musician. I'm a businesswoman. I'm a citizen of South Africa. Guys, go to this video might cause me bad blood. Guys, go to this video might cause me my enemies. Guys, go to the video is only if you know that wait, babatul. But never go and getting it. Oh well, it's better putting things on there. So that's really it. My musician, batuli. Nzala ju cool man, batuli ga kulas. I want this thing. You celebrate. Na lento le, ye pride. Njengamanje sisebenza indaba yobu-artist. Njengamanje kumele sisukume silwele izwe lethu. Forget status ukuthi wena ubani. Ingane zethu sineyingane. Sikhulisa abantwana sinemndeni kuneyingane. Zizokhulela lezi ingane mawukuthi nina anilwele izwe leni. Zizokhulela lezi ingane mangabe nibuka la ku social media nihleli phansi nithi ya nabo phakela umthakathi nabo ngizwe nalibutho mina ngiwumuntu wesifazane nithi asiyeni khona. We need to stand up for South Africa. Enough is enough. They have taken a lot from South Africa. If it takes ukuthi nisibize ngokuthi xenophobic, it's okay. You guys akekho umuntu ongafika ashaye umthetho eNigeria. You are owning stands, you are owning properties, you are buying houses, you are buying cars. Who's driving a Porsche? A hairdresser, a barber. Who is owning a 5-point-something million property in his name? But we barber, we hairdresser. Who does that? Who does that? What type of business are they doing? What type of business are they doing? Enough is enough. Cecil right, they have taken from us too much. Too much. We love our African countries. We love our African brothers. Imagine me in Nigeria, imagine me in Ghana, in Zimbabwe, selling drugs, destroying a country and then come back eating xenophobic when you're fighting for your country. Enough is enough. Batuli, Matigo, entertainers, stand up. I know good in Lambil and Fitla, Naming Lambil and Lambeswin. If ever we have to go hungry, if ever we have to stay hungry, fighting for our country, so be it. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. I mean, I've got people who are having an ID with South African names and surnames, buying properties, buying cars. I'm not jealousy. It just pains me how they're making that money. If Igazi, so be it for our country. Isizwe so babamkhulu lesi. Isizwe so khokho lesi. Isizwe sikaphuma nomageba, stand up. Stand up. South Africans, stand up. Enough is enough. So I'm saying this to you all. Because this is not xenophobic. This is us fighting for our country that has been used, that has been damaged, that has been... There's too many Nyaope people. We have been preaching this shit for too long. For too long. Now it's high time to stand up and fight for South Africa. We don't have a problem with them coming to South Africa as long as it's proper. There is no pain of losing something and do not find any trace of it. There is no pain of ukuhlukumezeka, uhlukunyezwa umuntu ngisho ngabe kuthiwa uyo report uzoreport ubani ngoba konke loyo akekho akathola ndawo. Labantu bafike as abantu bokuzovakasha. Namhlanje they're owning ama shop, they're owning. We can't even open our own businesses. We can't. We can't. Why? Because these people, and most of them, they are almost 98%. Almost 98% of those people, of those foreigners in South Africa, that don't have AMA papers. No, we are not xenophobic. We are fighting for our country. We don't want to end up like you, to run away from our country, to run away from our problems. Instead of solving our problems in our country, we are running away. No, we don't want to end up like that. We don't. And there are people who are coming here and saying South Africa must be withdrawn on 1, 2, 3. South Africa is xenophobic. South Africa. No, we are not. You have made South Africa a playground for too long. More than 30 years. We're saying enough is enough. Sifuna izwe lethu, sifuna izwe lamapedi, lamaZulu, lamaTsonga, labeSuthu. Abeza South Africa ngokuwumthetho. Abasuka eLesotho coming to South Africa ngokuwumthetho. Sifuna izwe lethu eliphila amaXhosa, eliphila amavenda. Eliphila amavenda. We don't want the South Africa that we are in. Everybody must go home. Hamba uye ekhaya kini and open that saloon and be a billionaire through saloon, because you are saying saloon. Everybody in South Africa, every foreigner in South Africa is a saloon, a haircut, a hairdresser. No, we are tired. Our brothers are in the streets, but we are tired. Mina ngamane ngangiqashi bafana, ngamane ngingaperform emazweni. We are tired. We want to open our own. We want to do our own businesses. Asikwazi, yey asikwazi. Asikwazi zinja. Asikwazi. Like, who does that? Who does that? Nigerians are making videos. Yeah, we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. They must come. Bruh, are you that stupid? To stand in front of everyone and claim someone and claim others' country. Why are you not going home? You all are owning fake IDs. You all are owning fake licenses. You're owning a lot of fake papers, documents. We are frustrated. Enough is enough. Mbokodo sukuma. Mbokodo sukuma. Sukuma. Asiwona magwala. Zulu people akusizona iqhwaga. No, we are fighting for our country. We are fighting for our country. South Africa, let's unite and fight for Israel. To Israel Babamkulu. No, enough is enough. We are not against them coming and visit. We still visit. We still travel a lot. But with proper identities and proper documents to travel. Hayibo. Kwanele, sekwanele ke manje ke. Manje kwanele bafana ngamane ngangiqashi mina. Ngamane ngangibhuki ngamane ife ikhireya yami vele ngeke iziye ndawo uma ukuthi still ngizobekezelela ukuthi ngoba ngincengisa inkwa, ngoba ngifuna ukuqashwa, ngoba no, enough is enough. Kwanele.
These are the women we love. Yeah, these are the women we love in South Africa. See these ones, patriotic women. You can't beat them. Can't beat them. Beauty and brains, because they get it. They understand. It's funny. All of the purple profile women that were calling South African men useless, they seem to be very quiet right now, because it's men in the front lines that are leading. Obviously, you've got the Jacintas and Operation Dudulas and Diles, but as far as ready for war, it's not the women, it's the men. Now the men must fight. After women have opened their legs to these foreigners, they've gotten their money, they bought properties, they bought cars. Now we must deal with the mess and clean it up and risk our lives because of their recklessness and their selfishness. Do you see that women are the weakest link in South Africa? Black women are the weakest link. It's simple. So it's refreshing when we get patriotic women like this who are talking sense, speaking sense. And it's a shameful thing. Imagine a grown Nigerian man saying, I'm not going anywhere. Bruh, you should be ashamed of yourself. Where's your shame? Where's your pride? Go back home. You're being kicked out. Go home and go fight for your nation and make it better. You're here telling us you're not going home. That's not bravery. That's stupidity. You think you're courageous when you say that. This is the IQ of African men. I keep telling you. The weakest men on planet Earth in the history of the world are African men. Lowest IQ, weakest men. Lowest capacity for reasoning. Useless. No ability to create or build anything. Can't create structures, can't create civilized societies. Weak. I understand why white people dealt with black men the way that they did. I get it. Anyway, guys. It's been 2 hours. I'm going to end it here. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you guys taking the time. Please like, share, comment, subscribe. All that good stuff. Share. Tell your friends, tell your family about analyses of sorts. You get the scoop. You get everything here. Both on South African politics and geopolitics. And I tie the globalist agenda into South African politics to help you understand that what's happening in South Africa is happening all over the world. It's not unique to us in the sense that there is an agenda to create a new world order. And we all have to collectively play our part and role in our respective countries to stop that from manifesting. It's all on us. So men have to take their position in this world and fight against the system. So thanks for tuning in, guys. Until next time, hi, Bebo Rock. Hola.
Yeah, you can go into Ramaphosa's house. He will help you deliver the.
That lady is from Zimbabwe, and they're telling her to make plans on how you're going to deliver that baby because you're not going to have that baby here. There's no birthright citizenship happening in South Africa. So plan on having that baby in your country. Now, some people may say this is cruel, right, of South Africans. But where's the focus at on these African men that's knocking these African women up? Right, and telling them to put their Jesus sandals on and go thousands of miles somewhere else to have their kid. Where's the responsibility and the accountability on these African men and these other African countries? You're over there knocking up these African women, turning them into baby mamas, and telling them, put on your Jesus sandals and go have a baby somewhere else. Where's the responsibility and the accountability on those men and the country that these people come from? Right? You can blame South Africa all you want.
Dumelamba here, so welcome to Analyses of Sorts. I mean, guys, just off the rip, the fact that we're having a conversation where we're holding South Africans accountable for decisions that other adults made in a different country. Now, our services that are supposed to be benefiting, the public services meant to benefit the general public of South Africa, has to now make provision for people who, grown adults with poor planning or child planning, who are now in South Africa trying to give birth. I mean, what is the plan when you guys made the baby, knowing full well that in your country you don't have the hospitals to give birth to children? Yet you still went ahead and made the baby anyway, and now you're bringing the baby to South Africa and you're basically manipulating and blackmailing and gaslighting us to allow you to give birth in our clinics. No, those clinics are for South Africans. I'm sorry, you got to go back home and sort it out with your government. That's just the reality of the situation. And to try to put South Africans in this light where we are forced to say yes, and if we don't say yes, then we're inhumane and cruel and xenophobic. Those are the two options we have as South Africans. It's a complete psyop. It's a manipulation. Sorry, guys. So we're constantly put in these weird positions that we have to defend ourselves in, where it's either we say yes to the detriment of our own people who will not have access to clinics because they're full or filled with foreigners, therefore our people die. Or if we say no, then the media assassinates us and calls us xenophobic. That's the catch-22 that we're in as South Africans. And I hope people with common sense are realizing what's going on. A lot of you are facing the same problem in your own country, so I know you understand the perspective of South Africans.
But with South Africans knocking that woman up, you know what I'm saying? Did they have pleasure in making that baby? Right? Like, come on, man. If your country doesn't have enough resources, why continue to have more kids? It just doesn't make sense. Right? Wait until you wait until you have the resources. Wait until you have the means to create more kids. Because other than that, it doesn't make sense to keep on having kids if you don't have the resources to take care of the kids. And these men are
Los Angeles ICE arrested criminal illegal alien and convicted sex offender Olatunde Abiodun Olusanjo on April 21, 2026. A citizen of Nigeria, Olasanjo's criminal record includes child molestation, sexual battery, and sexual solicitation.
This is what ICE is doing in Los Angeles. Now, this man is part of a broader operation. ICE is out there targeting foreign nationals with prior criminal records, and he was one of them. This Nigerian man, 53-year-old, I can't pronounce his name, but yeah, he's one of them, and he's right now in ICE custody, and they're putting removal orders on him right now as we speak. But yeah, this is an ongoing operation that's going down in Los Angeles. They're targeting foreign nationals with prior criminal records and trying to get them out of this country ASAP. And he happens to be one of the ones that they caught in this bigger roundup. But yeah, this is the people that's out here committing crimes against children, right? Committing crimes against children. Why would you ever want to defend someone like that to stay in this country?
Now, I want to ask you guys a question, people that defend foreigners. If that was your child getting molested and raped, if that was your child, would you be so forgiving towards foreigners? Would you be saying, no, it's just some of them, it's not all of them? I bet you wouldn't. If it was affecting you directly, you would not only want to see justice, but you wouldn't want any more Nigerians in your country at the risk of somebody else suffering or your other children suffering at the hands of these criminals and terrorists. Anybody that says, oh, it's just some Nigerians, does not respect human life, because what you're saying is that all the people that the lives of the people they've already destroyed is inconsequential. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't be counted because, oh, it's just some. Some is already too many because of the number of lives that they've destroyed. Use your brain.
Bathong pele ke le bana batho ba Free State ke proud ka rona hle ke proud ka rona ka mosebetsi o go yentseng maobane ya ba ke stadium bona ga nko ke mpone ka re batla o lla Tommy jo a re sele batho ba Free State shame a re feng ya rona trophy.
All right, she's talking about how the attendance was poor to one of Ramaphosa's addresses in Bloemfontein. And the positive sign is that Free State is finally standing up, because for the longest time, Free State has been voting incorrectly, voting for the ANC to their own demise. And ANC has punished them, guys, or us, because I'm Mosot from Free State myself, so I know what I'm talking about when I say ANC has punished our people. So these coming local elections in November, but by Free State, please vote correctly. You've got Khatfo, Machabeng, Voice for Change. You can vote for them. They're a political party now. And we've got Action SA, who is dealing with illegal immigrants. No more ANC, no more DA, no more EFF. Enough. Their funders are the same. Those three parties are the same party. It's one political party. Wake up. Away, and let's vote correctly.
There's a lot of people asking about other races, but when you look at it, these people who are coming into the country legally are making their lives around our areas as black people. If they were infesting white people areas by now, trust me, they would have been gone. Because any time a white person complains in South Africa, even the president jumps and they complain about water. But it's when it's us, nobody does anything. So these people are in our communities. They're not in white neighborhoods. They're not taking jobs of white people. They're not taking over businesses of white people.
Doesn't that sound like America when it comes to undocumented immigrants? They send them to the already struggling communities with lack of resources or limited resources, and you send all these people, right? South Africa already has like one of the world's highest unemployment rates. I want to say it's between 30 and 40%. And could you imagine 3 million? It's been estimated that you have 3 million undocumented immigrants in South Africa. Could you imagine the type of pressure that number placed on these communities that's already struggling with the highest unemployment rates in the world, right? She stated that, hey, those people, they're over there in their community. They're not coming over here and taking any of the resources. They're just minding their business, right? And you have these other Africans talking about, well, how come these South Africans, the black South Africans, don't go against the YT people? And my question is, not my question, but my statement is, they always want you to look the opposite way once they're doing something. It's not like these African immigrants are coming over there to help them overthrow. No, they're coming over there to take the resources and to get the jobs. And this is a place where you have one of the highest unemployment rates already and limited resources. They're just recovering from apartheid, whatever they went through. And then you have people coming over there taking the resources. Now them, you know what I'm saying, them giving them 50 lashes, like, you know, busting out whips like Django, that's crazy. But yeah, I understand where she's coming from.
Guys, you got to really think about this. In a country with the highest unemployment in the world, why do you think South Africa has the highest unemployment? It's not like the jobs are not there. It's that the jobs are being given to foreigners, legal and illegal. It's a systematic replacement of black South Africans. Apartheid did not end. All the PR publicizing the end of apartheid was just a dummy freedom that was promoted to the world structurally and systematically. South Africa is still the same as it was during apartheid. All they switched up was the complexion, the color of the politicians. The system is still being enforced by the black government. What is apartheid? It is the exclusion of black people from participating in the country. Black South Africans, that is. In bringing all of these immigrants into the country, you're essentially saying, we don't need black South Africans anymore. We will replace you. And because these immigrants coming into the country look similar to us in complexion, it's harder for people to identify the genocide that is taking place. Like he said, even in America, they send the immigrants to the poor black areas. It's a systematic replacement, right? It's the oppressor saying, we're replacing the slaves. We're turning over the slaves and bringing in new ones who are desperate for the opportunity to be under us. Africans have always been sellouts. That is the history of African people. They sold their own people into slavery. They sell out any opportunity that they're given. They're not loyal to their own cultures, let alone race. I don't even believe in race, but they're not even loyal to their own cultural groups. And that's what those are the people being brought into South Africa to create a buffer between the people who are guarding the status quo, who are the politicians and the celebrities, etc., who are there to protect the status quo. That's their job. While the elites sit at the top and pull strings, the NGOs and the, George Soros of this world. And so this great replacement, we're seeing the immigrants being brought in by the truckload all over the world. It's the same MO. So at this point, you can't deny that this is not just a coincidence. It's systemic. It has to do with the New World Order and centralizing control and taking people's freedoms away from them. South Africa, we've been protesting for almost a month straight, and the government is yet to implement anything except for saying, oh yeah, we're dealing with it, which they're not. They're deliberately making things fall apart so that they can say, oh, well, it's too late. We tried, but we couldn't control immigration. But hey, we're not the only ones, because even other more developed countries failed to deal with immigration. So now it's just a matter of adapting and finding a way to live together in peace. That's what they want to tell us. That's what they're going to tell us. That's what they're planning on telling us. If we don't fight as South Africans, because it's black South Africans who are being targeted, and the media preemptively pushes narratives that are counter what is actually going on. So they push the white genocide when in reality there's a black genocide happening, right? They push all these, they say, oh, there's xenophobia, when the reality is it's the foreigners who are killing and oppressing black South Africans. Why do you think black South Africans are protesting? Do you think we just have an irrational fear and hatred towards Africans, that there's no reason whatsoever to justify the anger from black South Africans? That is just about jobs. So they're taking our jobs. No, they're killing us in our communities. They're raping children. They're molesting children. They're selling children into prostitution, etc., etc. They're selling drugs. We could go on and on and on. It's endless, but everybody wants to pretend it's just about jobs.
I'm coming. So I'm just saying that in as much as we have this effect, you get, but somehow they're helping the economy. You get, they are helping the economy. Okay. But they are causing an environmental effect, which we can still deal with. You can manage. We can manage. But Nigeria. But now the problem is Nigeria don't come to cause environmental effect and help the economy. They come to cause mental problem. You get environmental stress, even accommodation problem. They cause you everything that can make your life you think you can kill yourself. You get that, my brother Samuel. I'm not here to sugarcoat it. I'm not here to be emotional. I'm here to be very practical because these are political, economic, and social things that we determine to make ourselves comfortable within a country.
Right.
South Africans have every right.
Okay.
If they say everybody should go, they want to be their country, they want to face their government, pack your bag and get out.
Okay. So now that they don't want to go,
if they don't want to go, now that's another problem. It's not for South Africans to take the laws into their hands because at the end of the day,
the South Africans complain that they have been cohabiting with people for 30 years.
They are not.
This guy is a flip-flopper. Like I've said before in previous videos, sometimes he hits the nail on the head, sometimes he completely misses the point. When he says foreigners are helping the economy somehow, that is a retarded take. South Africa has one of the strongest economies in Africa. Why would we now suddenly need Africans to come and help us with the economy? We've been doing just fine as Black South Africans, building this economy to what it is today. Now, all of a sudden, foreigners are coming to help us. Why don't foreigners unite to go help countries that are really struggling with their economy? Why come to a country whose economy is already strong and then tell us you're helping us? That doesn't make sense.
Had issues. They have not had issues, but they've been channeling this thing to their government.
Okay.
You understand? But now the government is like it's being compromised.
Yeah, it's reluctant to do it.
Yes, it's reluctant to do it, and the thing is always getting worse. It's not even getting better.
About the political structure.
You understand?
So at the end of it, it's the South African government.
So how are they going to do? They will carry that trade for what town now?
No. They have been protesting, just like what the other Nigerian guys said. That they go through the protest, but they don't tell people that it's the foreigners that are causing it. But the South Africans has understood their own structure. Right? That the government has somehow failed them, and if they keep sitting silent and waiting for this government to act, it might never happen.
No, but there's something South Africa learned. If I remember vividly, when apartheid was being protesting by South Africans, there was one speech Nelson Mandela made and talked about peaceful protest. You must not go with demolition or destruction of property and killing.
They have done that. They have been doing all this peaceful protest.
There is no end to a peaceful protest. Because if you start with violence will come to an end. But peaceful protest never ends. But if you start killing people today, there'll come a point you not kill people. You stop. So why kill in the first place? Why did you stop?
They have already passed their
protest.
message. They have done the peaceful protest. Before they say it's undocumented immigrants, right? But now it's like everybody should just shift. Let them see where their lapses are. Everybody should shift.
In that case, my brother from South Africa, I personally joined your movement. Let everybody
just shift first.
South Africa
shift first. Let's identify.
I'm telling you, that skinny guy on the left, he's very annoying because he thinks this is a laughing matter. This is a war situation, and he's here laughing, cracking jokes, being very flippant and facetious about people's lives being on the line. Like I keep telling you guys, the average IQ in Africa is around 70. Obviously, some countries are much lower. It's around 70, which is clinically the terminology for somebody with that IQ is a clinical moron. In fact, I need to check for you. Let me just have a look at the list. I have it somewhere. I'll have a look quickly. Usually I keep these things, I document them properly. But I want to just find this. I want to read to you guys what so for example, in Nigeria, the average IQ, it's somewhere around, well, it's below 60. And I'm going to give you the definitions. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Classifications for IQs that are that low. Because, they're dangerously low. You can't, when people are that stupid, they can't run a society. They can't. That's just the reality. I don't know what you want me to say. When people are that stupid, they can't govern, they can't run a society, they don't have the necessary skills. That's why you find Nigeria. Anyway, I can't find it. It's a clinical moron. Do you know that it used to be 85, but because so many Africans fell in that category, they had to take it down to 70 so that so that some Africans are above it. But in actuality, if you're 85 and below, you're a retard, you're a moron. In Asia, the average IQ in Asian countries, generally speaking, particularly East Asia, is 100, 105, 106. 100, bro. Average IQ. So when you see African men that have never built anything before, they haven't had generations that have dedicated themselves to developing their nations. All of them are just thinking of how to hustle and how to survive. And if things go bad, they just run to another man's country that is already built. Shameful stuff. Shameful.
All those loopholes. By, I don't know, adoption or whatever means you can call a South African. If you are not a South African, Cameroonians, Nigerians, my brother, we should be packing already. So tomorrow the airport will be open and all of us home. Yes.
This question now, like this last thing I wanted to say.
Right.
This issue can lead to, we try to kind of see it like it will not bring down our unity, but it can.
No, of course.
If the 54 countries go to their 54 countries and develop their countries, OAU will function.
Why would I go to South Africa to do what there when I'm okay at home?
That's true.
I'm going to go and see Soweto, whatever is there. Soweto. Some say in Soweto, I'm going to arrest them.
We'll be doing African tourism. We don't look for one main leader like CAP.
Yes.
We don't look for one main leader like CAP.
I fix my side. When I want to come to your side, I come and spend money and do things and come back.
Case closed.
Yes.
Judgment.
Yes, everybody go home.
South African brother, are you still there? Now that your government is a bit reluctant towards helping your cause, right, sending foreign nationals, especially the illegal migrants away, what measures have you decided? Are you just going to continue beating people, looting shops? You know, what are your plans? What are your plans?
Well, the reason organizations, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. The reason organizations like Operation Dudula and March and March exist is to actually avoid the violence. Because originally when South Africans started taking, like ordinary South African citizens started taking matters into their own hands, it was getting incredibly violent. People were getting killed, people were getting burned and all that kind of stuff because of people's frustration. You know, like I said, it's not just a matter of people taking jobs, because if that was the case, they would attack the other Africans that they don't have a problem with. It's a matter of the crimes that they commit. That's why people end up resorting to such things. But all of us don't agree with that. That's why we have organizations like Dudula and such, you know, in order to, you know, to do it properly in such a way that nobody gets harmed, nobody's business gets looted and things like that. So we want to have more movements like that will make sure this thing is done properly, because we can't keep relying on the government, because the police can easily be sold. Because remember, these people are selling powder. And they have these huge cartels where they can buy off the police, they can buy off politicians and things like that. So we can no longer rely on our politicians. We can only rely on the people on the ground who have these types of movements. So we aim to get more people to join the March and March, to join Operation Dudula, but to do things properly and not doing it in such a way that we look like hooligans to the world. In spite of the fact that I kind of understand the frustration of people, you know, but at the end of the day, it's important how you're viewed, because you don't want to scare away investors and things like that. So my answer is yes, we'd like to have more movements like that, or at least increase the number of people who are helping Operation Dudula and March and March to make sure that things are done properly. So yeah, that's my answer to that.
Okay, so marching. I
mean, we've lived with people from outside of Africa, South Africa actually, for 32 years. 32 years, in millions and millions of them. But if you walk right down the road, you'll find that they now are taking over buildings. There's prostitution, there's drugs, there's cartels, there's mafias. Everything in this country is a fertile ground for criminals to thrive. So we're not getting the best of the best when it comes to immigrants. We're getting those immigrants who are running away from their countries because they know that they are criminal elements, and our government is just letting them be because they want to paint them as victims. They're not victims.
Cinda, how are you determining that these are illegal foreigners? Because, I mean, we know that already last week, General Mkhwanazi did say that there needs to be a way to verify, but how do you verify?
Well, it's not our job to verify, but when we're marching, when we're doing operations, there's always the police. It's their job to ask people for their papers, and if they don't have papers, then obviously they're illegal. And we've had a number of people, every single place that we go that is a hub for foreigners, there's tons of illegal. Very few of these people are documented, actually. Very, very few. And the ones that are documented are not behaving and carrying themselves in this manner that these that are not documented are. And that is the problem that we have today, is that everyone is being grouped with the same type of banner. When we talk about illegal immigrants, nobody wants to hear the part about illegal. You all just want to say foreigners and xenophobia and whatnot. We are talking about people who crossed the border or who flew here with no documents and then started building a life for themselves. We don't know these people. We don't know their background. We don't know what type of crimes they're running away from in their country. But we're supposed to just integrate with those people and life must carry on, because if we don't, then we're xenophobic. There's nothing xenophobic about wanting law and order in your own country. And this thing of calling us xenophobic is not going to work anymore, unfortunately, because we don't care what you label us. We really don't care. Call us whatever you want to call us, but South Africa is not going to die at the extent of people trying to tell us what to do in our own country to make sure that it's surviving and it thrives for the future of this country.
So what do you make then of the criticism that you're only targeting black African foreigners?
Look, I don't think...
Bruh, these journalists are asking just pure propaganda questions. Then no one's addressing the issue of illegal immigrants. No questions about illegal immigrants. The questions are framed in a way to make South Africans who are patriots have to defend themselves because of the bad press. And that's how they're shielding that's how they're shielding illegal immigrants, because there's no accountability. Nobody's pointing the finger at them as far as the media is concerned. They're trying everything to make South Africans appear in a bad light by asking questions that make us defensive. We have to not defend ourselves because, oh, you're saying we're xenophobic and we're this and we're that. These are not good questions because they're not going to the heart of the matter. Why is the government letting in so many not just illegal, but just foreigners in the country? Uncontrolled immigration into South Africa. Anybody with a working brain knows that when the government does that, it's with the intention of replacing the native population. It's an ethnic cleanse. That's what it is. Anybody with a working brain knows this.
Criticism is abnormal. Criticism is normal. But like I said, anyone who's criticizing us, criticize us with something in hand.
You know, we got to add something lighthearted as well. Date cancelled. She's a baby mama to an undocumented migrant, of course.
Can we fix our own problems peacefully? Because local is 100% sure and guaranteed in their own countries they can never allow such thing to happen. I remember one day thola visa on arrival in Nigeria. That was 2016. Sajika eKenya ngoba ivisa singakwazanga ukuyithola. Yabona ngoba umthetho wakhona uqinile. Lelizwe elinjani elivumela wonke umuntu. Njengakhuluma udaba la izolo ukuthi izolo akekho umuntu ongafika sama nomfowethu ndabandaba ongafika emzini wendoda yakhile bese efike elala nezingane zakhona zonke ezimithisa zonke akafiki nemfazi akafiki namuntu ekungabi indaba zalutho asike lapho izingane zakhona azenze zibe ngomahosha futhi adayise nezidakamizwa ngoba inhloso yabo ukuthi bazi-organize kanje emveni kweminyaka mhlawumbe u-10 kuya 20 lelizwe bafuna ukulithatha kube ngelabo. That is their ultimate goal.
How do you ensure that your participation does not fuel xenophobia?
It's not at all xenophobic. Amanga lawa qanjwa abantu abayizahluleki when you have failed, you just point things around. There's no xenophobic, there's no racism, there is no tribalism. Here
We need to start asking these journalists to define xenophobia, because what do you mean when people are protesting? How do you ensure that it's not xenophobic? What does that even mean? We're protesting to our government that we don't want these. There's too many foreigners in the country. You can't say that that is xenophobic. You can't. We, the people of the democracy and the republic, are supposed to outnumber any foreigner. If we lose that, then it's no longer our country. That's common sense. So look how they're asking these questions. They're framing them, and I'm so disappointed that it's black women, predominantly black women on the ground, asking these horrible questions. Black women, again, they're sellouts. I'm sorry. Of course, we've got some that are that are very patriotic, but majority of black women in South Africa are sellouts. They will sell the country out in a flash just for a wad of money, a wad of cash. They'll do it. And that's what we're seeing here. We're fighting this uphill battle, not only against the system, but also against sellouts, obviously politicians themselves, who are predominantly men. So yes, I take accountability for that. But corporately, you find a lot of black South African women who are sellouts. They're working happily for white monopoly capital. They're aiding and abetting these illegal foreigners. They're marrying them, giving them children. It's unbelievable.
The one thing, as we are here in Pretoria, from KwaZulu-Natal, thina sinosinga lwempi, usinga lwempi sithi ke obaba omkhulu bethu nokhokho bethu abanqobe esandwana akabe benathi kulombidlango idolobha nedolobha South Africa, every corner of South Africa. Can everyone stand up? We need ophakela umthakathi, ongizwe, no Jacinta, to make sure that we clean up and sweep all the provinces and all our cities, because all cities are looted as a result of these illegal immigrants that are here in our own country.
Thank you very much.
Can our government listen to us? Listen to us. We are angry and we are tired and we are fearless.
What the fuck, nigga? What the fuck? Sgora sama sip. This is fucking trash. I don't know. Na le problem a go sa gole ngondo. O childish. O nnetse itsenya matlo yi go TikTok. O na le mmelo a batho ba na le bo ma 60 something. Mara tlhaloganyo e na le 13. This is fucking trash, bitch. You fucking trash food lover. I wonder ke mango jolan lwena mo tsenya matlo.
This dude is definitely Nigerian.
It's so gay.
This retarded behavior is giving Nigeria, because Nigerians will do anything for money. Look at this. He called him Marata Dijo.
Fucking
Look at this. This is what happens when you let Nigerians into the first world country.
This is fucking trash.
Hey man, but
trash as
this man is cooking him with the commentary though. Let me shut up.
Ka go bona a go shebile so on khale khwapa la ko Niger on kha anyane si trash as bitch le beefy la stata le beefy le childish. We are fucking tired of this shit, my nigga. Stop eating too much. Stop eating everything. I don't know the restaurant tse why di go promote go to jama sepo bo jaiva dilo tse tsa wa re Kenya. This is fucking trash, bitch. We tired of this shit, man. Bitch.
South Africans evening. I hope Lisiame Kilolo from Progressive Forces of South Africa. I'm being tagged in my video in Tatemukonazi, ya Kuzanga, the March and how they carry the initiatives. What he's saying is also right. But he's saying it at critical time. I believe for us as citizens to end up taking that decision is because we are already tired. And the avenues that he is outlining, we know them, especially us who have been on the ground for years now. We know those things in that, and we have tried them and they are not working. Your colleagues in Tatem Konazi are making extra income. It's not a secret on what they are doing. We carried out raids, I think 3 to 4 raids, targeting the spaza shops the time the kids were dying in Pretoria West. Home Affairs was there. We called in Home Affairs. We had meetings with all the relevant stakeholders. Home Affairs was there. Health inspectors were there. TMPD was there. SAPS was there as a leading stakeholder on that raid. We gave them the places where they need to go. We were also present. The dockets were opened in front of us. Statements were taken. Home Affairs processed the 205 in front of us in Tate. We were there. The foreigners that were legally by then within the country, they were let go. The foreigners that were illegal in the country, they were arrested. And then what happened? They were kept wherever, whether it was in a cell or whatever arrangement they had with our law enforcement, we do not know. They were kept away for 6 weeks. When we were doing the follow-ups, we were told, no, some are already on Lindela, some are whereas we know very well that the process say they must go to court. The second raid came. The very same process was followed. The very same process was followed. That one, we demanded before we leave, when are they going to appear at court? We went to court. The people were not there. But in the roll call, their names were there. I'm talking about people that Home Affairs have already checked. And we know very well that they are not supposed to be within the Republic. And those are the people that are there participating on an informal economy, illegally so. So that in this case, we have multiple stakeholders that are not doing their job and also now expecting us as citizens to just...
If you listen closely and you're reading between the lines of what Lolo is telling you, she's basically saying that we have a dummy government, a proxy government. People with positions who say they're supposed to do certain things, but that are doing the opposite. In other words, our government is pretending to solve the issue of crime and illegal migrants in the country. They're pretending, they're acting like it. So they're going through the whole process of opening dockets and writing statements and making court dates. At the end of the day, nobody's being prosecuted properly. No one's actually being put away behind bars. Businesses are not shutting down. This should let you know, as a South African, that this thing with my Pakistani and illegal spaza shops is being controlled from on high by very, very powerful people. And you know who I'm talking about. Oppenheimer, Rupert, Manel, those people. That class of people are the ones calling the shots. Much like when Rupert said that he's got an army in the taxi business. Why does he have an army? To make sure that Black people never stop working, so that the taxis that are very influential to the economy never stop running. They must always be operating. Why? Because the capitalists that sit at the top don't want anything that affects their bottom line. Their bottom line is access to cheap slave labor. We destabilized apartheid and made it difficult. We started hitting their pockets with protests and boycotts. They've brought in migrants now to continue and perpetuate the same system of extraction and exploitation. It hasn't stopped. It hasn't ended. So now, when Somalians and Ethiopians and Pakistanis are allowed to continuously, repeatedly keep getting away with murdering our people in our communities with poisoned food and expired food, killing our communities, the media doesn't cover it. Why? Because they have to protect they're following instructions from who? From Rupert, who's telling them, don't touch this, or Oppenheimer, don't touch this. Turn a blind eye. So we don't have an actual police. We don't have an actual government. We are under the apartheid government. We are vulnerable as South Africans without protection, and we're being slaughtered systematically day by day. Because there's no ways that progressive forces are on the ground watching, monitoring, making sure that things are going the way that they're supposed to go. The police pretend that they're doing their jobs, but there are no consequences when it's all said and done. And those people, the perpetrators, are back at the same corner selling the same products.
Look and await them to have a wake-up call or whatever that is. We are not going to do that as South Africans. I'm not defining you, but I believe we came to a point where we are not going to await you as SAPS to get your acts together. It's unfortunate that you are saying we should give you information and you will carry out. We cannot be giving SAPS information for SAPS to go out there and make themselves extra income on top of the salaries that they get. South African police service officers are one of the best top payers police in the continent, but they are one of the most corrupt police within the republic. They don't mind to sell a stamp sa police station for 50 rand a lunch. They do not mind to a foreign national. As progressive forces, we can provide you with a fully documented report of all those raids. The names, everything, what happened at what store, when, how, the passport number, everything, what Home Affairs said, all those things, we have them. We also sent our own report because by that time, the station police was doing as if they're doing the right thing, they're working with us. I'm sitting with an information of a factory that got over 80 illegal foreign nationals that as we speak, the recruiter of those foreign nationals, this is their last month collecting the debt where they now borrowed the money from the company, looked for somebody else to try and get the papers for those foreigners. I'm talking about people who have more than a year or so working in that company, illegally so. We are sitting on it. We took the very same information, gave it to the police officers. They called the stakeholders, the NA joint or the prof joint. I don't know which joint was it, but they went to that factory. The report that followed is, after that raid took place, the very same men in blue, the ones who we gave the information to, took the CVs of their families and then went to that very same factory and say, put our people in there. The report and the information that we have, we know those people. They share the employment number, they share the personal number, they share the address, they are illegally in the country. They all have the acknowledgement of debt in their pay slips. We have that information with us as progressive forces. So I'm talking about one factory. There are many. So who must I go to? If the Department of Labor was there, SAPS was there, Home Affairs was there, we know because the information we gave them is a verified information, is the information that...
And this is for all the people that want to lecture us on following the correct protocol and the correct procedures. Here, you're hearing this lady saying we followed all the right channels and still no prosecutions. Still no justice for South Africans. Following law and order to the T. We're being made to follow bureaucratic processes straight into dead ends deliberately to try and frustrate us because these problems are created.
Even the recruiter knows about it. Who must we go to? What are you expecting? We have people that need those jobs. We have companies. Please tell us what must we do. Don't tell us about the station commanders that are corrupt. Don't tell us about many in blue that are very corrupt give us solutions to our problem. The same way we have asked others, stakeholders, to give us solution to our problem. We are willing to sit and engage with any department in regards with the crisis and the problems that we as ordinary South Africans are facing. We ask you to work with them as progressive forces. Before we even go to the ground, the first thing we do, we go and knock. But we now it's over a year. The last successful raid that we had, it was last year, November. The brigadier that was assisting us is no longer there. We don't know who else to go to. I'm now talking about the regional office of Pretoria now. She's no longer there. She came last year, June, July. When we went back after the holidays, because she helped us with the rates from June, July, August, September, November. December we stopped, and then January we were supposed to go back there because the ones that we carried out with her leading or with us giving her information, she helped us with that. Because we decided that the station commander that we must go to, the police station that must serve us, is not doing justice. We jumped them and then we went to the superior. So the person in that office that was doing the job, she's no longer there. Now we have to sit now and then rethink on who can we trust again, which is a process to build a relationship with a police or a department. Any department takes time. It's a process because we have already know and we already experience the pain that comes with dealing with people that are selfish and are wearing uniform. It's not our will to go to the street and do the things that people are doing. It's not our will for us to close the healthcare centers. But we cannot sit when our fellow family members are unable to get chronic medication because it's the clinic or the hospital doesn't have. And then the people who should enforce the law that says if you are legal within the republic, you must have your medical travel insurance are not there. If you are illegal in the country, you must be arrested. If you are abating a foreign national, you must be arrested. At the current moment, we are sitting with a justice that say people that are foreigners in the country must get ref. To which account? Number one, are they not abating a person as justice? Number two, so it means each and every department, you guys, it's something that we mentioned, you are not talking to each other. We are talking about South African taxpayer, people that wake up and contribute to the fiscus of tax. We are saying a bus coming from Zimbabwe getting an accident in Messina on their way. All those 67 people, if they get into accident, they are entitled to claim ref. Is that fair? Is that the law that we as South Africans, we must sit and accept and say it's okay, it's our Ubuntu? That it's not possible until the system gain back our trust and do what is right by us. We will stop doing the things that we are doing. Until South Africa benefits South Africans, that's when we will stop the things that we are doing. Till then, in that I cannot promise, not as progressive forces, that we will stop the things that we are doing on the ground in trying to mediate the situation that we are currently facing on the ground. Ke a leboga.
So I just heard of a campaign to boycott South Africa and South African products in Africa. Listen, do it quick. One thing about South Africans that they do not appreciate is to be threatened with empty threats. If you are going to do something, do it. We want to see something. And by the way, those of you who think that, oh, we are going to boycott MTN, guess who this MTN belongs to? Yeah, your favorite president, Cyril Ramaphosa. It doesn't belong to us. So do as you please with it. Oh, by the way, the ShopRite that you say you want to boycott and all of that stuff, it does not belong to us. Guess who it belongs to? Yeah, your favorite people. Not us. So boycott away. And if you think for 1 second that we are going to stop our campaign on restoring the good reputation of our country, our sovereignty, our safety, and the future of this country, of our children, because y'all came to South Africa with nefarious ideas and plans. We are still pushing ahead. We are warriors in this country. Learn about us. The history is everywhere. Oh, these days you have ChatGPT, you even have Google, you have Gemini. Ask them one thing about South Africans. Just ask one word. And you know what the word is going to be? Resilient. The people of South Africa are resilient. So if you want to take on resilient people and think because you are going to boycott this and boycott that and boycott that, you need to learn about our economy and the structure of our economy. It doesn't touch us even in a bit. The people that you want to punish, you will not be punishing them. You'll be punishing your favorites. Yeah, the people that you are up in their buttholes where the sun don't shine. So don't threaten us. Do it. You are cowards. That's why you're making these threats on social media. The least that you can do when you wake up tomorrow morning is to not go support a South African product. I want to see something. And then South Africans, I'm glad that you know yourselves. I mean, we do know ourselves. Every time when they throw the word illiterate, they say South Africans are illiterate. We have the best of the best education on the African continent. I think we rank number 2. And our population, highly educated, from basic education all the way to tertiary education, including expertise. Some of these expertise, we offer them to these very ingredients of people that think they are going to manipulate us with things that don't exist. You have nothing during the days of apartheid. And let's let this one lie. These are the African countries that help South Africa: Angola, Tanzania, Kenya, Zambia, Malawi, Botswana, Mozambique. These are the countries that are enshrined in our history books. Nigeria does not feature there, or Zimbabwe for that matter. As a matter of fact, Zimbabwe, the way it's featured as a coward. Yeah, that's why they ran all here, because they are afraid of an old age. Both Nigeria and Zimbabweans are afraid of old men. Old men, and then they turn around and say we are uneducated. What universities that are ranked at least in the top 3 from Zimbabwe? From Nigeria? Top 3. And I can tell you the top 3 positions is South Africa. The top 5, South Africa. That also includes the educated population on the African continent. We are in the top, well, let's say top 5, top 3, and top 2. Where's Nigeria? Where is Zimbabwe? The delusion that you guys live in is, it needs to be studied. It needs to be studied. Or on the other hand, how many kids drop out of school in Nigeria again? That's how much children drop out in Nigeria. And then you want to call us illiterate. Far from it. Far, far from it. All that you have to do to prove what you want to say, look it up first, so that you don't make a complete fool of yourself. I see Americans are jumping on board and learning a lot about Nigeria, and they are disappointed in you guys. All big mouth, but little tingling dings. There's a dead body lying in Lagos for the past 24 hours. Where are your ambulance? Why everybody just keep passing it as if they don't see a dead body in the pavement of Lagos, in the city? Right across the road from the body is a police station.
So guys, it's currently, what's the time? It's like 10, almost 10:30, it's 10:27. I got to work around 7:40 something. And this body is still lying on the road. This is like over 3 hours later. The emergency services I called 3.
You know, it's funny because Nigerians love to say that South Africans are uncivilized. But look at their country. They got dead bodies lying around and people are just walking over the body, walking past the body. Nigeria is a jungle. It's not it's not fit for humans. This is why Nigerians are so desperate to leave Nigeria to experience civilization for the first time. They come to South Africa to experience civilization for the first time in their lives. To see people standing in line in a queue, that's culture shock for them. They can't talk about South Africans. They should not open their mouths. It's insulting to us.
Hours ago, someone called me back to ask me if I confirmed if it was an animal and not a human being. How the fuck would I mistake an animal and a human being? How? How do I not know the difference between an animal and a human being? And they said, fine, they're going to send somebody. It's 10:30. They've not sent anybody. The body is still lying there. People are still passing by. And guess what? I'm understanding that people are scared to call because they would think that they had something to do with it. Because the first person I called was asking me what my name was. And can they still reach me? They want to see me. What do you want to see me for? Namikilam? Like, I'm tired of saying how much I hate this country, so I just won't. But it's 10:30 something and this body is still here. And I'm sure by the time I leave this office and come back by 5 o'clock, it will most likely still be there. Mind you, in all of this, road safety office is just across the road. Like, it's literally across the road from this place. And the authorities will say that they are not aware that something like this is happening. Nigeria is a big fucking joke. I say this all the time. Nigeria is a joke. It's a clown show. Because what do you mean that this person has been lying on the road for hours? And God knows that. I'm sure that this person was here long before I saw it. I'm sure this has happened probably at night or in the morning or in the early hours of the morning. And nobody has done anything about it. I'm sure someone must have reported or someone must have, some level of police must have seen it, because earlier I saw a Hilux car come here, they looked at it and they moved away. I'm sure they would have seen it and they're doing nothing about it. What's the Lagos State governor's name? Waiting with that man's name. Sanwo-Olu, do something about your state or do something.
And y'all have systems in place? Come on. Anyways, let me go back to the threat. Boycott. Boycott. I want to see something. Please boycott. And I saw a lady in Ghana, and I know not all Ghanaians support her. She's calling for all South Africans to leave Ghana. Question is, how many are there again? How many are they? But I saw a lot of Ghanaians pushing her back, saying, no, South Africans will stay. Thank you to you guys, because you understood that video everybody saw. An illegal Ghanaian was in South Africa, not only illegally in South Africa, but also committed corruption with their paper. And I know Ghanaians are law-abiding people. They will not support something like that. Even the guy himself, he acknowledged what he did was wrong. Anyways, boycott away, please. MTN, whatever it is that we have there, doesn't belong to us. Isn't you guys throw it at us? Oh yeah, your economy is in the hands of white people. Oh, your land is in the hands of white people. So go ahead. You're not touching us in the slightest. In the slightest. But you are going home. Your people in South Africa are going home. That much we promise you. You see, we don't threaten, we take action. And they are leaving. So boycott away. When you wake up in the morning on the 25th,